Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same sticker the other.
But this is our space.
You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh, we should film
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive. Though, I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay frog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy actually is.
Okay. That's a little better. Yo, we knocking the cobwebs off, boys. I've been busy. I've been very busy. Let me get just a second to get the camera straight. Yo, this song is this is like a little vibe on Pretzel Rocks. Almost don't want to start it. I'm like, This is not my normal time, and I've been obviously like off for a month working, trying to make extra money, so I expect it's going to take a little while before people hop back in here. A bunch of people are going to be like, oh shit, he's live? So just give it a little bit and we'll have more people. How have I been? I've been all right. I've just been working. I'm not telling you guys what I do, obviously, because I'm an ANCAP, and unlike most people on the internet, I learned my lesson. No, I'm not a stripper. Like, I don't know why so many people cannot get it through their fucking heads that, like, You shouldn't, like when you're debating commies on the regular and shit, you shouldn't tell people what you do or how you make money. But I kind of got hit with like a random, basically my roommate was moving out, and she did it like right before the lease ran out. So it's like, oh, I gotta like find a new place and have money to pay for moving trucks and have money for security deposit in like an economy where, you know, rent is skyrocketing. You know, so I gotta find a place that's like affordable and just like a bunch of other shit. Downsize, get new furniture, stuff like that. And I don't really make money streaming. I mean, like I make like, you know, a little throwaway fun cash every now and then, but like, and I appreciate what you guys do. I'm not begging for money or anything. Don't think I'm doing that. I'm not like, my GoFundMe, I'm in a terrible position. You know, I'm just saying that like, you know, the money I make on here is like enough money to like go out to eat every now and then and be like, you guys did this. It's not enough to like pay bills. But crush this? I don't know how, this will be an interesting conversation. Because I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Like it really is just a lot of hysteria is involved in this. So I'd be very interested to see what everybody has to say about it. Like I'm kind of 90% with the conservatives on this, with like a little bit of caveat that like, I don't think Lauren Chin was MK Ultra'd into doing shit. I also looked at the indictment and like, I don't really see how she's guilty of anything. But you know, that'll be interesting too. Like I don't like their evidence is, it's like, I mean, it is really kind of like Russiagate, but I don't, if you just like sneak peek, I don't think it was CIA operatives. I think Russia was probably involved. And like always, like Winston Churchill said, right? Never let a good crisis go to waste. So they just hopped on it and now they're trying to implicate everybody and make it seem like Lauren Chin was this evil mastermind when like their own evidence kind of exonerates her. Also, I don't think it's a real case. I'm pretty sure it's going to get thrown out. And people are like, but they convict 97% conviction rate. Yeah, what happened to that Mueller case? Huh? What happened to that? Oh, did it get thrown out because that would require Russia to have access to like our intelligence gathering? Okay, so what is this case? An accusation of Russian influence? What happens if it goes to court? Well, Russia's going to demand that they have access to all of our intelligence gathering. And then we're going to throw the case out. Like they know it's not a real case. Because there's no criminal mastermind that they need to put behind bars. Right? Like there's nothing that can come from a conviction in this case. And like Lauren's not even indicted. If we see an indictment from Lauren, then I'll know that there's a lot more going on and that this was just the tip of the iceberg. Then I'll be like, okay, you know, that changes things. But right now, the evidence is dumb. Oh, yeah, Mark's in the other room. Like we're still roommates, dude. He's catering. He's in catering right now and in school. Hey, Rudy, you don't have to. I told you guys you don't have to. I don't think, yeah, he's just working and he's doing an externship and he's finishing up school, about to go do pastry stuff so he can be a pastry chef, which is honestly like his true calling, even if he doesn't know it yet. Like that motherfucker needs to be a pastry chef. Like he loves it so much. So it is a tradition. This is the greatest tradition ever. Rudy is like single-handedly responsible for like me being able to occasionally go out on dinner on YouTube money. Like I get a YouTube thing and I'm like, what do I do with this? This is like $112. Like, what do I do? And I'm like, fuck it. Let's go get some steak. That's what I do, Rudy. Cause like, obviously it's not enough to pay bills or anything. Right. So it's just like, hell yeah, I'm going to get some steak, or I'll take my kids out. Like I'll take them to a museum or something just cause I have that YouTube money. Oh no, he's going to destroy your diet. Look, during the move and everything, I have been destroying my diet. I'm going to be excited to get back into the place so I can get back to being somewhat healthy. I've just been trying to make money. Don't fall for the what about Israel? I mean, I'm not exactly pro-Israel either, so like I mean, I'm more pro-Israel than some libertarians just because I don't gobble up Palestinian bullshit, right? Like, but like, I'm still an anarchist, you know? Like, I still don't like any nation state, especially not one that often bombs people and can't look, as much as I think a lot of the bullshit with Israel is bullshit, can you guys just figure out how to let them have a protest without having one IDF soldier be like, oops, the gun slipped? Like, every time there's almost peace, there's always one IDF dude that's like, oh, he was charging the barricades, so I put him down. It's like, come on, man. Like if you guys can just have like a couple peaceful demonstrations in a row in the streets, you know what I mean? Like, we might get a 2-state solution, you know, but you guys can't fucking manage. Likud can't manage to calm down long enough to just let the motherfuckers, like, you know, sort out their own shit so they can fail on their own, and then we can all laugh at them because, you know, these people can't run their own country. I bet someone's going to say it. Israel influencing politics, and I'm not saying it's going to be you. I mean, yeah. I mean, but the thing is that either, I mean, like, you're kind of in one or two situations with this Tenet Media thing, right? Where is dark money coming from? I mean, Dylan Burns has taken progressive victory money, right? Is he a Russian asset? If I track money and find that Russia was, you know, some of the donations behind progressive victory, is he a traitor? Like, it's just such dumb rhetoric from the left that, like, will bite them in the ass. Because, like, at some point, some weird autistic right-winger is going to track down shit like progressive victory and find that the Russians donated to them. Why wouldn't they? They're trying to sow division, right? Like even if it's only like some bullshit bot accounts or something. Like, so the question is then the scope, and I totally understand them having a concern that, like, if the evidence presented is true and isn't manufactured, right? If that is the case, right? And that is an if, obviously, anytime we're dealing with the 3-letter agencies, then, like, I understand the concern that, like, Russians are buying influence in, you know, in setting up, like, the next Vice or the next Fox News. And it's, like, you know, secretly funded by the Russians. But eventually it would get, like, I don't understand what Russia's goal there is. Because, like, eventually, like, if they become Vice or they become Fox, they think they're going to hide that from the CIA forever? Like, obviously not. Like, this was doomed to be found out. So what are you getting from it? The only thing I see them getting from it is them getting caught and then them causing turmoil by the left and the state attacking conservatives and emboldening Nazis and emboldening the right wing because they feel that they're under attack from the 3-letter agencies, etc. Like, it's kind of funny that if you just logically think about it for a moment, the real Russian stooge is, like, people like Dylan Burns and people like Lonerbox. And I'm not saying them specifically. I haven't watched their content. I don't know how hard they're going. But, like, people that are like, Tim Pool's traitor, and, like, they're just, like, going after them and exaggerating in hyperbole that are playing into that game. It's like, that's very clearly the goal here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the goal wasn't to set up the next Fox News over 5 years and keep it all under wraps that the Russians are the ones that own it. Like, what? Like, they were gonna find out if it was in fact that way. I mean, Putin just says wild shit, I think, just because, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what Putin's long-term goal is. I feel somebody like Dylan Burns probably has a better idea of that than I do. Fuck if I know what his long-term goals are when he says shit. It kind of feels like we do a little bit of trolling, right? Like, it almost feels like it's a throwaway troll just to, like, cause people to bullshit because America's so predictably able to be poked and freak out all on their own. Like, we all, we already have the political polarization and insanity to such degrees that, like, he can just make little comments like that and watch us flip out instead of, like, I don't know, paying attention to the real people fucking us over. I mean, maybe this whole Lauren Chin thing was like that. Maybe it was designed to blow up, you know, to radicalize conservatives. It's I mean, like, you're playing We have almost none of the information that these people have over us. Like, we have very limited information, and we're trying to guess about the 40 political machinations of the Kremlin. Like pretending that in this situation, I think is the biggest sign that somebody's just a grifter. Like, if someone's like, here's what's really happening. What? Like, you don't fucking know that. Like, you just like there's just so many layers to this shit and so many unknown variables. At best, it looks like its primary objective was to cause political turmoil and chaos. And the left is making sure that comes true. But I don't know. We'll see. Again, like, if we see a Lauren Chen indictment in October, even that, right? Like, let's say we see a Lauren Chen indictment in October with more evidence. Also, bear in mind, they haven't presented any evidence. They presented claims of evidence that they have, which they probably do, right? Like, it's probably real. And their evidence is weak as fuck against Lauren Chen. In fact, their own fucking their own evidence kind of exonerates her. If you actually read the indictment. Because, like, she treats it like it's a business. Like, it's very clear that, like, she thinks it's supposed to be profitable. And if she's taking, like, Moscow money to trick the conservatives, like, why would she give a fuck if it's profitable? Like, she's worried that they're spending too much. like what? You know what I mean? Like, how is that someone, like, it's just, it's funny. But, like, yeah, I mean, like, if we see an indictment in October, even that means one of two things. It means the case is even more bullshit, and they're using it as an October surprise to bring Russia back into the forefront as their October surprise. Or it means that they actually have better evidence and that they're having to continue with more indictments, and we'll know more about the case and about the evidence, and maybe they actually do have some good evidence that Lauren Chen was doing this, because the indictment is, like, really scant. I don't know. It's kind of difficult to read because it's, producer 1, producer 2, founder 1, founder 2, producer 3 says to founder 2, and then it's like, they're like harping on her usage of the word the Russians over like a 2-year period in like 4 messages. It's like very weird. It looks slapped together, which is just strange to me. Nah, you're missing it. I hate when you do this shit. John Jacob is the most devoted bitch that I have in my entire community. I want you to know that. Because this motherfucker will never like a post on Twitter. He will see something he likes, and then he refuses to like it so that the algorithm, like, shows it to less people. And he'll be like, don't forget about this thing. And it's always good information. Like it's always very supportive, very detailed, and it's like, but what about this? And I'm like, fuck yeah, thank you. But then he won't like a post, and then he'll start off a thing, and it'll be like, oh, okay, you liked a post on Twitter, cool. I'm just saying it's a trend. It's a trend that's popular with libertarians in general. But then he'll come in and be like, nah, you're missing it. No, I'm not missing anything just because I didn't say everything. Like, I know that they're doing that they're using a loophole to FISA warrant hop. Like, I know that they're doing this so that they can get Benny Johnson and, Tim Pool's communications. And they might even 3-hop to, like, guests on Tim Pool or something. Probably not, but they might. I mean, they have all that information anyways. They just need permission and rubber stamp approval. So it's not like they can't get it even if they aren't allowed to get it. It's not like Edward Snowden didn't prove that they lied to us the entire time that they weren't collecting data, and then nobody went to jail, and some of them even became CNN contributors that knowingly lied to Congress. And we were just like, yeah, remember that? And then, like, no one went to jail, and we were just cool with it because the 24-hour news cycle moved on. You know what I mean? So it's not like they even need FISA warrants. Let's be real. They just need FISA warrants when they need an excuse for information they already have and that they've already done and violated the Constitution to be like, yeah, we need to look into this, and then they just put the shit they already have later. Yeah, I know. But price gouging grocery store. Fuck. I mean, how much time do you have? I mean, I think price gouging is completely it's not happening. Right? Like what is price gouging? Right? Price gouging is a meaningless term. Right? It's a made up economic term. Because either you have competition in the marketplace or you don't have competition in the marketplace. And the thing is that competition is ill-defined because people think competition means that there's another producer of the same product or a similar product that fills the same niche. But what it really is it's a condition. And the condition means that anybody could come in and compete with this product if they so choose. So even if you have a de facto monopoly, which is another commie made up term, right? It's another, I mean, we've used it, obviously. We use it all the time. But like only the state can create a monopoly. And so you have a monopoly, but like there are other products that are different that fill the same role that people will go to even if you have a monopoly on a product, right? Like, you know, looking at kerosene, you know, kerosene killed the whaling industry. Why? Right? Why did Standard Oil kill the whaling industry? Because he made kerosene cheaper than whale oil for lamps. So there was no reason to use whale oil, whale blubber. But if he had jacked up the prices too high, people would have gone back to whaling. But you wouldn't say that kerosene and the whaling shipyards are the same industry, right? But they're predominantly used for lamps to light up your house at night so you can write and, you know, read at night when the sun isn't out any longer. Right? Something that was only the rich could do until Standard Oil made kerosene like 20% of the price of its that it originally was. So this concept of like price gouging, they're like, oh, eggs are, you know, 30% higher than they needed to be. And it's like, yeah, cool. You picked a couple of products that Kroger and a few other stores inaccurately predicted, right? But their profit margins are down and their rate of profit has been reduced. So what the fuck are they doing? Like if they're gouging, but they're making less money than they were before, what the fuck does price gouging mean when you're talking like, especially when Kroger is in competition with Walmart, who's in competition with Safeway, who's in competition with H-E-B and all these other grocery stores, right? It's like, what do you mean they're price gouging? Because price gouging should mean like you're out in a desert land somewhere and there's no other person that sells eggs and you're selling eggs for like, you know, $30 a carton when like, and making like 200% profit. But even in that regard, if you're making money by doing that, then there's a really high demand for eggs. And so it just invites people to sell eggs for $20 a carton in the same area. And there's plenty of people that will buy your eggs and like prices come down. So like, so long as competition exists, prices come down. If the prices aren't coming down, but competition is there, then you're not price gouging. Because the prices should be going down. The reason the prices are going up is because the market's unstable. They're trying to predict it so that they can stay open as a grocery store. Theft is up, which increases prices, right? Inflation is a thing. Nobody knows what the economy is going to look like, and so on and so forth. Like, it's just economic illiteracy. Yes, gouging is simply charging more than you need for a product, creating massive margins is shady as fuck. Am I watching the Trump versus Harris debate? I tried to make the title. I made this stream like 20 fucking times. And anytime I put presidential debate reaction, or anytime I put immigration, or anytime I put Russiagate in, or anytime I put Tenet Media in, or anytime I put Lauren Chen in, it wouldn't let me post the stream. So I had to, that's why the stream is titled Reaction to the Thing. Because I literally could not find a way to make it say presidential debate without it banning, like getting rid of the stream and saying that I can't post it. It won't tell you that you've like violated anything. It just goes, oops, looks like something happened. And then you change the naughty word that it doesn't want you to do because it's signified my account is one of the naughty accounts. And then it lets it go forward. God, I should have just been a lefty. I should have just grifted as a lefty. I'd be so rich by now. I'm just saying. Also, lots of cattle, chicken, and other livestock have been dying off, so there's a supply constraint. Yeah, I mean, some of that is Ukraine, obviously. Some of that is inflation. Some of that is, government intervention, especially when it comes to chickens, right? Like when a chicken gets sick, you can get paid money by the state to kill all your chickens. So like if one chicken gets a disease that is zoonotic, so it's like something that can pass to humans. Well, if you just wipe out your chicken population, then the government will use tax money to pay you to do that, to purge the chickens. So there's no incentive for a farmer to try and like isolate what section they think might be infected, and then try and save the rest of the chickens. And even if they do that, they have to jump through insane hoops to get those chickens back on the market. So it's like you would lose money by keeping most of your chickens alive. So you just kill all the chickens that were in that one thing. And the thing is another reason that they're in these big communal areas is because you can say that your chickens are cage free and house them all in the same building, even though they're in a building and they're all just in their own shit together, right? And that's cage free. So when you go to the grocery store, you want pasture raised. Because pasture raised actually comes with like standards on like them having enough open air and sun, and that means that they're like actually eating bugs, and they're actually eating like live seeds, and they're actually getting a supplemental diet that nature provides, as opposed to just being fed chicken feed in a building and basically being the same as any other chickens. So they're housed together in these cage-free situations, and then they just kill all the chickens when one of them gets like a bad disease or something, instead of like trying to isolate it and like the problem is caused by government, and then the problem is exacerbated by government, and then what we end up with is a bunch of dead chickens and tax money going to farmers to essentially kill their own chickens, as opposed to bringing eggs and bringing chicken to the market. So it just artificially inflates the price of eggs and chicken by like a lot, to where if they just got rid of this bullshit cage-free situation and they stopped paying people to kill their chickens so that they could like protect farmers, and instead farmers just got insurance like any other fucking industry, right? You would likely see price of eggs and chickens and stuff go up, but you would have less taxes, so I mean, like, in the end, the economic stimulation would be in your favor. It wouldn't make the number go down, because farmers would have to increase prices if they're not guaranteed money if their chickens die, or they would have to they'd have to either buy insurance for what ifs, or they would have to be more cleanly, do more ethical standards, have hire better people, etc., which would also cost more money. But at the end of the day, you'd make more in your paycheck, and there'd be more jobs, there'd be more economic stimulation. So like the number would still look bad, but yeah, they're artificially the prices are artificially spiked. In that regard, they wouldn't come down that much if they went down, but the economy would be doing better. So it's like kind of it's a tricky situation. But I got to go hop in this Discord and get ready for this debate. Let me pause this music for a second while I hop in here. All right, boys, let me hop in there. Let me just change this and then bring this over here. Booyakasha. Word. Can you hear me? Doing all right. Just been busy. Getting ready for a move and everything. So I've been on hiatus. But I think no, it's fine. I'm moving into the city. I don't tell people what I do for work, because that could like get people to like figure out, stuff. If you're really smart, you could figure out what I do for work if you've watched enough of my content, probably. But I don't like advertise it. But like in terms of like where I live, do the Russians pay me? No. I work for an American company that is also internationally traded and has a lot of money. So probably like at some point there's probably some Russian investment in some way or another. I'll leave it at that. Oh, you only hear me? Oh, fuck. Oh no, it's on my end, I'm sure.
Yo, what's up?
Just living life. We are only missing Dylan Burns, who actually is the one that DM'd me about setting this up. So hopefully he shows up. Otherwise, well, I feel confident that Lonerbox can handle his own, but we'll give him another minute or two. But yeah, have you guys all been following the various ins and outs of this? I assume, right? Everyone's kind of familiar with the indictment, at least. I hope. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I've been on hiatus and busy and stuff. So I mean, like I read the indictment, but I haven't been like how you typically are when you're full-time streaming, where you're like you're going everything, you're reacting to everything. Like I don't know what a lot of streamers' opinions on this are, for example. Like I can probably guess that Lonerbox and Dylan Burns are on like the left side of this, the neoliberal establishment left side, but I haven't watched them, so I don't really know what it is that they've said or anything. Whereas like typically I would probably be following the people I'm going to debate or whatever.
No, that's fair.
Same with non-smoker, right? Like I assume he's going to be on my side on this, which is weird because the only time we ever show up is we're on the same fucking side, despite being a goddamn communist and an ANCAP.
We are here for what we are. Well, let's see. Again, we got another minute. Dylan's got another minute. Otherwise, we're just going to get started because I want to respect everyone's time here. And when he gets here, we can just slot him in. I guess while we wait, just a couple announcements of what I got coming up. So tomorrow I'll be debating Destiny over the Alito flag recusal situation. That'll be at 5 p.m. Eastern, so that should be fun. And then on Friday, I'm going to be helping out Dylan, actually, in moderating his debate with Larry Sharp, I believe.
You think that, but he's not here, so obviously the Russians got him. You know what I mean?
Okay, Dylan said 1 second. Okay, there he is. There he is. Okay, gang's all here. We got him. The Russians didn't get him, so we're fine.
Hello.
Hey, can you hear us, sir?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, well, with that, let's get started. I'll do the intro, and we'll just get into it, gang. Welcome, 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 one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we can come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And gang, have we got a show for you tonight? Recently, the DOJ has just unsealed an indictment against Russian operatives that they claim have been funneling money into various commentators through a company called Tenet in order, right, to spread Russian propaganda in violation of FARA, right? So we are going to talk about the ins and outs of that tonight, right? Is this simply the Department of Justice overreaching and punishing other people's free speech? Or is this an actual serious threat to American hegemony and democracy? A lot to get into, a lot to go over. We got some great guests, and I want to give the mic first to Non-Smoker to give his thoughts, and then we'll just go around and see what everyone thinks and then get into it. Cool? Cool. Non-Smoker, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, so the Tenet Media story, I think it resonates with most Americans because there's an overall level of mistrust with the media and information in general right now. I think public mistrust generally lies with mainstream sources, but here we have a comparable example with alternative media. I assume, like all the other panelists here, I'm against misinformation and I'm weary about the media's role, whether it's mainstream or alternative media, as a propaganda tool to persuade the public into acquiescence and consent with an agenda antithetical to the public's interests. With that being said, we should ask ourselves some critical questions regarding the story. How damaging was the content put out by Tenet Media in comparison to the 24/7 multi-billion-dollar news industry, which is completely controlled by private interests, which also includes alternative media, which is controlled mostly by American content creators and often bankrolled by wealthy and powerful Americans who have their own political interests? An additional matter to consider is that if the content produced may have served the interests of Russia, but does that necessarily mean it's untrue? Content, regardless of its source, should be taken on a case-by-case basis. Its veracity is not necessarily contingent upon its origin. I don't disagree that the individuals involved are guilty of what they are accused of, but I have serious doubts regarding the potential damage caused by the content they created. I also have major reservations about the inconsistent nature of FARA indictments in general, as well as the hypocritical aspect of the charges themselves, seeing that the U.S. itself has repeatedly engaged in the spread of misinformation, both domestically and internationally. I worry about how this case is going to potentially be used to justify a broader crackdown on dissident voices within media, particularly ones who are critical of the U.S. war machine.
Okay, well, thank you, and we'll get into it as we go. We're gonna go and pass the mic to Dylan. Dylan, what are your thoughts here?
Sure. So honestly speaking, I saw some red flags before everything dropped, and the biggest red flag for me was Tim Pool going on stream talking about Ukraine being the #1 enemy of the world. I know a lot of libertarians who don't want to support Ukraine, but none of them, if I talk to them extensively, are going to tell me that Ukraine is especially evil, or Ukraine is especially horrible, or Ukraine is like demonic compared to all the other statist entities in the world. And so when I saw that, that kind of threw me off. And then I started to see some other things, certain lies that we did find out were pushed by Tenet Media. If something is true, if I know something is true, even if it's pushed by another country, like if China was to criticize an American politician for corruption, there's only so much you can say. But Tenet Media was asking content creators to lie for money. Benny Johnson did do this when he was asked to spread misinformation about the Moscow terror attack, trying to suggest that it was actually plotted or some way organized by the Ukrainians and that these terrorists were trying to flee for Ukraine. Tim Pool also suggested that it was the most likely scenario immediately after the fallout of the terror attack, saying they were the most likely to do it. And the thing that I've noticed about a lot of these content creators is none of them have a good track record in covering the war. Or really a good track record in covering foreign affairs, generally speaking. Not only has Benny Johnson lied about the Moscow terror attack, Tim Pool's lied about the Moscow terror attack. Tim Pool has suggested that it was the Nord Stream pipeline blowing up that started the war in Ukraine, which is just like a basic timeline question. So is it truthful? A lot of it isn't. That doesn't mean all of it wasn't truthful. I'm sure some of it was truthful. You can find corruption in Ukraine to critique. But the reason why these guys were paid money is because, number one, they critiqued interests critiqued American policy that was negative towards Russia, i.e. support towards Ukraine, support towards NATO, etc. And they were destabilizers. Tim Pool is somebody who generally is not pushing topics or content that is constructive. He is somebody who constantly talks about civil war. He's somebody who constantly demonizes his political opponents. He's somebody who brings people on his show to talk about executing their political opponents like Lauren Loomer and others. He is somebody who has pushed not only conspiracy theories around the Moscow terror attack, but conspiracy theories around like Pipelineistan and other foreign policy nonsense that I've seen time and time again. So it's not that surprising that the Russians would want to promote people like him. The last thing I'll say is a lot of these people have started to paint themselves as victims of this. As victims, they have been victimized by the Russians because they were tricked. And it is true that probably a decent amount of them were tricked. We don't know which ones knew what. We're just going to have to wait and see. It looks like the founders probably knew more. It looks like the people that were recruited probably knew less. But I will say, if somebody comes up to you to offer $400,000 a month plus a $100,000 signing bonus for a job that has no prospect of profitability, that both founders said had no prospect of profitability in the near to medium future, then you should start asking questions. You should start asking questions, especially if you look up the financiers behind that operation and they don't exist. This right here should be a bipartisan thing. Even if you don't like the idea of big capital or anybody with a lot of influence and money paying other content creators to espouse ideas that they agree with, even if you don't agree with that, a lack of transparency in that process makes it 10 times worse, so you don't know who to trust and who not to trust, which is the whole reason people come to alternative media in the first place.
Okay, thank you. Lots to get into there, but let's give some other people a chance for the opening statements, then we'll get right into it. Fabian Liberty Scott, please give us what you got.
Yeah, so there's so much to talk about in this, and so it becomes difficult to parse out, where we talk. I kind of agree with a lot of what Dylan said. I agree, obviously, with almost everything non-smoker said in this, which is always weird to me. But I think I tried to summarize how do we look at this and where do we go? And the way that I kind of want to view it is from a perspective of incentives, right? What are the incentives of every action here? And then I want to look at the evidence, not claims, right? So far we don't have any actual evidence, but we have claims of evidence, and they're probably true, right? Have 3-letter agencies do shit bring people to whorehouses and dose them on LSD and look at them through a two-way mirror. That shit is true, but that's not usually what day-to-day 3-letter agency shit is. The claims are probably true in terms of the evidence. But they're presented in really weird ways that kind of shows the DOJ's incentives here. Such as Lauren Chen, for example. Dylan even brought up one of the major pieces of evidence that shows that she's very clearly not a Russian stooge that knows she's getting Russian money, because she brings up to people, hey, this doesn't look profitable. I don't see a good reason. She's clearly running it as a business, which I think is a piece of evidence in her favor, that she's being defrauded in this to a certain degree. This idea, and again, the left is kind of pushing this narrative, as you saw Dylan do, it's so much money, therefore it should be this giant red flag. That's how Fox News started. That's how Vice started. That is just how these things start, is that you way overpay in the hope of capturing names and getting brand recognition. And then in your 4th or 5th year, that's when you become profitable, right? Fox News was not profitable for the first 5 years. They just burned investors' money. Why? Because you need to get a big name and you have to spend a lot of money. As the adage goes, it takes money to make money. When I look at the incentives again, I look at the DOJ, I'm like, well, what is the DOJ doing here? Right? Why are they bringing this case? Because we see the 2020 shutdown of the Mueller investigation. Well, why was that investigation shut down? It wasn't because they lacked evidence. At least that was the claim by the Justice Department. It was that in order for them to go through with the trial, it would require showing the Russians their intelligence gathering information, because it would require them in discovery to show them how they got their information, how they got Discord things, how they got their text messages, how they get emails, who the potential assets and spies might be. And so it wasn't worth it. And there's this seems to be even less worth it than, let's say, influence at the DNC. This is just influence of a few conservative streamers. And so it kind of looks like they're taking a crisis, and it kind of looks like Russians probably did do this, right? Tried to get some influence, maybe in the beginning stages of setting something up. But then I look at the Russians and I'm like, okay, they were going to get caught, obviously. If they were going to keep funneling money into the biggest names in alternative media to try and grow a Fox News, Vice News competitor, they thought the CIA and the FBI and the IRS would never find out that the Russians were backing this. They obviously knew they were going to get caught. And so if they knew they were going to get caught, what's the goal? Are they just incredibly incompetent and stupid? Potentially. I think the more likely goal is that they wanted to get caught. And as soon as they get caught, the Department of Justice, the Democrats, Hollywood, and the institutions, and the neoliberal kind of elite pushing the globo homo agenda acts absolutely predictably, which is freak out, call Tim Pool a traitor, start blocking people, remove people on YouTube, censor people, make up bullshit, and sow division and chaos in this country. So, I want to look at the evidence. I want to look at the incentives. I want to kind of get to the bottom of this and hopefully have a good conversation. But so far, my takeaway is very simple. I think that the evidence is likely true. The conclusions that the DOJ is drawing from them are bullshit and stupid. They probably know it's not a real case in the end, because they're probably going to have to drop it for the same reason they dropped Mueller case. And I think the most likely stooges of the Russians are left-wingers like Dylan Burns that push hyperbole on what's going on as a means of sowing division instead of focusing on our real enemies.
Okay, we will obviously get into it as we go. Loanerbox, you're up, and then we'll just start this show. Go ahead.
Okay, way back in the Cold War, the Soviets ran something called Operation Denver, which was devoted to try and push the idea that AIDS was created in an American biolab. They did that for quite a while. It had a lasting imprint. I think Kanye had a song in 2005 that says the American government created AIDS, so it left an imprint. But I think since then, historians have kind of realized that this claim didn't originate from the Soviets. It was already floating around beneath the surface amongst American circles. I think it was mostly left-wing activists who'd come up with it first. And then the Russians saw that and thought it was a good idea to amplify it. That's kind of what they do. I don't think a lot of these claims and pieces of disinformation that they come up with are generally their own invention. I think they see it lying around in countries that they're trying to influence, and then they push it that way. And it's very intentional. Like when an RT person was asked about their decisions in the Brexit campaign in the UK, when RT was covering that, they were told by their editor, anything that sows chaos is the RT line. That's the goal. It's to undermine opponents of Russia and ideally to stop countries from voting in governments that will potentially help Russia's enemies, maybe like Ukraine. As far as what happened with this particular case with the indictment, at the end of the day, if you want to do stuff on behalf of a foreign government, you can do that. You just have to register with FARA. You have to disclose it. We know that they didn't, and we know why that they didn't, because we know that Lauren Chen in that indictment was found saying that, well, she said they knew that RT's budget would be large, but, quote, I know being Russian, some folks in the US aren't too hot on them, LOL. Obviously, you look more authentic if you appear as not backed by the Russian government. So you can see why they tried to hide it for as long as they could. We know that they tried to push lies at least once with them trying to push the idea that the attacks from ISK in Russia were actually done by the United States and Ukraine. So we know that that was forwarded in the Discord. Unfortunately, like it doesn't even matter really if they get caught. I mean, as far as what happens with Dave Rubin, Tim Pool, etc. Yeah, maybe they didn't know. I think at least in Tim Pool and Dave Rubin's case, if they didn't know, at very least it is just a criminal level of retardation. I mean, how can you be so fucking stupid to be getting more money in 1 year than Hunter Biden got for his entire 5 years at Burisma and not ask a few questions about what was going on? We even saw an example of one of the questions that Dave Rubin asked, which was that he was a bit worried that this what looks like an AI or stock image of a guy looking outside of a window of a plane. But the only red flag Dave Rubin saw was that in the bio, which is full of spelling mistakes and grammatical errors and typos, that one of the lines was social justice. That's the only red flag he saw. So you can't jail someone for being stupid. You would probably hope that they get discredited for the rest of their lives as commentators for it, or at least for a long time, but it doesn't matter. If you look at the social blades of these creators, they haven't moved. They haven't faced blowback from this from their audiences because their audiences don't care. Like that's what they are selling a product at the end of the day, and that product is chaos. It's political chaos. So probably not much will come out of it. Some people will probably overestimate it. It's very easy to get paranoid and sort to see Russian disinformation everywhere. Now, a lot of it is just American, but Russia definitely exploits it.
Okay. And speaking of disclosures, I do get a check from Progressive Victory. I'm pretty sure Loner does, and Dylan does as well, as far as I know. So disclosed. I don't think they're
damn. I'm on the wrong side. Where's my check, man?
I don't know. You gotta.
I gotta send for the Russians harder. Well, like, what do I do?
But here's the thing that's been said a couple times, right, on this this panel so far, and I want to dig into it, right. And I'm going to ask this to Dylan first. Dylan, do you think this is a briar patch situation? What I mean by that is, right, this is something that the Russians cooked up, hoping that they would get caught, hoping that
it's Russian information operations.
Chaos, right?
I think it's not necessarily that they wanted to get caught. I just don't think they care if they did, because they don't really care about the reputations of Dave Rubin, Tim Pool, or any of these people. In fact, when RT was asked by Fox News to respond to what happened, their statement was, and as follows: number one, ha 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 ha. Number two, ha 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 ha. Number three, ha 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 ha. I shit you not. That was their full statement. So to them, it doesn't matter if they get caught or they discredit some
We do a little
alternative media
trolling.
people. For them, it's like a machine gun. The way that they push disinformation narratives is they put 1 million of them in a gun. They fire every single one at the wall at once, and they see which ones stick. If this would have like lasted for another 2 months and just would have made it through the election, and then they got caught, it probably would have been better for the Russians, because it seems that that it was likely intentioned at targeting the election or trying to affect the outcome of the election in some way. But I think that for them, like, these people are disposable. They don't really care about the assets they get overseas. They see them as like, I mean, assuming that they didn't know, they see them as useful idiots. Assuming that they did know, they see them as traitors who don't respect their own country. So why should they get respect from them? They're just, again, a tool.
Any other
Wait,
thoughts on
you made a claim. I'm curious about your claim that you kind of have hidden in there, right? Which is that you said it seems, but why do you think it seems that the Russians favor influencing the election in that vein or in that degree?
Oh, well, the more chaos and more distrust they can inspire in the election, the less trust Americans have in their institutions, the less trust they have in their institutions, their public figures, and their government, the more friction there will be with their government, the more distrust there is there, the more they're focused on domestic affairs, they're not focused on world affairs. Basically, if you're focused on fighting your government or fighting your neighbor, you're not focused on fighting the Russians.
Well, no, I agree with all that. The problem here, right, is that you're not connecting the dots, right? Like you're jumping to that. Like, I don't disagree that is a stated goal, but that would be just as likely if they got caught, right? And the left was saying that everyone on the right is, like, and when I say the left, I don't mean you specifically in this regard, right? But I mean like the normie people that freak out on Twitter or in the comment sections, right? That always kind of go a step farther than what the commentator says, right? Like, they're the same goal would be occurred by them getting caught. But why would funding Tim Pool or Benny Johnson or especially Dave Rubin, right, who's like is actually like so milquetoast, right? Why would that specifically be the best bang for your buck or like their stated goal in sowing division chaos?
It's impossible to know exactly. Like Tim Pool, I would say he's somebody who's very hyperbolic, generally speaking. Though if you look, you know what? If we're talking about Tim Pool, I hate to do this, but do I have to like read every time he's tweeted out, we're about to have a civil war, we're all going to shoot each other, we're all going to die, right?
No, I think we all know the meme. Yeah, I think we're aware that he's ratcheting the Civil War thing for content constantly.
I think part of it was kind of like, when you're fishing for people like this, you don't get to just choose who you want. It's not like the Russians could just walk up to Ben Shapiro and say, Ben Shapiro, here's a contract, sign. They have to convince the guy first.
Yeah, there's no reason to fund the left, right? Like, the left own Hollywood, the left own most of the bureaucratic state.
Some portion of the
left. The neoliberal left, not the
the
commie left, right? But like the neoliberal, globo homo agenda, WF types, right? Like they are represented in basically all the institutions. So if you're trying to increase partisanship and political chaos, you're going to target right-wingers, probably just because they lack that same institutional
because Russia
power.
has financed fringe communists as well. But yes, when you talk about
Yes,
like
of course,
established people who believe that the American institutions as they lay today should somewhat remain the same or be preserved, are not going to be the person that they're going to be financing. They're going to be wanting to finance people.
Yeah, I agree.
Around the election. My reason why I say that is because this is happening leading up to the election. They are focusing on content creators that are largely political and are covering the election, and the Russians have a history of directly trying to influence American elections. Not even necessarily to get a certain outcome, but to create as much chaos and distrust as physically possible. So, I mean, that's my dots if you want my dots.
I will say as well, if you want a more simple answer, you could also just say, like, I don't believe that Russia could necessarily be the difference maker, like the kingmaker in a US election. But elections are close. It doesn't take that many people, given how the Electoral College works, to actually flip the result. We know that Republicans are less likely to want to support Ukraine than Democrats financially and with arms. It makes sense that they would want people to go Trump. Like, it's in Putin's interest for America to go Trump.
I mean, I guess, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like, we're looking at an indictment, which is a set of claims and some level of, like, you know, like, there's always an extra veil of information that we simply don't have access to, right? So, like, trying to figure out the 4D chess move of the Kremlin.
Do we think everybody should release their
government
communications and stuff, like all the Tenet Media communications and with staff? Because nobody's released like really anything or even described how they were convinced. Tim Pool just said, I remember when Tim Pool described it, he said, I was talking to him. I said no, and then eventually I said yes. And I was like,
Well, I
wait,
mean,
what happened there?
I
Why'd you
think-
say no?
I think-
$400,000 probably happened. I think that's a pretty clear.
Well, so
here's
For
$400,000.
him, it was
Okay.
$100,000. He was a worse negotiator.
So no, I think you would be a fucking idiot to release your communications given the current state of things, and unless your lawyer advises you to do so, right? Like, I don't think there's a moral impetus on any of these people to release their communications whilst they're being targeted and investigated by the DOJ, right? Like, I think what you do is you go to your lawyer and you do what your fucking lawyer tells you to do.
Should they?
right?
Should
Like,
they? As has been.
I think expecting
suggested.
them to do that is just a ridiculous thing or standard that most people
I
wouldn't
think it
put on
should be
anybody.
released eventually. They have to release it eventually, in my opinion. I mean, if
Yeah,
if
I think
you're
if the- I
being
think if
paid-
the case is over,
if
yeah.
we know that you're communicating with people who are getting paid by Russian agents to finance you, and people are like, I don't know if I'm going to trust you on the topic of Russia anymore, because even if the DOJ didn't find something, that doesn't mean something wasn't there. The Russians don't throw hundreds of thousands of dollars around for no
So
reason.
here's the deal.
Can you give us some
Here's the thing.
evidence so we can trust you?
By the way, wait, sorry, just to
Here's the problem. Here's the problem with that.
Just
Here's a
here-
very big problem with
Hold
that.
Hold on.
Which I'll be quick. Here's a huge problem with that.
Very
and the
quick.
huge problem with that is this: is either you trust the DOJ, who has clearly shown in the indictment that they have access to all of the communications, or you don't trust the DOJ. And if you don't trust the DOJ, kinda why are we simping for them then?
Wait,
You know what I mean?
If they have access to all the communications, then it wouldn't matter that they would release them, because the DOJ already has all the evidence.
Right, which they show in the indictment that they have their Discord, they have their emails, right? They're showing emails over a 2-year period.
So
they're
why
showing the
wouldn't they
information
want to
in the
release the
Discord servers.
communications to prove that they were like tricked and they were obviously it was a very good I mean, Tim keeps calling it
Because
a
law is
complex operation,
complicated.
whatever that means.
Because it's complicated, and you go to your fucking lawyer and you do what your lawyer says, right? Because there could be all kinds of issues. No, don't give me that bullshit. You would not hold that standard to every single person that they immediately just release all of their
if you were
communications
going to ask me
against
if
the
I would
advice
hold
of
the
their lawyer.
standard for any of my, if I found out my friend was taking money from the Russian government, I would be as acidic towards them as I would be acidic towards other people.
What if your friend said, "My lawyer said don't release them currently," and then
So
he
you
just
have
showed them
release
to you?
You have to release them eventually. You have to release them eventually. If you want people to trust you again, you have to release them.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with
Tim's
that.
whole argument is that he's innocent, like he's not guilty of any crime, and if the DOJ is seeing all the communications, it's not like any new indictment's going to come out if he releases the communications.
Well, there might be indictments coming down the pipeline. We don't know. I think whether or
yeah,
not
that's why
Lauren
they're not
Chen,
disclosed for now. Yeah,
whether or
What's
not
the
Lauren
negative
Chen and
outcome of them
Liam
releasing it? Like, is it going to hurt their case at all? Like, how does it hurt their case if they already have all the evidence?
I mean, the thing, are you denying that they have the evidence? Like, you know that they have their email and they have their Discord and they have their texts, right?
I didn't disagree with. I said if they have all the evidence, if the DOJ has everything, they got them already, right? Then why would releasing evidence be like, see, they tricked me. I don't know anything.
So here we go.
Why would that matter
Let's
at
say,
all?
I can, yeah. So let's say this is cooked up bullshit by the DOJ. Let's just say for whatever reason, right? We're just pretending. I'm not saying it is. Let's say we're pretending, right? And let's say the French investor isn't real or whatever, but like there were legitimate people, like let's say the PR firm isn't actually Moscow funded, right? They just happen to have Russian-ass names and be a PR firm, which is who Lauren Chen is connected to. If that's the case, and you just release all DMs, all business communications, especially if those communications have information that might be sensitive to other investors or things like that, you might not ruin your public approval, but you might ruin your ability to work with other investors and other people that haven't been implicated in an indictment and also are legitimate, honest actors, but you're putting out their private information. Maybe somebody else is giving them money.
Hold on.
And they're
Just
part
real
of the
quick.
communication. You know what I mean?
Just real
Like,
quick, Dylan.
there are
No, I
reasons
wanna-
not to do that.
I do have a question for Dylan, right? If you want these commentators who've been implicated in this to release all their communications and info, would that include the communications between you and Lauren Southern when you were setting up your hippy dippy? Do you think that she should release the DMs with that?
Sure, if she wants to, because I never talked to her. That was all Connor. You can go
Fair
embarrass him.
Counterpoints. I wish he was here, but that's okay.
Another
but fair enough,
progressive
right?
victory paid person, just for for us to just what happens when some autistic Nazi finds out that the Russians funneled some level of money through progressive victory, right? Does every single progressive victory streamer now have to fucking release all their fucking communications? Like,
Sure,
it's
I'll do
a
it,
pack.
absolutely.
You don't fucking
Yep.
right, but that's
I'm not
choice
in a PV
that you make,
cult.
right? Like, you're like a fucking cop going,
let's
let me
put this
search
out
your
there,
car.
though. Wait,
well, I
okay.
don't
This
have anything to hide.
this scenario,
if
we
you don't
have
have
to run
anything
out
to
so that
hide,
no one
then you
can
should let
show
me search your
anything,
car.
right?
Like, fuck off.
So the scenario we have to believe in order for them not to want to release their communications to show their innocence, as they all claim to be victims, has to be that the DOJ basically just made it all up. That the Hungarian businessman is actually real.
That's not true.
That he is doing work in Brussels.
I just said if there are other private investors that may have been involved but weren't in any communication with those other people.
Look, then
right, but if they do that, then you'll be like, well, what's this blacked out shit? You didn't release all the communications, right?
No, you're just being a cunt. You're just being a little cunt about it.
I'm not being a cunt because you got defeated in an argument.
You're being okay. I've been slain. Okay, look, the problem that I have with this is my problem isn't going to be, wow, you blocked out their address. Oh my God, you haven't shown the true extent of your communications with these agents. Oh, you showed the financial wiring numbers for this.
No, what if they don't want their name involved?
Let me finish. I want the stuff of them communicating on how they got convinced, how Tim went from, I don't want to do it, to, okay, I'll take your money and I will push your lies. I want to see that process, because if they're saying that they weren't fed anything, and that's what Tim is saying, even though he was pushing narratives that they asked creators to push, and we know it, and they were taking this money, then we should just see what convinced them.
This is bullshit. I can prove you're
totally
legitimate. And they were in a Discord. Yeah,
I can prove you're lying.
Mention, just remember the
so
timeline.
You're saying that no, Fabian, you're saying that my standard would be I have to see their address. I have to see the wiring numbers.
Okay,
I have to see
answer this question very quickly.
everything.
Answer this very simple question. Have you ever watched a Project Veritas video on stream and said that this was selectively edited or any of these other things and said, oh, this is selectively edited, I want the full transcript with zero edits whatsoever? Because if that's your fucking standard there, you know that would be... Okay, sure. But I know, I guarantee if we go through your best
Project Veritas, I know that might be surprising to you, but I'm not. I've got their stats.
Right. I guarantee at some point in time you have said that these are selectively edited videos. Maybe not Project Veritas, some other undercover
editing does exist.
Right.
But my problem, my problem would not, I'm not asking for every single message that could reveal every single private piece of embarrassing info. All I essentially want is how these guys got tricked. Not only so they can prove their own innocence, but so other people can see how you can get recruited by these intel operations. If they genuinely think they're the victim, they need to help other people from being victimized.
We both know you're bullshitting right now.
Hold on.
If they did that, you would demand that they show everything.
Hold on,
you just can't stand like a normal piece of like, hey, come on, show me evidence you're not a Russian agent, okay?
We got
I don't know.
Sure. We got
you have nothing to hide.
More
Let me
people
in
on
your
this
house.
panel that we need to get in here. Loner's trying to get in, and I want to give space to non-smoker who hasn't said much as well. Loner, you had something to say. I'm going to give you the mic real quick, and then we're going to pass it to non-smoker and get him in on this because again, I want to expand the conversation a little bit.
Yeah, as far as I know with Tim Pool, it's not that he said no and then they offered him money or something happened. I think he already made the claim very clear with his money, because I think Lauren Chen is communicating with the Russians, as she calls them. And then she says that this will have to be a 100K video to be worth his while. And then he asks about the Edward Gregorian person. They send him that fake LinkedIn. And that seems to be all that it took. It seems to be the fake LinkedIn profile that with this person who apparently is linked to all these big banks and has these like pretty high profile jobs, but can't be found anywhere online. That was all it took for Tim Pool. Dave Rubin at least said, I'd like to know something more. Is there a profile? Is there an article? Is there anything else about him? And then that's when he got given the fucking fake CV. So with Tim Pool, at least according to the indictment, he asked one question and was satisfied by a fake LinkedIn. Is that not right?
I mean, as far as the indictment claims, that's
so I would think right now it makes sense, because maybe he might risk incriminating himself, or like there might be a lawyer telling him not to release these DMs until the future. But if it turns out, when it's all said and done and this indictment's over and there's no future indictments and we know that he's innocent, I think it would probably fair to say that it's in the public interest for Tim Pool to show that he wasn't, like, how exactly he was such a fucking beanie brain that he, like, how this process actually took place for him to accept this money. Because he's a fucking political commentator. Not only is that, he brands himself as a fucking investigative journalist, right? He called himself an investigative journalist. This guy, like, 100K a video from this YouTube channel that's making apps like 2K views a video. Like, yeah, okay. No, people deserve to hear more than that, I think. And that's in the public interest.
100K, 2K views. Let me get on it.
Have you investigated Progressive Victory and their funding, or do you just know that they're a PAC and that they're funded by random people that align with those presumed stated interests?
It's all blue money.
Have you done that?
It's all blue
Yeah, it's
money.
blue
It's all
money.
Dems.
Blue money.
Don't go there.
Yeah, well, act blue. So who knows? You know what I mean? Especially when they don't actually keep track of the
But the thing
CBC
is, I
code.
say
I mean,
it's
if the
blue
Russians
money.
want to
I-
if the Russians want to self-sabotage and like fund some of their loudest opponents in independent media, then whatever, fine. Like, yeah, but I think it's quite unlikely.
Okay, I want to give the ball or the mic, I should say, to non-smoker for a little bit. He's sitting there, very patient, very, stoic. But I want to give you a chance to have a say. So go ahead.
I just want to mention, I mean, in terms of like releasing the communications, I mean, release them, don't release them. I don't give a fuck if they waterboard Tim Pool. Who gives a shit? Like, that's not at all the interesting part of the story to me anyway. I do want to go back to something Lonerbox talked about and something that Dylan mentioned as well. And that's the idea that a lot of the Russian narratives that are pushed in alternative media have to do with like sowing discord and distrust that the American people have, or exploiting, such things. I think that there's a grain of truth to that, but I think it's not so much that Russia is putting that stuff out there and, proliferating those narratives, and that's kind of like the problem. I think the problem is they speak to real underlying problems that American people deal with on a day-to-day basis. Like a lot of the right-wing outlets, I'm not overly familiar with all the content Tenet created, but people like that, right? And in that sphere, they focus on things like crime, they focus on things like immigration, they focus on various, social issues that are, super provocative. And I think that they do that not necessarily because they're trying to get the American people to distrust the government, but the American people kind of have an inherent distrust of the government already, and they're just sort of exploiting that. I actually think the Russians have a very specific political alignment with the right wing, namely Donald Trump. I question to the extent that they collaborated with Trump in such a manner in 2016 that it caused him to win the election. But I absolutely think, I mean, there's tons of documented evidence that Vladimir Putin had essentially like a personal vendetta against Hillary Clinton and the Bidens. I think that the Russians ultimately, even though I think we tend to think of them as like not as sophisticated or well thought out with this stuff, I think that they have a very certain geopolitical goal here in controlling who is in power in America. And that is they want a more dovish stance towards Russia. And they want to politically marginalize, however they can, anyone who has more of a hawkish stance towards Russia.
Thoughts on that?
I'll say the real issues thing too. There's a grain of truth to that. That what they'll do is I don't know, they would do this on Russia Today, is they'll bring on people to talk about things like poverty, or they bring on people to talk about things in the United States, like rundown communities, and they'd go on and on and on, and then they'd transition into a segment about like why Crimea belongs to Russia, right? They'll drag people in with issues that matter to Americans and coverage that maybe they don't feel like they're getting on other outlets, and then they'll spoon feed them narratives that would be useful for the Russian state. Russia Today's main goal, and that it's financed by the Russian government for this, is to advance their interests. So I would be hard pressed to believe that in any point in their coverage, even though you could probably find it with one individual there, the main purpose is to like bring attention to the real issues. It's part of the reason why in some instances they'll bring up real issues, in other instances they'll just make up completely contrived issues. They'll either make stuff up with like the Algerian boxers, or they'll fucking make stuff up with I know that the Moscow terror attack or other things in the United States. I've seen a lot of those same accounts pushing the Haitian cat eating story.
Are you accusing that of being Russian propaganda?
I think he switched over to right-wing commentators.
When we talk about the Haitian cat eating story, I've seen some pro-Russian accounts pushing the story, and so what I've noticed is what'll happen is there'll be some lie or some rumor or some weird conspiracy theory that's online. It'll get picked up, or if it's not developed by the Russians themselves, it'll get picked up, it'll get spread around, and then after a while it'll get spread around, it'll get debunked. But by the time it's debunked by, the liberal fact checkers, heroes, supermen out there, like maybe 1/10 of the people actually see it, and then they'll move on to the next thing.
I think there's a really good example of this is the fake story about, it was two of Zelensky's advisors who apparently were accused of buying yachts for $75 million, right? It never happened, but what happened was that it seemed to originate because MTG tweeted out this like strategic culture intel front that was actually created by the Russians, and they'd already been sanctioned. So like it was already a sanctioned organization running it. So she tweeted this thing out saying that Zelensky's advisors bought a couple of yachts with fucking probably aid money, but it turned out that way before the Russian article came out, JD Vance had just kind of like mentioned it in passing at a TP conference. So it seems to be that they find things that are floating around and then just jump on it and amplify it, because that's easier, right? It's easier to jump on a claim that already some Americans are into than just to like invent one out of thin air. But that still doesn't mean they're not like part of the problem, you know?
Interesting.
I mean, so oh, go ahead.
Please. No, go ahead.
Oh, well, you said please when I said go. Yeah.
Oh no,
well,
yeah. Please go ahead. Sorry.
I just want to say I don't want this panel to divulge into like a left wing, right wing, which issues and debunks are correct and incorrect in this, right? We could obviously debate all of these issues, which is mostly what the culture war on Tenet Media did, right? Was bring on people to discuss these issues, and not a lot of left wing people in that regard, though supposedly he invites them all the time. I don't really buy that. But what I would say is that like the Russians are just one player in a broken social media system that we have in general, right? Like everyday dead internet theory gets more and more real, and like tracking down where or why bullshit narratives spread from the left or the right, because there's plenty of crazy, like to this day, there's a significant portion of the left that believes that Donald Trump staged an assassination attempt and hired a shooter to kill a fireman at his rally because he needed a boost in the numbers, right? Like you can say that the right and the left have these crazy ideas. And so again, returning back to the incentives, right? What is it that Russia is trying to get, if it is indeed the Russians, right? Which, if we just assume that it is true and that it's not bullshit made up by the DOJ, which I think it probably is true to some degree. What is the incentive? And it seems like everyone is kind of agreeing that the incentive is to sow some level of discord in internal affairs. The other incentive is to boost more dovish stances, but the evidence that is the primary thing is really scant in the indictment, right? Like we look at the evidence, it seems that like, yeah, they asked Benny Johnson to produce a video, which you consider, and I don't care to even get into it whether it is or isn't a fake news story, right? Let's just assume. Okay. Sure, I'll even give you that. Like that's not really the concern, right?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but like in my mind, right, I deal with these conspiracy theories all the time because people come to me and they'll be like, Dylan, I heard this about you. I remember going to my dad's friends and I'm having a beer with my dad for the first time. It was a great moment. His friend comes up to me, asks me about fucking biolabs. I interact with this stuff in like some crazy places. I've seen like Tim Pool and all these other creators talk so much about like, man, the lies around 9/11, the lies around all these and I'll hear these theories. I'll hear these theories about conspiracies about Pipelinistan or this, and all these theories about what the deep state's really doing. And then when they're directly getting implicated in what would be considered a Russian deep state operation, it's like doesn't matter at all. They're directly implicated in a conspiracy, and it's like, it doesn't really matter all that much anymore.
But you're playing politics for one side. Like I date a lot of black girls, and I've been to a lot of black cookouts. And let me tell you, when I'm the white guy at a black cookout, there's always one person that wants to talk about like pineal gland shrinking.
You know what? This is exactly the same.
What I'm saying is that there are crazy conspiracy theories that are abound in the left and the right and online and in social media that occur.
Just like black people.
What?
I'm just fucking with you. Just continue.
No, but I'm saying like it's a thing. It's very clearly like a left wing like conspiracy theory. That's not a right wingers that think that the whites have shrunken pineal glands because they're melanin and don't get energy from the sun, and that's why we're bad people.
So but like the vigilante for $2 has told me to say that Scott's being bad faith, and are we sure he's not RT funded? So thank you for that money.
Dude, if I was RT funded, I'd be streaming instead of trying to pick up extra hours.
Fair enough. Can I just ask, maybe to shift the conversation just a little, right after the DOJ indictment dropped, very shortly after, it appears YouTube deleted Tenet's media channels on YouTube, right? All their Tenet,
Lauren.
affiliated,
Holloway.
and Lauren Chen's affiliated, right?
And then they kind of just snuck in
so-
demonetizing Candace Owens too. They're like, while we're at
Well,
it.
I don't know if that was connected to that, but I
No,
think
but it's happening at the
reasonable
same
to
time.
assume. Sure, I think it's reasonable to assume that the DOJ indictment and the banning of Tenet or the removal of Tenet content might be connected, right? Do we think that was the move? Do we think that YouTube, a simple indictment by the DOJ, justified YouTube removing their channels? What do we think, gang? What are our thoughts?
I've talked enough. I'll answer later.
I would say no. I mean, like whatever potential damage the videos would have done, if we're going to entertain that narrative that they're like, the misinformation held within these videos is destroying America. The damage was already done at that point. And I think that it's kind of like a matter of public interest to some extent that if there is misinformation like that being spread by a foreign government, as the indictment contends, and it's a threat to our democracy and blah blah blah, shouldn't we be able to access the content and see for ourselves exactly what it was? I mean, a lot of it is mentioned in the indictment, but not all of it. I don't see why that was necessary. Just my take. I don't know.
I mean, it's nothing to do with damage. It's either whether you broke TOS, or in more unique cases like this, is YouTube is just going to feel like they're going to look bad to advertisers, wherever, if they're hosting a company that was like funneling secretly Russian money to start itself up and host its content. Like maybe it's a bad decision in terms of free speech and everything, but like for YouTube, I mean, it's like that's
Russian
YouTube. It's not like
content on YouTube anyway.
Yeah, there's disclosed Russian-sponsored content. Yeah, but not like people who are caught up in the middle of this massive, like, in this big story with the indictment. So I can see why YouTube felt like iffy about keeping it up, but that's just them trying to save their own face, being a company. I don't think it's necessarily the right thing to do. It's
You're gonna
interesting
lose
you
some
mentioned
DEI. You're gonna lose some DEI points if you keep up shit that's supposedly funded by the Russians. Like it's.
I mean, some of it's already are re-uploaded, but you can see. It's funny that you mentioned Dead Internet Theory, because that was actually one of their videos done by Lauren Southern, and it's funny that in this whole half-hour video,
it's a meme.
In this half-hour video, she mentions Russia like twice, and it's just mocking people who think Russia's interfering in U.S. politics. Yeah, it was just really funny. Okay.
I do want to throw out there, I think that individual content creators should probably not be banned, because we don't have any evidence that any individual content creator like Matt or Kyle or any of these other people, definitely small guys. Can I just say, by the way, Matt and Kyle, they're the ones that are getting fucked, okay? They're the small creators. Tim Pool's fine, okay? The rest of them will be fine. They're both all relatively well known. These are guys who have really now undercut their careers early on when they're trying to grow, and it's going to follow them for the rest of their careers. So, I mean, I don't even want to pick on them, because they fucked themselves in a way. So I'll leave them to their own devices. But like when it comes to the Tenet Media itself, well, can I just, do you want to respond?
No, I thought you were done. It's cool.
I'll let you respond if I can finish my point after. Okay.
I was just saying. I was just going to add.
Okay, you're both are starting. Let Dylan get all of his stuff out, and then we'll give you the ball to you, Fabian.
Yeah. I wasn't
Tenet
trying
Media
to
specifically, I think, should be removed. Tenet Media was not disclosing its finances, which is against TOS, and they're also being financed by a sanctioned organization. And so I think both of those things combined make easy justification for removing it. Information warfare is part of warfare, and they wanted to do it covertly, and it's the dishonesty of that makes me believe that Tenet Media doesn't deserve a place on YouTube.
Yeah, I was just going to say, for right-wing commentators especially, the way that you eat, the way that you make money is not ad revenue, right? Every right-wing commentator knows that their days are numbered to being demonetized on any major platform whenever they put out content, right? Like if you're a left-winger, you're and this is true of the left as well, right? Like, I mean, look at somebody like Destiny, right? But if you're a left-winger, you have a much longer timetable, at least statistically speaking, that you're going to get demonetized or that you're going to get removed from the platform if you're discussing politics. But if you're discussing right-wing politics, like most of your videos are going to get demonetized individually anyways. Like I think like 90% of my videos get demonetized within like the first 10 seconds that they go out. It's very rare that I have a monetized video. But the way that you make money is by brand deals, right? Like, and so when you get implicated in really poor business decisions, as well as potentially, being funded by the Russians or something, right? I was just kind of adding to that. That's pretty much going to ruin your career to make any money. Because even if you get a following, What are you going to do? Get a following on Rumble? Like, even if you get a following on YouTube and you get your account back, you're still probably going to be demonetized for 90% of your content anyways.
I mean, I was demonetized for 10 months. It was brutal.
Right.
It cost me like $30 to $40,000, which, as you know, somebody running the margins on my business as I do, it's pretty brutal. I don't really work much with brand deals, but I also run a different business than they do. But it is true that they've probably screwed themselves. Like, I have no problem going after and even though I disagree with them probably on everything, but there's no reason for me, because Tim and the rest of them, they're the ones that are going to go on. Their metrics haven't been affected at all. They're the ones whose reputation needs to be dragged through the mud on all these issues. They're the ones calling themselves investigative journalists while not doing an investigation into who giving them hundreds of thousands of dollars. They're the ones that went to Libya and fucking, Tim went to Euromaidan. People forget this. He was in Euromaidan during the Euromaidan revolution. He was on Reddit doing Ask Me Anythings. Like, ask me about the war, I'll tell you all. Ask me about the Euromaidan, I'll tell you all the things. And now he's gone down to the level where he's calling Ukraine like the #1 enemy of the United States. His reputation's shit. These are the people that should be getting the main damage from this, honestly.
I don't disagree with what you're saying there, but the money thing has to be addressed, right? Because this is like, it reminds me of like why there's a cap on how much juries are allowed to award people in car accidents, because people know how much money insurance companies have, so they'll just come up with astronomical figures, because they just hate people that have a lot of money, and they're just like, whatever, you have billions, you can pay, $1 billion to this person for getting rear-ended and having their neck hurt, right? It's kind of the same situations going on here, and both you and Lonerbox, Dylan, have kind of like put this out here, like it's this astronomical amount of money. It's probably 4 times more than what his show is on Culture War is worth. But again, that's how this business is run. Like Tim Pool makes a lot of fucking money, right? I don't know exactly how much money he makes, but he makes a lot, right? And the idea that it is astronomically too high, well, Lauren Chen went to him once and he denied it and said, no, that's not enough money. She went back to her investors, and then she's like, look, in order for this to be financially feasible for him, he needs $100,000. I think that's too much money. I think that we don't have it. And then they went ahead and did the deal anyways, right? So it's not like they came to him with this astronomical amount of money that he couldn't fucking turn down. That's what he said Culture War was worth for a new burgeoning conservative media platform, knowing that the business model is to get big names, grow your business to profitability years down the road. It's just that he's rich. And so we're like, it's too much money. That should be a red flag. No, that's what he negotiated. It's not a red flag.
No way. Sorry.
It should be.
Standards for creators of that size.
I want to give it to Loner. I want to give it to Loner. Loner, go ahead.
I think he compared it to, who's the fucking footballer who's married to Taylor Swift? He compared it to that, as if he's in the same league as that guy, as if he's in the same league as that fucking guy, right? Like, no, like this. Maybe if it was he's like one of the biggest political channels on YouTube, right? Like, is there a bigger political channel on YouTube? Okay, we're talking about YouTubers. Okay, do you know how people talk about how like alt media growing and all that, but it's still basically dwarfed by the size of mainstream media? Do you understand that like connection? Like this maybe for like Mr. Beast, maybe. For Tim Pool, that would have been that should have been a red flag. For an investigative journalist,
how is it a red flag?
Debunker,
he negotiated that money, and yes, it's more than it's worth. Like, it's a bullshit talking point that you say to give cannon fodder to your audience. Like, it's not a real, genuine thing that you're saying. Like, there's plenty of real critiques that you guys have given in this debate that I completely agree with. But to say it, you just know that people hate rich people and that it's a lot of money, and you know that it makes him look bad and he's your political enemy. What? So you say this bullshit line. Like, it's bullshit. Do you think it's not honest. Do you think Tim Pool did his due diligence with finding out whether or not that money was legitimate or not, or whether or not there was something behind it? I don't know what you mean by due diligence, but I certainly know that he did not investigate it in any way, shape, or form close to what someone who's also claimed to be an investigative journalist ought to have done to ensure the safety and security of their business dealings. Right? Like, you don't think part of the money was part of that red flag, the amount of money, like $100K a video for like a one. Did they offer him $100K a video, or did he negotiate that? He negotiated with his friend. He asked for it. He said, "This is my number." Right? So like then you're saying that number should have been a red flag when it's literally the number he fucking gave. How is that a red flag? The red flag is that they have that money. Again, that's how business is done when you're one of the biggest names in conservative media, period. Like,
see, I would understand it. Wait, if this was Fox,
like,
I would
it's just
still
a
be
bullshit
that's a
talking
lot.
point.
Wait, if this was Fox, I'd still be like, that's a lot of money for Fox. But I mean, at least it's like a reputable. This is nobody. A person that does not exist comes up to Tim and starts, hey, this businessman doesn't exist, is offering you this money. Well, how about this businessman
not a nobody.
that I'm not going to go Google?
His friend, Lauren Chen, did.
His friend
Someone he's
says
trusted
that there's
and
a
worked with for
financer.
years.
Yes, which he shouldn't have, but he said, this person I'm going to trust.
Probably not.
I'm going to trust this person about this financier, this businessman that we don't know, isn't real. Google, nothing comes up, no existence in the world. He says, oh, well, how about more money? They come back with that more money, knowing it's not going to be in a profitable endeavor from their side. And he says, okay, I'll take the money. You don't think in any part of the process, like Googling.
I didn't say that. Of course I agree with that. I literally just said that
Because
he did not do his due diligence.
If somebody came up to me and
as
said, I have
said.
this 2,000 sub YouTube video channel, Dylan, and I want to offer you $2,000-$3,000 a month to give you that. And I said, and I don't want to do this, $20,000. He comes back and offers me $20,000. That should be a red flag because there's no way they can make that money back. How does Lauren Chen access that type of money? She's a contributor to RT. She's been working with the Russians before.
Because it's not the same business model, right? Like you, and I'm not trying to insult you. You're a fairly big name in politics, but you're not fucking Tim Pool, obviously, right?
No, I'm not Tim Pool.
Right. And so what I'm saying is what is
we all
the
agree,
person that is
not
coming
Tim
to him?
Pool. Gotcha.
Right. The person that is coming to him, that is a friend that he's worked with, right? And who has helped out a lot of people, right? She helped out like Actual Justice Warrior, a bunch of people, right? She's helped out a lot of people who's trusted amongst these people, came to him, right? And says, we're starting a new media company and we need big names because we're going to be the next Fox News. We're going to be the next, like we're going to dwarf Daily Wire in 5 years. Like that's the goal. And we have investors for it. Now, I agree with you. He should have done more investigation.
But when you're who's the investor, right? That's a basic
I agree.
question.
Well, he did, but like he didn't go further than that, which he should have, right? He just trusted his friend, which you said, and I kind of agree.
They said Dingleberry, and they said Dingleberry's good. Okay.
That's not what happened. I mean, there was supposed to be a Zoom call, right? Like with the investor, but they, you know what I mean? Like it was more complicated than
there was no Zoom call. They didn't have a Zoom call. They ended up doing a call on a service where you can alter the quality of the audio to make it sound like your voice sounds like something else. They chose that specific service.
Allegedly, but yeah, agreed. Right.
Allegedly, according to the indictment.
Yeah, the indictment is just accusations from the government. Like those, like we don't actually have any. No one has seen that.
That is almost certainly true.
With a 0.4% acquittal rate. Yeah, right.
Okay, what's their
federal indictments
fucking,
have a 0.4% acquittal rate? Right?
What's their percentage on fucking Russia things? Because they've had to drop those before because they can't give the Russians their how they get those things. So if you're at the DOJ, you know, having seen Mueller case get dropped, because if this goes to trial through discovery, Russia is going to discover how they get their information, how they get emails, how different intelligence gathering operations, and they know that it's likely to be dropped. That's a little bit different than RICO charges or like corporations working in South America. Like, sure, you can use the whole corpus, but when we're talking about what people think, at least it's especially when it comes to opinion, right? But if we're talking about how the DOJ operates with Russia 2 months before an election, I don't know. They're fucking, it ain't a 97% win rate. It ain't a 99.6% win rate.
Do you know,
right?
wait, do you know that? Do you know that the DOJ is getting like a 10% plus acquittal rate from investigations to do with Russia? Like that's all their acquittal, all the 0.4% of the 70,000 indictments that come from the federal government. Like, do you think it's all Russians? Like it's all to do with Russians? The Mueller investigation turned out
that question doesn't make any sense. No, I'm saying that.
Are you saying the 0.4% of federal indictments that get the acquittals, is that like all made up of Russian cases or what? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, I'm saying that,
I don't know, if you've got this data, you can show me, because it didn't sound like you do.
No, I don't think you listened to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the entire corpus of indictments and their success rate isn't necessarily going to be 1-to-1 when dealing with obviously political cases that deal with Russia. And when you're talking about those things, I think there is an assumption that is certainly likely at the DOJ that even with these indictments are likely going to be for show, unless they have a really strong case and they're willing to allow the Russians in discovery to discover some of their intelligence gathering operations. And I don't think this is worth the DOJ, and I don't think anyone at the DOJ thinks it's worth giving the Russians in discovery some of the information on their intelligence gathering capacities.
But I mean, even if that's true, that doesn't mean that nobody committed a crime and nobody was covert.
I didn't say
and
that.
Like nothing
I
happened.
agree,
All
I
that
agree,
means
yeah.
is that they might not offer everything, because if they did, then they wouldn't be able to bust up operations like this in the future.
No, what I'm saying is that utilizing past conviction rates in this specific case is kind of a bit of an apples to oranges comparison. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that this case is unique in that it deals with the Russians, in that it deals with elections, in that it deals with, you know, I mean, you have Merrick Garland saying shit that his own that their own indictment doesn't say. Their own indictment paints Lauren Chin as a fucking victim when you actually look at the evidence. And then you have him using like language that is over the top because he knows that he can't. I don't know this actually. Let me pause. Let me not get too emotional. There might be an indictment that comes down the pipeline further with more evidence, and Lauren Chin very well may be super fucking guilty. But what they put out so far is circumstantial at best. And so you have him saying things that he knows can have the same power without actually having to get a conviction. All the DOJ has to do is put forward an inflammatory speech, and they know that people that work with them in the Aspen Institute and NGOs and YouTube and Google will censor for them and will destroy these people without them actually having to convict.
Yeah, I want to give some DOJ stats.
Horseshit,
Some stats have been thrown out, and I just want to give my viewers kind of a at least from the sources I'm looking at, kind of a more holistic overview. So this is from 2018, okay? So it may have changed in the past 6 years, I'm not sure. But out of the 80,000 people who were defendants in federal criminal cases, 2% went to trial. The overwhelming majority, 90%, pled guilty instead. And the remainder had their cases dismissed. So 8% dismissal rate. So an acquittal rate and a dismissal rate are not the same, right? So acquittal means you go to trial, right? And then you are acquitted. When they dismiss it, it is not counted under that. So
that happens like rape cases all the time. Just because there isn't enough evidence, that doesn't mean a rape didn't occur. It just means that they don't have the evidence to secure one.
It doesn't tell me what kind of cases were.
No. I'm just saying, like in general, I'm agreeing with you that a dismissal doesn't necessarily mean innocence. It just means that the state doesn't want to pursue charges either because it's not worth the money, or they got some concession already, or because they don't have the evidence.
I just
okay. So here's a question. Yeah. Okay, I got you. Yeah. Okay. So here's a question then. What's an example? Because I haven't looked too much into this. What's an example of a federal indictment involving Russia, whatever, that didn't result in any guilty pleas or convictions?
What's an example of a specific case, and then you want to discuss that case?
Are there any?
Isn't there the Concord firms that was dropped for I can't remember the exact name of it. There's a New York Times article that they talked about on it. Let me see if I can grab that for you and throw it in the
okay, while you're grabbing that, I wanted to give
it's in the group chat.
You were trying to get in, I think, and then I know Non-Smoker has been trying as well. So we'll give it to Dylan, and we'll give it to Non-Smoker while you do that. So
No, you can go. I have nothing to say at the moment.
Go ahead, Non-Smoker.
I mean, I don't have too much. I kind of feel like we moved away from like a lot of the points I was more interested in the conversation, honestly. I do
bring
think
them up.
that
The floor is yours. Bring it back.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we could just switch to something else entirely. I mean, like, I kind of want to talk about FARA a little bit. You know, like, I kind of think it's worth mentioning. FARA, if anyone's not familiar, is like a relatively, or was at least pre-2016, like relatively obscure, rarely used, piece of, I guess, federal legislation to try and indict foreign nationals. And the application of FARA is like very, I would say, inconsistent across the board. There's a number of examples. There's a number of examples of people who do things to try and influence the U.S. population and the outcome of elections on behalf of other governments, namely Israel, is probably the biggest offender of all. And there's lots and lots and lots of example of people who spread propaganda on Israel's behalf, yet they are not indicted under FARA. But it seems that everybody associated with spreading Russian narratives is. And I want to know if anyone else has a take on that. Like, why is it that we don't, the federal government doesn't utilize FARA more often to crack down on, for example, people like, I don't know, you can maybe even make an argument of someone like Miriam Adelson, who spent something like $100 million this election cycle. I know a lot of that is through legal lobbying, right? But there's also to consider the fact that she owns a media outlet in the U.S. Or co-owns the Las Vegas Review-Journal. She's a huge supporter of Benjamin Netanyahu. She owns one of the larger newspapers in Israel, promotes Netanyahu's campaign. Someone who's spending that amount of money has that amount of power and influence.
Just for my edification.
What?
Is she an American citizen?
She's an Israeli-born person who I believe has American citizenship. Yes,
okay, so
but she spends unbelievable amounts of money advocating for the interests of a foreign government.
Which you can do. That's nothing to do with FARA, though, right? Like,
well, I guess that's my point. It doesn't fall under FARA seemingly because some of her efforts are legal lobbying. But I would argue the amount of money and the amount of power that she wields, the amount of influence she has through various channels. I mean, like, what about Rupert Murdoch and the amount of positive, promotion of Israel's interests that entire media network does, and his close relationship with Netanyahu as well. I mean, like, there's lots of examples. I mean, the Israeli spyware firm, we could go into a bunch of different examples. But I'm wondering, why is it that FARA is never really applied towards people who promote Israel's interests, but it is exclusively almost for people who promote Russia's interests?
Because there's no evidence that the Israeli government gives money to AIPAC. That's it. That's all. It's open and shut. And AIPAC's existed for a long time. U.S. presidents have been at odds with AIPAC at different times in history. Like, we've had the behavior of Ronald Reagan towards Israel when it came to their behavior in Lebanon. We've had Jimmy Carter fighting tooth and nail against fucking Menachem Begin over the Camp David Accords. We've got withholding of $10 billion worth of aid from Bush Sr. and James Baker when it came to the Madrid Peace Conference in the 90s. Like, American presidents have been pretty aggressive towards Israel at different times. Something would have come up by now, wouldn't there? The Israeli government giving money to AIPAC or anything else? That's why they're not under FARA. It's probably because they don't get money from the Israeli government. Also, this Concords case, this was not thrown out just for a lack of evidence, was it?
I literally said it was. That was the case that I was discussing, where I said that it wasn't worth it to the DOJ because they would have to give in discovery the Russians information on some of their intelligence gathering procedures, right? So it's just not worth it to get convictions when you've the thing is that a lot of this is like, once the indictment comes out, right, to give the DOJ like their due diligence, right, to try and not be as anti-state as I am, because fuck the DOJ, but to give them their due, right? Like if you do the indictment and you make it public and the media is covering it, right? Like they've kind of already been exposed in that avenue, right? So some of the damage, just getting indicted does a lot of damage between legal fees and a lot of those things, right? I mean, like you some might even call it lawfare to a certain degree, where just the case itself is going to cost you a lot of money and expose a lot of things. And so it's not worth it to the DOJ. I would say that similarly, I don't think that this case, unless there's more indictments coming down the pipeline, right, where there's more information, I don't think when I say it's kind of a bullshit case, I don't mean that the evidence is cooked up by the CIA. What I mean is that it's probably not going to go to trial and lead to a conviction because it's not worth it for them to do so, because they would have to, in discovery, give up information that they probably don't want to give up. And it's way more worth it for them to just say how evil Lauren Chin is, say that these people are like, like hint that they're traitors and like let YouTube censor them, let the lawsuits proceed, let their reputation be damaged. And also they get a win for their election cycle, to help their candidate. And then they can just kind of let it go.
No, I completely I feel like you're always like saying about the right thing, and then you have to like shoehorn this bit at the end where it's almost like you just use different words.
You think Merrick Garland is in support of Trump?
Like it just sounds like you're saying like the DOJ is coping ahead of time because they think the Democrats might lose the election. That sounds like what you're saying. But at the end of the day, like they had a criminal case. Same thing with Concord, because it wasn't thrown out for lack of evidence. It was thrown out for, like you said, like there was a lot of like fucking wacky shit going on around that.
They want to do
security.
They want to do the I'm saying that my prediction, unless there are more indictments with additional evidence coming down the pipeline, that the DOJ's goal here is to do reputational damage, to get their money and their businesses hurt in such a way, to harm these people that they believe are at the very least Russian funded bad guys, right? Like it doesn't even necessarily need to be our political opponents. And I'm also saying, yeah, if you want to do that, if that's your goal, the perfect time to do that is 2 months before an election. Like that's when you would want to do that. That's when it's going to have the most impact. It's going to get the most news. It's going to do the most damage, and it's going to help you in your aligned goals. If you believe that like right-wing influencers are, funded by Russians and that this is a problem and that they have the wrong opinions, like it is to state that like the DOJ is like this entirely unbiased, unpolitical entity that doesn't have part of that as their interest is just silly.
So it seems like they're onto a crime, but the timing is convenient because it's close to an election, right? Am I just summarizing you more or less accurately, like in a short way?
I would say that the two Russians indicted specifically, if they're not lying, which I don't think they are, I think the most likely scenario is that they did commit a crime in terms of FARA. Now, to non-smokers'
so my next question
how
is,
big of a crime is that?
Well, my next question though is that like Tenet Media, how long was this operation going for?
A little over a year, I think.
Like a year.
I think it's like a year and a half.
The time it took them to figure out something was going.
Yeah.
So the time it took them to figure out something was going on, to gather the evidence, and then to produce the indictment. How long should they have taken to do it? Should they have done it like 2 months ago?
Started.
Again, this operation is not that. It's not that old. Tenet Media has only been around for about a year.
We don't know when the operation started, and we also don't like. I like if you want to bring other similar cases and give me a timeline and see if this is within the normal timeline, sure. I'm just saying that I'm not even saying that the DOJ 100% did this 2 months before an election. I'm just saying that would be the perfect time if you were to look into if you were to assume that their interests and motivation was reputational damage to conservatives.
So Tenet launched in November. Tenet launched in November 2023. I think they. No, wait. Stop diverting, please. It is very unlikely that this was a timed indictment for political reasons. It's like this company's been around for less than a year. They've been doing this for less than a year. I don't know the time it takes to notice something's happening, to gather evidence, and then to produce an indictment. Like
again, if they had done this, you don't know. If they had done this out of your ass.
If they had done this 2 months ago, or 3 months ago, or 4 months ago, people would have said, that's like 6 months away from an election. No, that's 7 months away from an election. The year before the election seems a little bit cookie to me. Come on. Like, you're the one pulling shit out of your ass.
I'm not. What did I pull out of my ass? I said that it's perfect timing. It's called an October surprise for a reason. It's mid-September. This is literally the honey.
I don't think it's going to impact.
This is the sweet spot.
It's an October. I forgot about the.
I agree.
I thought this was just maybe like the average time it might take to produce an indictment. And you've seen something that's going wrong, but no, I forgot about the October surprise. Fuck me. Okay, like we talk about APAC then. Okay, fine. That's fine. I forgot the October surprise.
You're pulling it out of your ass, and you know it. You're just saying nuh-uh, and I'm not even saying that it is true. I'm just saying that if I was going to do the most reputational damage, this would be the perfect time to do it. Yes, there's an insinuation that it might be that, but again, I'm not making any claims that I know.
Would you say the same thing about
Oh my god, I thought it was October.
Would you hold the same standard for the would you reopen that standard for the Hillary case when they reopened the case into Hillary, like just a little bit before the election? Do you think that had political motivations to sabotage Hillary Clinton?
Obviously did. Trump's campaign was lock her up, right? And it was all bullshit.
Wait, so you think that the Obama
I think
DOJ
multiple
had a political motivation to sabotage Hillary Clinton's campaign going into the 2016 election?
No, sorry, I was thinking was it Bush? No. Sorry, that bitch has been investigated so many goddamn times. It's hard to remember.
Not
which side was
Benghazi.
which.
I'm talking about
okay, okay, you're
Hillary
talking about
emails.
the emails.
They reopened it right before the election, and it did have an electoral impact, I think.
I don't I would say obviously it's, if the DOJ in that regard is biased in that favor, is that probably wasn't the motivation, right? And that was just poor timing.
I'm not alone.
At the same time, I'm struggling to remember all of the details of 2016.
It's okay. It's
Hillary
like
email
it's been a long time. I understand. There's another thing I wanted to say.
There's so much shit that has happened there, right? But what I thought you meant, like the concept of utilizing that in that time period, like obviously that was grabbed and used as a big part of Trump's campaign.
Again, it's been a while.
Go ahead.
But I believe the Hillary Clinton email thing wasn't the Department of Justice. I think it was the FBI or.
Was it the FBI that reopened the?
Well, no, I think it was. If I remember correctly, the FBI was pressured into it by Republicans, right? I'm pretty sure it was Republicans in the Senate that were like clamoring for this, like a couple months before that, trying like, which were almost certainly that hyper fixated on that issue because it would harm Hillary.
So you're saying that so you would say the reopening of the FBI investigation weeks before the election was politically motivated, that they did it to try to sabotage Hillary's campaign?
I would say that the Republicans pushing it to the point where the American public and so many people in the media, etc., felt that it needed to be opened because of other things going on.
That close before the election, but
also what occurred? But also. You also had right before the election the was it the director of the FBI coming out and saying, yes, what she did was illegal, but we don't recommend any charges, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
can I get to my point? It's like, for me, we could just say, because of where it was, that it was convenient. But you could also, like, if it was in 2022, it would have been convenient before the midterms. If it was 6 months before the election, it would be 6 months. It's still pretty convenient. I mean, the election's right after. I mean, my question would be, what time period?
I agree that we're kind of always in an election cycle, right? All I'm saying is that
definitely
when
in the
you're
Trump
a month
era.
or two, I think when you're a month or two out from a presidential election, that is very obviously the sweetest spot to have any type of case or anything occur.
Don't forget, there's nothing more surprising than an October. There's nothing more surprising than an October surprise that happens in September as well. Don't worry.
Okay, there's two other things I want to talk about. I want to respond to non-smoking.
I don't understand why we're hyper focusing on this. This is silly.
Hold on. Well, let's toss it to Dylan, who wants to address something non-smoker.
Yeah, so I want to agree with non-smoker on principle, but disagree about like specification. So I agree on principle about like the problem with super PAC money and the idea that one person could come in, funnel millions upon millions of dollars into an issue that most Americans probably don't even care about or don't know much about, and they're going to end up having outsized influence on American elections compared to what the rest of the American public believes in.
Obviously, you don't care that much. You're funded by Progressive Victory. You're funded by a PAC.
Wait. There's a difference between taking $1,000 as an open admission that I am a Democrat who's working to get Democrats elected, and somebody funneling tens and billions or billions of millions of dollars into ad space or stuff to impact like issues that people don't care about. There's
the only difference is scope. The only difference is scope and the amount of money that you were paid, because you're not.
You don't think that? So to be clear,
much.
Does nobody in here believe that like political parties should be able to hire operatives or employees or work with? That's like not allowed.
No, I'm just saying it's hypocritical to say that you agree that PAC money influencing elections is a problem whilst taking PAC money. Like, that's stupid.
I said I agree the idea that PAC money funneling tens of millions of dollars into ad space, into issues that don't matter or don't matter to the majority of Americans, or
so it's okay because it matters because you're talking about the real issues.
Scott, do you like just listening to yourself talk constantly and you just can't stop? You just gotta keep.
I like to interrupt hypocrites that are like burying themselves. It's funny.
Yeah, and I think you like to talk a lot. My problem is not with the idea of people hiring people for campaigns, the idea of PACs existing. My problem with the idea of super PACs dominating political politics, the idea that super PACs are the ones with the big money and the campaigns are actually trying to outcompete the super PACs to outraise, and super PACs, unrestrained, unconnected directly to campaign, are the ones that dominate American politics. I can have a problem with the domination of political super PACs and also agree that operatives can still be hired, Democrats can still hire Democrats, Republicans can still hire Republicans. I can agree that there should still be a political operation that operates while also saying
you don't have the same principle.
Completely dominate.
The only principle that you have is that one is bigger and therefore it has more influence. Like that's a bullshit principle.
Yes, that's
like,
wait,
and they're saying
okay,
two wrongs make a right. So because the super PACs exist,
you're an ANCAP.
the other PACs need to exist.
You don't believe in moderation.
Here it comes. When you're losing and flailing like a little bitch, you bring up my philosophy that has nothing to do with what you're saying.
Okay, hold on. Both of you, real quick.
But you're a neoliberal. Of course you agree.
Okay, my God.
Pull him back.
Both of you, really. One at a time, please, right? I enjoy the energy. I love it. I get it. You're both raring to go, right? But again, I want to give Dylan a chance to answer the accusation. Hypocrisy, because you believe that super PACs dominate and you are accepting PAC money. That's the accusation. How would you respond? Once he's done, I'll let you respond, Fabian, but you got to let him finish. Go ahead.
I can believe that a 50% income tax is bad, but still believe in a 5% income tax. I can believe that political parties can hire employees and work with people. I'm a Democrat. I've always been an open Democrat. I've worked for Democratic politics before I was even an adult. 16, 17, 8. I was working before then too. This has also always been very open. I believe that should be able to function, but there's a difference in moderation between a political party. For example, this is why we have limits on personal contributions. Why I am allowed to donate $5,000, but not allowed to donate $100,000. I can say that that limit should exist while also believing that individuals can contribute to political campaigns. I can believe that political PACs can exist, can hire people, can operate, while also not believing that they should dominate American politics and be the main financiers of our system. I can believe both things at the same time.
Fabian,
so the individual donation cap exists under a concept that I don't necessarily agree with, right? But under a concept that one person's voice, one person's vote should only be able to support but so much money, right? Like I, as an individual, shouldn't be able to give $40 billion to the Democrats, or like, an absurd amount of money from New York City swinging, Virginia's election, for example, blue, right? But that concept is not the same when PACs can receive as much money as they can get, so long as they, fill out the proper paperwork and, get enough Act Blue individual contributions that aren't really tracked very well. The concept that you're saying that this is somehow different because one has more power is absurd. It's not the same thing as a 5% versus a 50% income tax, right? Because the question is, there is an effect that occurs from a 50% income tax that has a negative aspect on GDP ratio and our ability to grow the economy versus a 5%, that it's less effect. You would be perfectly happy taking money from a super PAC if the super PAC was willing to give you money and that super PAC also happened to have the same interests and goals and you had the same interests and goals. You're pretending to have a principle, but you're not actually showing one. You're just saying super PAC's bad because they're powerful. The PAC that pays me, good, because I represent good values in the lower guy. It's bullshit.
My point was, you completely missed my point. You dodged it like a bullet. My point wasn't that taxes are just the same as super. My point was, I can believe, for example, in small government, someone could be like, I want 5% instead of 50% because I think it's better for the economy. I think it's better in this way. I think it's better. I think the moderation here would be better. I think we can still gain the goals that we need to with this. Because if you didn't have any tax, even if you're against tax, that could mean the system couldn't work. And I think with our sprawling political system that we have, the idea of political PACs existing is fine. It's a question of their scope, power, influence, how much money they can inject into elections, wanting to have a moderation position on PACs and how they operate in our system. I mean, this is like perfectly, I think, morally consistent position to have. You can disagree with it. You should think maybe you could disagree political positions of where all PACs are gone and it's only individuals or no one donates and everybody just goes and votes or whatever. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. But me moderating my position on PACs is not hypocritical. It just means I'm not as radical on PACs as you are.
So just to be clear, just to be clear, just to you, Fabian, just so I'm understanding, are you alluding to or accusing what Dylan, myself, and Loner are doing, taking PAC money, to be similar or in the same realm as what Tim Pool, Lauren Chen, and the others did in taking Russian money?
I mean, I would say that there are substantive differences. But for the most part,
Yeah.
I would say it's basically the same, right?
Pretty
The only
similar.
difference that the only difference I would say
you think it's
is
similar?
that
Okay.
well, I mean, like, so the difference is do you believe in the values of the institution or the investor that is giving you money, right? What are the values that are represented there, right? You guys, I would assume, for the most part, believe that the values that the Russians represent are bad and that the values that Progressive Victory represent are good. That's why the Russians don't pay you money and the Progressive Victory does, because you represent their values. And if they give you money, that's money that allows you to stream more, get better equipment, and be able to outcompete your competitors that don't get that money because you put on a better show because you have more money, et cetera, to grow that. That is the goal. The goal, however, assuming that the Russians didn't do this hoping to get caught, it wasn't some 4D chess move, right? If the goal is just to boost voices, they're doing the same thing. They just have different values. And so the concept that one is evil because the values are evil is a perfectly fine thing to have, but it's not consistent with the concept that super PACs are bad because they have more power when they're doing the same.
Well, let's
thing.
give let's give that the retard test then. Okay, so let's say you're in America in 1940 and Progressive Victory exists as it is now. As far as we know, it's not funded by any foreign governments. Okay. Would someone taking money from Progressive Victory
your due diligence?
Would someone take money from Progressive Victory in 1940 in America be equivalent to them taking money from Nazi Germany in 1940 in America to do commentary? Would that be the same to you?
I think in 1940, if you were taking money from Progressive Victory, you would probably be pretty reasonably known to be a communist sympathizer, right? And I would say communist.
Don't introduce. I know. Don't introduce.
Yeah, it would be just as bad.
No, wait. Sorry. Don't introduce new variables to dodge the question. I mean, the Progressive Victory of today that is not linked to the Soviet Union or any foreign governments. It's just a left-leaning within the system group.
Right, but their mission
Would it be
statement
morally
clearly
equivalent
states
to
that
them
their
taking
goal.
it from the
hates
Nazis?
Their mission statement clearly states as a goal that they want to push and train social justice activists, and that they want to create a progressive wing that is radically left in our government to force the DNC to move farther
Okay,
left.
sorry.
So to say that it's just like a left thing, it's kind of bullshit, right? Like, it's not a neoliberal thing. It is quite very much super left-leaning.
Social democratic.
Right, in 1940s standards, right? You asked the
okay.
question. If you asked in 1940 standards, that would be
I
think
they'd be like,
Why
these
you
are
have to
communist.
reframe the question? I could just answer.
I'm not reframing the fucking question.
Holy
The
shit.
question is, would it be as bad as the Nazis? Yes.
But you're assuming that this is okay. Do you think Progressive Victory has some kind of goal to institute central planned economies across the United States, like the Soviet Union?
If it is,
so they're not like
that's
it's
money.
not equivalent. So it's not equivalent to taking money from the communists in the 1940s. Okay, so we've got that out of the way. Stop introducing new fucking parameters. It's a hypothetical with isolated fucking variables. I'm just asking you, Progressive Victory.
Answer the question. You don't like the fucking answer, right? I think progressives are as bad as Nazis.
My fucking question.
I think Nazis were progressives. That is, they're very similar.
We've
factory
gone,
beautification, largest union that ever existed.
Holocausting
per
6 million
capita.
Jews, invading countries, fucking north.
Yes,
east,
I
west,
agree.
yeah.
Socialists are evil. Yes. What do you want
I
from me?
wanna
You asked an
bring
ANCAP
us
if I
back in
like
a little bit.
socialism.
No.
I'm waiting for the Progressive Victory
Lebensraum.
Lebensraum. It's coming, okay? Progressive Victory is going to launch all kinds of invasions.
Like, and
okay?
just for my audience's sake, if it does come to light and you have evidence that Progressive Victory is receiving money from an enemy of the United States, let me know, and I will quit Progressive Victory that day, and I will look into recompensating people.
I'll even release my communication.
Wait. Sorry. I need to get this. I need to get this answer from someone who's not completely fucking compromised. Non-smoker. Same question. Progressive Victory.
Well, no, I mean, listen,
or Nazi Germany in the
obviously-
40s. Which one's worse? Taking funding from them.
Yeah, okay. Obviously, nobody likes Nazis. I understand what you're trying to say, and that if
And answer the question.
given that
You obviously have a
binary,
bit on Twitter.
well, given that binary, right? Of course, I would not consider what Progressive Victory is doing now, or in fucking some imaginary 1940 scenario, the same as accepting money from Nazi Germany. No, it's not the same, of course. But I think the argument, or at least where I agree with Fabian, and maybe we don't agree as much as I thought we did, but it's the idea that people in media of all different sizes, whether they're independent content creators like you guys, all of us, right, or mainstream news media figures, are pushing someone else's agenda, right? Be it the Russian one or be it the Democratic Party's agenda. And there's something, the reason it's controversial, I think this is the reason so many people were critical of PV, is the idea that many of the viewers were under the impression, many of the viewers on Twitch were under the impression that, okay, I watch Dylan, I'm hearing Dylan's point of view and Dylan's perspective on all of the issues. Then it comes out that Dylan accepted money from this kind of sketchy, shady PAC, which, yeah, maybe their politics, well, just in shady in a sense of we don't know the origin of the money, right?
Public filings, you can see the money. What do you mean?
Well, no, but I mean, like, we don't know who's bankrolling Progressive Victory, right?
You can even see, like, my stuff's been leaked. You can, like, see everything. I don't know what the fuck.
Listen, I don't even think...
You can't see individual donations under, like, $2,500.
You can even see how much money I'm making. Like, it's all been leaked.
Right, but I think the idea is that people get upset because they feel like, okay, now I feel like Dylan isn't speaking as Dylan. Dylan is speaking as someone who's sponsored by this big money entity. And it's kind of similar with Tenet. It's like, okay, well, these people in Tenet made all this content, but they're not making content that they really believe, the views of or whatever. They're pushing some other narrative that someone else, in this case, a foreign government wants to forward. And that's why it's an issue. It's like a dishonesty that the viewer sees with the content creator, the media outlet. It's like, I can't trust them speaking with any integrity. They're accepting money. That's the similarity. It's not even the similarity of the politics or the message or whatever. And I think what Scott is saying is, okay, Dylan and I agree that like super PACs, and we all agree it's on a much bigger scale, right? They have undue influence, right? They have too much power, too much influence in terms of swaying public opinion, and they often determine the outcome of elections, right? Dylan can say that, but at the same time, he's accepting money from this PAC, and in a sense, he's kind of, guilty of the same thing. And in a way, you could argue he's proliferating someone else's message, I guess is the point, right?
Yeah, but you don't actually believe that, do you? You don't think Dylan or my message or my politics or Dylan's politics have changed since we got involved with PV?
No, look, I think, to tell you the truth, you guys, no. I think PV doesn't pay you enough money for you to control your entire narrative, and I don't know either.
No, they don't control any of our narratives. Like they don't give us any directions to
individually. I don't know. Listen, I don't know either of you fucks individually. For all I know, there's a price tag where they could. I have no idea. But I mean, was it
$400K a month?
Wasn't that a whole thing of like how much money would you accept to read Mein Kampf on stream or something like that?
Yeah,
like
more than you got.
Maybe you guys
can read something on stream. That's just literature, isn't it?
But maybe my point is maybe you guys have a price tag. Maybe you don't. I don't know. I don't really give a fuck. The point is, I happen to think that they're not paying you enough anyway. But I think there are smaller content creators or people in that PV orbit who they want social acceptance, they want Destiny to like them, they want attention, they want to get their little streaming career off the ground, that, yeah, they'll totally toe the fucking line, 100%. And, I think there's a lot of content creators like that, a lot of small ones, for sure.
You understand how you're equating? So what you just read there is you're equating social pressure online or people who want to make friends in the content space versus taking money from a sanctioned foreign government that is actually kind of adversarial to the United States right now.
Well, I mean, the problem here...
The way in which I'm equating it is that people are, for whatever reason, whether it's financial incentive or social incentive or both, in the case of PV for smaller streamers, they potentially could be spreading narratives that they don't 100% believe in because it's convenient, expedient, and beneficial for them to do so. And I think in the same way, people in, mid-level conservative alternative media would be happy to accept money in those totals from whoever the fuck, and would be willing to spread narratives that, as long as they don't go too far from their core principles and their audience's principles, yeah, they'll report, whatever about Crocus or any other number of like sketchy lies or, that the Russians want them to.
I would argue you could do this with literally $0. And the reason I say this is, look, anybody that is like, we're all streamers here. I think everyone knows that there's a little angel and a little devil on your shoulder, right? And that little devil is whispering that if you say something that your audience is going to like, or that is going to potentially cause drama, or that might cause some conflict that is entertaining, right? That might not necessarily be your honest opinion with just your best friend on the back porch having a few beers looking at the stars, right? Like that there is audience capture. And when you're talking about politics and you're talking about, political polarization that has gotten, you could say extreme, maybe it's not extreme, that's kind of a relative term, but certainly more extreme than, let's say, 20 years ago in American politics, right? That you don't even need, like, how did Tim Pool become famous? Right, to even get offered this much money? Tim Pool became famous, as Dylan Burns was setting out, by being hyperbolic and saying dumb shit like Civil War, right? Like by knowing that the audience the biggest size of the audience are people between 85 to 115 IQ, right? Like Slavoj Zizek is not as popular as Tim Pool. You know why? Because normal people can't fucking understand all of the concepts that Slavoj Zizek is saying. But normal people can listen to Tim Pool, well, or cocaine. I don't know what it is, but this nose is fucked. But I mean from the concepts, right? And so like even then, people dumb down what they say as a specific goal to try and get normies to understand it. Like people change and are captured by a bunch of different pressures. Plenty of conservatives are very careful about what they say because they don't want to upset YouTube and get demonetized, right? You look at like that bullshit whatever podcast where they just bring on whores to look dumb, and then they bring on like, a conservative to make the whores look dumb, and then it's all fun. But like multiple times they've brought up Israel-Palestine issues and they immediately shut it down. Is that because they're evil? Or is it because they know that they might get fucking demonetized by YouTube if they start talking about Israel-Palestine, so they don't want to talk about it, and they know their core audience just wants to see whores get made fun of? Like, this doesn't even need to be money to have this influence. And so, like, the greater conversation where, like, there's this magic thing with FARA that the DOJ kind of goes, these are the real bad guys because these are the enemies that the state says.
Fabian, real quick, just don't you think that makes a difference?
Yeah,
so
I do think it makes a difference. Here's the difference. Yes,
funneling money as opposed to a American entity.
Yes,
just engaging
absolutely.
In the
difference is that there is the entity that is funding this specific viewpoint doesn't align with the state's interests. That's the difference.
Well, or the interests of the people, and or if the interests of the foreign government are counter to the interests of the people. But like, okay, I don't know how everybody here feels about guns, right? In light of the most recent school shooting, right? It's an uncomfortable thing. Well,
whichever one you think he's talking about, that's the one.
Firearms lobby spends controlling, the political system and putting people into office who are totally, have totally fucking insane views about guns and think there should be no regulations whatsoever.
Yes.
That's a problem for regular people. That's counter to the interests of regular people and our safety, right? I know there are people that agree with that view, but I think most people generally have like a more rational view on guns than that. It's a serious roadblock to like serious federal legislation to tackle the gun problem. Right? That's an example of how a lobby can work against. Oil and gas companies have a shitload of power, money, and influence, right? And their interests run totally counter to those of a regular person because of fucking climate change. And you could go down the list of the ways that American lobbies work against the interests of regular people all the same.
Agreed. The oil companies really want green energy in the form of solar panels and wind instead of
real
green energy.
So plenty of lobbying groups are against the interests of most people. Okay, I'm sure. Yeah, obviously. But at the end of the day, as well as that, we have foreign governments like Russia who are trying to pay money, millions of dollars, and not doing it for free, paying millions of dollars that we know about to try and fuck with discourse in American politics so that they can have an easier time invading Ukraine.
What Russia wants is for us to stop supporting Ukraine. It's that they don't want regular working people to suffer and be miserable.
A little bit.
Apart from regular Ukrainians.
Right, but you could say the exact same thing about progressive.
Hold on. Let's give it to Dylan. Dylan had a thought. Let's give him the mic.
I would say I don't think the Russians, in and of itself, is to make Americans suffer. But I also don't think that they particularly care if in their goals that they make Americans suffer. For example, I think everybody in here is probably anti-rioting in general. Like, don't burn down your local CVS. Don't burn down the local courthouse. Probably not a good idea. The Russians.
Well, no, burn down the local courthouse. That's okay. I have
except for him, he'll burn down.
But
the
not your
courthouse,
local
okay.
CVS. No. Don't
Okay.
destroy businesses. Destroy
The
state
Russians
institutions if you're going to burn something.
would organize with the Internet Research Agency a Black Lives Matter protest on Facebook, and then organize the counter protest. So there would be friction between these two groups. So they would conflict. There would be violence. There could be something. It would cause disunity in the United States. I don't think the goal of that is to make Americans suffer or make all these people fight because they want to see them hurt. I think the goal is that if, generally speaking, they want disunity and friction and problems internally usually cause suffering. I don't think they care about the byproduct. As for the stuff we've been talking about up to right now, I do want to reemphasize that what we're talking about here is a covert sanctioned entity funneling people without publicly labeling their money, without publicly disclosing their money, and then people being financed without them knowing or with them knowing. If we're being favorable towards them, we're going to say without them knowing, and financing their organization. This is a little different than the fact that both of you, because there was no indictment, knew that me and Loner Box took money from Progressive Victory because it was publicly filed. Much of it has been leaked. And I've been working in Democratic Party politics since before I was an adult. And I actively work and will continue to work in Democratic Party politics if I can. I do think that there is a distinction here. And the distinction is that voters and individuals do not have all the information necessary to make an informed decision. And as much as I want consumers to be able to look and say, oh, this has cyanide in it, I'm not going to eat this product, or oh, this has something I'm allergic to, I think the same thing should be true when consuming your political information, or when you're consuming stuff on, for example, a foreign war where thousands upon thousands of people die every day.
Okay.
I want to olive branch this. Can I olive branch this?
Please.
Well, non-smoker first, and then you can olive branch. But first, just because I need to make just a little money, a couple bucks from Andrew DeVere. Viridian is bad faith, so assume others are. Don't know what that means. But fair enough.
That was the last person that said that I was bad faith that paid you. And then they said he's bad faith.
Oh, fair enough. Okay. Thanks. I made a little money. Okay. Now we're going to give it to non-smoker, then Fabian. Then I have one more question, and then we're going to take a closing.
I mean, I think it's worth mentioning, look, there was probably, there's evidence, right, that Russian interests have attempted to interfere or influence the U.S. political system using extra legal methods before the war in Ukraine. But it might be worth mentioning that legal Russian lobbying, where you could register as a FARA agent, has been seriously hindered by the sanctions placed on Russia since the war in Ukraine started. That's one thing. But in addition to that, I want to, it's like a clarifying question for Dylan. That BLM, anti-BLM riot scenario, are you referring to something hypothetical, right?
No, what I'm referring to is a real thing that happened. So the Internet Research Agency, which was actually Prigozhin, remember the Wagner guy who was yelling on all those videos? Before that, that's what he was known for. It was like organizing and running and stuff like that. And what they did is they would make Facebook groups that would organize, hey, here's the pro-Black Lives Matter rally. And then they would organize a counter-protest right next to that rally. So then there would be disunity during the hot summer, we'll call it.
Right, 2020.
Summer of love.
Yeah, I guess, I agree that there's obviously a component, I mean, we talked about that earlier, of these Russian influence operations where I think they focus on existing disunity more than they do create it. Those specific examples, you could argue, or it's more about creating it. But I think, I guess the point I just want to keep coming back to is, the Russians have a real interest in a certain political party coming to power that's more favorable to their interests in general. And it's similar in many ways to, I think, a lot of lobbying efforts that you could argue are counter to the interests of a lot of Americans. But in the case of the Russia stuff, I would argue, and I know everybody disagrees with this other than Fabian, that ending the war in Ukraine would be beneficial for most Americans. It would be, deflationary for one thing. It would be less tax dollars spent overall on a foreign conflict that doesn't benefit us one way or the other. It would reduce the likelihood of a potential nuclear conflict. I mean, I happen to think that Russia's interests in this case align more closely with the interests of working people in America than the oil and gas lobby or firearms lobby, or which, by the way, the firearms lobby probably has a counter, the opposite view of Putin on the Ukraine conflict in particular. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. At the end of the day, it's like, okay, all of these people are fighting for, influence over my political system. I have very little as just an individual. So whose interests align most closely with mine?
Do you guys want to
So-
respond to that real quick before we get?
I mean, I don't want to divert into talking about why it's good to support Ukraine because I don't want to make this a me debate and like focus on my area. But he threw out some talking points, so I'll just throw out some counterpoints. We made an agreement with Ukraine for them to give up their nuclear arsenal in return for us making an agreement with them that we'd come to their aid in a situation like this. I believe that America's credibility on the world stage has taken a lot of hits. I would like to help, or not me specifically, but I would like it to be rebuilt to some degree. And if we're going to rebuild it, that's going to mean delivering on our promises. Europe is our #1 export market. When you talk about American manufacturing and American goods actually exported overseas, if we want to retain the American manufacturing we do have, we want to keep access to the European market. Russia wants to dominate the European market. Part of the reason they invaded Ukraine in the first place is they didn't want them to join the European Union and be making trade decisions for themselves. I also think that Ukraine, by assisting them, they've been able to reestablish grain corridors to get food to places in sub-Saharan Africa where it is needed. And that means not only lessening a refugee crisis, but also lessening the humanitarian disaster in places like Sudan and other areas where horrible violence and horrible starvation is going on right now. I also think that the United States, largely speaking, isn't really spending that much on this war. A lot of it is our old reserves, and the reserves that we are sending, much of it's Vietnam-era equipment. Most of the stuff I've seen in Ukraine that's American is stuff like M113 troop carriers and stuff that my grandfather used to use in Vietnam. So I think, relatively speaking, considering how much damage Russia is taking compared to how much damage we're inflicting upon them with no loss to our personnel whatsoever, I think, for us, it's a relatively good cost-benefit scenario. When it comes to America's solid interest and not even talking about the morality of stopping an army that's filling mass graves across Ukraine. As for one last thing I wanted to talk about, we mentioned earlier that it's, the creators, well, the difference is when the creators change their opinions based upon money. That's the thing that's probably most insidious. For example, if somebody was to I'm against TikTok, we need to ban it, and then got a donation from a big businessman and said, never mind, TikTok's great. I love TikTok. It's always been good. It's always been Gucci. And we do know that at least with the situation with Tenet, that creators were taking words from them that were lies on the Moscow terror attack. And we know that not only Benny Johnson pushed it directly from them because they asked him to, but we also know that other creators
That's
like
not true.
Tim Pool pushed it.
We don't know that.
That's not true?
The indictment,
It's in the indictment.
is... Yeah, right. Well, first of all, nothing in the indictment is actually a piece of evidence. It's a claim that they.
We also have the Benny Johnson broadcast where he lies.
The Benny Johnson video in question occurs before the date that they're asking. It's one on X. Now, if you can show me one that occurs after the date in question and that he produces additional content, but it actually shows, and then Founder One, it's so fucking confusing to read that shit. Just say their goddamn names. They were going to be leaked anyways. It's so annoying. But anyways, I want someone to just change Founder One and Producer One. I need a Chat GPT bot to send it out that just has
You can
names.
do that in a Word document, dude. You could just find replace.
Yeah, right. I need to do that. But anyways, right. What we know is that Lauren presumably speaks to him and speaks to her contact and says, yes, I spoke to him about it. So we don't actually know for sure whether or not that video was produced because they asked for it or if he was going to do it anyways. But I think that's a moot point. And the reason I think it's a moot point is because even if they were to refuse to do all the things, they would just lose the money and somebody else would get the money, right? I don't actually think that you changing your opinion because of the money is the biggest problem here. What I think, because at the end of the day, if I have $100,000 or I have $10 million to give out, right, and you change your opinions, right, then I'll just fund someone else that can get higher editors now that they couldn't before, that can get better microphones, that can get a better studio, right? At the end of the day, the money is going to follow the opinions, and the opinions might change because of the money, but even if they don't, someone else will just get the money, right? So it's the money is kind of the source of the opinion, and the money will just change hands whether or not the creator changes their opinion. Obviously, it does have some effect, and so I kind of wanted to olive branch here.
Wait. Wouldn't that be true with all crime? If someone was well, of course I'm going to sell the fentanyl because somebody's going to buy, or of course I'm going to sell the illegal firearms because somebody else is going to sell them anyway. It's still a problem. You're participating in the system.
Hold on, pause. I think that is probably one of the most principal issues with why the war on drugs has failed over and over and over again, because no matter how many people we kill, no matter how many people we lock up, that the drug market my point wasn't that the example you gave perfectly shows how I'm right. No, I'm saying that is why it doesn't work because that black market. Because that
I'm not even gonna ask.
That's what do you mean that's not engaging in good faith? You're saying, but wouldn't the black market for drugs go away if we crack down on it?
No. I know what you're saying. So do you think
be
it should
clear,
be okay?
if there was, like, child trafficking, we would just be like, well, you know, it's just-
Dylan.
okay, sorry.
Dylan, I feel like I think I know what you're saying. I think you're saying, do you think it should be legal for the Russian state to do a Tenet Media kind of operation without disclosure? Do you think that should be legal?
I think that you should be that it should be perfectly legal until the moment that you claim that you're not funded by any outside sources or that you're not funded by the Russians or et cetera, when asked, that immediately becomes fraud, right? So
if they go through a shell company and don't say anything, that's fine.
Lie by omission.
Listen, what I'm saying is that, like, look, if you knowingly accept money to do whatever broadcast, right? I don't think we can engage in this like thought crime of like, what is good money? What's the good guys? What's the bad guys? You know, like, oh, the oil lobby is bad because I disagree with their opinions. What I'm saying is that I don't think you should mandate that every source of funding be publicly available for everything. I do, however, think
we're talking about foreign governments.
I mean this broadly, right? I would not make a distinction here. You might, but I won't, right? So what I say is broadly, I don't care who funds who until you lie about it. The moment that you lie about it, then you are defrauding your viewership. If your viewership goes, hey, who are you funded by? And they go, I'm not going to answer that question. That's kind of an answer in and of itself. But if they say, oh, I don't get any outside funding, and it turns out they do, well, then you defrauded your audience, right?
Okay,
they spent time.
Yeah. So to be clear, so them going through a shell company, but not saying anything about it, that's not lying to you.
I mean, if they don't disclose who or where their funding comes from, and they don't answer the question, then yeah, there's no lie. That's just them securing payment and not telling you about it. It's only when they lie that they've actually defrauded you, right? Like there's a substantive difference there. Like, take whatever money you can get. But if you then go on stream and say, I'm not funded by the Russians, and you went through a fucking shell company to hide the fact that you're funded by the Russians, you have defrauded your audience.
Okay, I have one last question because I know we are
getting ready for the presidential debate, let's be honest.
And yes, the presidential debate, we will be coming out. We're not ending the stream, right? We are going to go into that. I got some people already waiting backstage for that. But I did want one more question, then we're going to get to closings because I am very curious. According to the indictment and the language used in the indictment, commentator 1, commentator 2, and others that were implicated in this were deceived. They were tricked. They were lied to in a very real way. That aside, right, or keeping that in mind, how much actual blame should be levied on these deceived commentators for pushing Russian propaganda unknowingly? How much culpability or blame should we put upon them? I'm not even talking legal or necessarily legal or civil blame, right? But as a community, as viewers, as people who know of them and talk of them, does that make sense as a question? It's a little late, right? So my brain's a little fried, but
how much responsibility do they bear, basically?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
I think the commentators weren't getting paid enough to think that there was a big issue going on. I think for Tim Pool and Dave Rubin, they should have known better. Yeah, there's I don't know if there's a criminal thing going on there.
What's the line on that for you? Just a curious, like how much is enough money that people should have known versus how much money is like, oh, then I don't.
If you're someone like Tim Pool and these kind of like this fairly shadowy anonymous philanthropist comes to you for a weekly thing, I don't know exactly, but I there's like some kind of blurry line, and 100K a week is way over it. Like,
fair enough. What are some other thoughts on this?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I would say that it's kind of funny because money is relative, and again, I think this is a trotted out bullshit line, because the 100K a week is worth a lot less to Tim Pool than what some of these other creators were being paid, because of just how much money Tim Pool has and how much clout he already has, right? Tim Pool knows that he's getting overpaid because he's bringing clout to Tenet Media. Like, it's his brand and his name that is going to grow Tenet Media, not and maybe Lauren Southern, but other individuals, like oh god, the guy that just got banned on YouTube, I forgot his name, right? Like, he's not bringing.
Hold on, the guy
Tenet
that
Media.
deleted his channel off of YouTube and then blamed YouTube for banning him. We're talking about
Did
Taylor Hanson?
that what happened? Is that what happened?
Hold on, just real quick.
I wasn't aware of that. Yeah.
So $5 from In Pursuit of Knowledge says Fabian says conservatives are careful what they say when Taylor Hanson lied and blames cancel culture. So yes, in the thread where Taylor Hanson claims that he was banned, YouTube replied to that, and their counterclaim is that, well, no, you deleted your channel.
That's fucking hilarious. I love that. That is so fucking. That's such a slimy piece of shit thing to do. That's what a fuckwad.
When he claimed that, like, he's like, right?
Yeah, it's like he's literally trying to create his own Streisand effect, right? That's hilarious. Fuck that piece of shit. Again, fraud, right? Because you're lying to your audience.
Assuming YouTube isn't lying, right? Assuming YouTube just isn't like fucking lying here, right?
No, I mean, of course, but what I was saying here, right, is that, like, in terms of culpability, right? Like, when you are a victim of fraud because you're dumb and you don't do any investigation, right? Like, I don't think it's a crime to be dumb, right? What I would say is that I do think Tim Pool deserves some reputational damage for being so easily deceived. But at the same time, I do think the left takes that a little too far in terms of trying to harp on the money and also just discounting the fact that he trusted his friend, Lauren Chin, who was either deceived or not deceived. But yeah, I do think there's some culpability for the stupidity there. And if it comes out that he knowingly received money and knew that there was something sketchy, then I think he has defrauded so many people that, like, his finances should be destroyed because he should be paying back a lot of super chats.
I want to get non-smoker and Dylan's thoughts on this as well. Go ahead, non-smoker.
I think they should all be shot. No, I'm kidding. I mean, I don't know.
Why do you gotta say that on YouTube? Right?
Twitch.
Why do
We're
you gotta
talking
say
about
that?
a lot of people getting banned right now, my guy.
Who
Like,
gives a
come
fuck?
on.
You know what I'm saying? Throw them in jail. I really don't care.
I
mean,
give a
sure,
fuck
I'm
about my
sure they
channel, though.
knew. I'm sure they knew. I'm sure they knew. That's all I'm going to say. I'm sure they knew that money was coming from questionable sources and they didn't care. And they were fully willing to put two and two together that the questionable sources were also kind of mandating through some sort of chain of command to push pro-Russian narratives. I'm sure they figured it out. They're not fucking retarded. Yeah, they're culpable. I don't know. You know, I have no interest in defending any of those fucking people for any reason. So.
And last but not least, what's Dylan's thoughts on this?
Man, I'll say on one hand, like, I don't really know if they were deceived. It says that Tim Pool and Dave Rubin's deceived. They're the only ones that they say in the indictment specifically that they think were deceived. We don't really know about Lauren Southern. We don't really know about the rest of the cases. But let's assume best case scenario. And I will also say that I have been in the content creator space enough to know that these guys love being on the defense. Okay, almost all of them love being on defense. They love being in the sites, so they can be like, I am under attack once again. I am under siege by the deep state. And so seeing them all say, I will not speak further at this time, like one after the other, makes me think, man, what's going on? I'm just asking questions. But no, I obviously I can't know. But it does make me think. As for if they were deceived, would they hold any culpability? Lauren Chen, it's hard to know because we don't know specifically how much she knew. If she did know what she was doing, I think she deserves prison time because she's working with the sanctioned entity.
What do you think?
I'm not a judge. I'm not the person who would be deciding that. But I do believe that she should face legal repercussions at the very least. I said at the time she should be in front of a judge because, of course, we need to find out if she's actually innocent or not. I'm not going to just throw the book at her, but if she did do this with the Russians knowingly and then deceived all of her friends and got them hooked in it and screwed them over, not only is it a question of like culpability, it's a question of like morality because you hold no loyalties to anyone. My goodness, not to the Russians, not to your friends, only to yourself. My God. As for if the people that didn't know, I think there is, if they don't know, there should be, as Fabian said, a reputational hit. If you call yourself an investigative journalist and you start getting offered all this money, and RT has always functioned as, we will offer you above rate what everybody else will offer because we're RT and we know the reputation that comes with us, so we're going to offer you more money than everybody else. And that's how they pick up a lot of journalists. And so for people who know those signals or know those red flags, maybe they would have seen. It's not crazy that Tim Pool wouldn't have known those, just because I don't think he's particularly intelligent about these types of things. But there should be a reputational hit. Nobody should trust him on foreign policy issues. Nobody should trust him on investigative issues. If he puts this much effort into investigating who's giving him $100,000 per episode, one episode would be enough to fund my operation in Ukraine for an entire year, then I think he should ask some questions. I think he should do some follow-up. And when he finds out that, oh, that isn't the case, that it was actually this financier, it was actually the Russian government, he shouldn't be spending all this time painting himself as a victim. He should be saying, I'm sorry for adding credibility to an organization I shouldn't have.
Wait,
But nobody's saying that. Everybody's just a victim now.
Sure, really quick, Dylan, just on that note, right? If 100,000 is going to fund your whole operation in Ukraine for a year, and then you get an offer, right? For Lauren Chen comes up to you and says, you know what? You have to put out one video, one episode where you say, fuck Ukraine, right? And then you can use that money, right, that you get, that $100,000 to do everything pro-Ukraine.
I'd make sweet love to Ukraine. That's what I'd do.
Okay, fair enough.
Can I just say, sorry, you asked me earlier about what would be a reasonable amount to make for
sure, yeah.
simple size. I looked up that Travis Kelce for his advertising because he does a lot of adverts, right? He's done like a few hundred commercials in the last year. He's done commercials for McDonald's, Nike, Old Spice, Papa John's, Pfizer, State Farm. He made, estimated according to Forbes, $5 million in a year from those commercials. $5 million. That's just a bit over Dave Rubin and Tim Pool for that come on, these guys are not. Tim Pool made this comparison like it was a normal thing. This is really normal to get deals like this and that's not doing a commercial for someone. There's didn't have exclusivity. They didn't apparently tell him exactly what to say for each video and anything. He just do a stream that you can use on your own channel anyway. Nah, that's you see a deal too good to be true.
He could once he was published by Tenet Media, only the old episodes of the Culture War were on his YouTube. So I don't think he could. I don't know for a fact, but I don't think he could produce it himself on his own channel. And also a different firm was handling the advertising for it. So very clearly he knew that he was giving up his brand to this company to be utilized for it. And obviously he's giving up the money that he would have gotten from growing the channel. But I mean,
are you sure? I'm pretty sure it was non-exclusive.
Well, there's no other Culture War
in exchange
podcast
for a
episodes.
fee of $100,000 per video, Commentary 2's production company granted U.S. Company 1 a non-exclusive, non-transferable license during the applicable license term to display, transmit, and distribute licensed content.
Okay, but that is the claim. I don't.
That is an amazing deal. That is an incredible.
That is an amazing deal.
He's acting like it's a normal thing as well.
Right, but what I'm saying is if that's the case, why does he not have any Culture War stuff on Timcast or Timcast IRL or any of his other channels other than old videos? Right?
I guess because he already got his regular schedule.
Right, I don't know. It just seems off to me.
Whether or not he made
it doesn't
the choice,
seem to match what he did with it. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, maybe we'll see. We'll have to wait.
Hold on.
I don't know.
Yeah,
we'll see.
We'll
see if this ever goes to court. I doubt it will.
But this is the equivalent of Taylor Swift's husband taking fucking commercials from McDonald's and shit like that. Yeah, and he's earning about the same amount. Fuck, no.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this was we explored a lot. Obviously, this is a big thing. There's a lot of routes to go down. We didn't go down every single route we could have, but I hope everyone enjoyed the content. And if you like this content, the content's not ending for the night. After we give each of these lovely individuals an outro, what we're going to do is we're going to transition and we're going to attempt to watch the presidential debate live. We're not going to be doing this on Twitch, unfortunately. So Twitchies move to either Kick or YouTube, right? But we'll get that done. If you've enjoyed this content, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Really helps the channel out. If you'd like
breaking news. Tim Pool said on Ben Shapiro is not exclusive. I'm so sorry. He said it with his own human face. You can see it. He said it was not exclusive. Okay. Sorry.
Okay. Well, fair enough.
Okay,
now
fair
we know. Thank you for for the breaking news. But yeah, if you like the content, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. If you're watching this on Twitch or Kick, hit that follow button. Really appreciate it. Share clips with family and friends. I love you all. We're going to start with non-smoker. We're going to let Lonerbox have the last word. Non-smoker, give us your outro. Tell people where you can find you. All that. And all their links are in my description on the YouTube. If you like what they had to say or hated what they had to say and want to find them at some point, go ahead.
Right. So twitch.tv/non_smoker. I remain thoroughly unconvinced that the most dangerous force or entity attempting to sway or influence U.S. public opinion is Russia. I'm pretty thoroughly convinced that there are many, many, many other interests who not only are more antithetical to the interests of working people than Russia, but also wield a tremendous amount of power and influence that far exceeds Russia's. They also spend a lot more money. I'm much more concerned with that. I happen to think that Tim Pool is a fucking idiot, and I have no interest in any of the content he produces. And I think whatever money Russia spent supporting him or Dave Rubin to basically, get really uneducated, uninformed people to try to wrap their head around Russia and Ukraine was probably wasted. That's a very dumb audience. What a stupid waste of money. And so I will say that, I think that there needs to be, first of all, FARA needs to be totally overhauled. There needs to be a total reassessment of how we apply these standards across the board, because it makes no fucking sense. Since 2016, they've been almost exclusively used to target Russia's influence, not 100%, but mostly. I happen to think that no media should be censored, because the greater diversity of opinions means more opportunity for people to educate themselves, which I think is better. I disagree with the Walter Lippmann view that the public is just the dumb masses unable to think critically for themselves and decide for themselves. So I'm not afraid of propaganda being out there. I think people can understand propaganda for what it is. People can understand misinformation for what it is, do their own research on their own. And I know that because they see propaganda and misinformation in the mainstream news media all the fucking time, which is why alternative media is growing and growing more and more every day. So with that, I'll yield the floor to someone else.
Sure. Just real quick, just for full disclosure, if RT and Lauren Chen had offered you money, would you have taken it?
How much?
Fair enough. Dylan, what do you got?
First, I want to thank Tenet Media and Dave Rubin and many other content creators for doing one thing, and that is making New Norm a great animated, only on X series. Thank you, Russian. It's good to know that Russian taxpayer dollars, instead of getting their soldiers good uniforms, went to making sure Tim Pool could run his fucking skate park. Okay, so, first thing, complex operation. This is how it keeps getting referred to by Tim and others. It was not that particularly complex. While there were shell companies, while there was, people who were trying to lie to them or deceive them, presumably, it was not a particularly complex operation. They didn't create a fake identity that they could look up online. If they just Googled the people that they had, they couldn't find anything. Any determined digging would have thrown a million red flags. And so they didn't do digging. And so this should not just be a question of where does Tim Pool get his money? Where do all these creators get their money? What due diligence should they do? It should also be a question of what due diligence do they put into reporting? Because if you don't put due diligence into where you get your money, there's also a question of how much research you put into something when something comes down your feed on Twitter and it pre-confirms your biases. It's stuff you already want to believe. This is a real war where people are dying, and people die every day. People lose lives, and I would hope that when people get their information about the war, that they go to people who are reliable, either on the ground sources, either video footage that proves what's happening, independent reports, instead of listening to people who know nothing about the war, who have never been to Ukraine, who know nothing about Ukraine, who know nothing about the war, who are getting paid by the Russians to lie about the war. It is pretty disgusting that they took this money and they have no apology, no problem with it whatsoever outside of man, this really sucks for me. But it's because they don't really care about the issue whatsoever. It's for views, it's for content, and it's not an issue that particularly motivates them. The lives of these people are really just a talking point for a check from the Russians. Anyway, outside of that, smoke out the Russians from the media space, get them out of there, get them out. I'll be your Joseph McCarthy.
Okay, well, thanks for being here. Thanks for suggesting this topic, by the way. If you guys don't know, Dylan DM'd me about it and said, "Hey, you should do a panel on this." It was good advice. Thank you.
No worries.
Fabian, please.
First, I would like to say Joseph McCarthy did nothing wrong. He didn't go far enough. McCarthy was a hero, and we should all celebrate him. He is not the House Un-American Activities Committee. You should Google the Pumpkin Patch Papers. You should Google what actually occurred, and you'll find out. But anyways, what I would say, the first and foremost thing I would say is anybody that is making claims about these things as if they're factual. This happened, and then this happened, right? Which, has occurred on this panel. That they're full of shit because you're just trusting the DOJ to be honest about about the Russians. And like that is just, I think normal Americans that aren't hyper partisan even would laugh at that concept, that you would just immediately trust. And I think that's good. I think it is good that Americans have slowly realized that the FBI, the NSA, the CIA, the DOJ, name any other three-letter agency, are not your friends. They represent the interests of the state. They represent the interests of the corporate elite. They represent the interests of political players and powers that make billions and trillions of dollars. And this money that they're getting paid, even though it might be astronomical to a lot of us because it would change our lives if we got $100,000 a week. I know it changed my fucking life. It is a drop in the fucking bucket against these power players such as, yes, the Russians, but and the corporations and the same people that want environmental regulations in the United States and the UK, but don't want them in Bangladesh so that they can, fucking control these trade routes and snuff out entrepreneurs because you have these regulations that they don't have to follow. And there is a corpus of interests that are misaligned with the American public, with your individual liberties. And so when someone says this happened, these guys are bad, I think what I see more than anything, and this is opinion. I'm not going to say this is fact. I think what I see is two power players, one being obviously stronger, the West, right? Vying to destabilize each other with misinformation or with just pushing narratives that cause people to hate their fellow Americans. And we are focusing on all of the wrong things. And so it saddens me, really. It saddens me to see how people grasp onto this. It saddens me to see right-wing commentators immediately throw Lauren Shin under the bus over an indictment from the fucking DOJ. It saddens me to see the left basically do exactly what the Russians want, which is hyperbole, take everything the DOJ says as fact, and then attack, your fellow Americans instead of realizing that you're not sitting at the table of a game that's being played. So yeah, I think these people are somewhat culpable for their stupidity. And at the end of the day, I think there might be some fraud involved, and I think that is wrong. But there's so many political interests that are infecting your day-to-day life. And I think it's way better if people just take a step back and realize that you shouldn't be trusting any of these fuckers, and you should be doing your own goddamn research, and you should be grabbing people on the left and on the right and from other sources. You should be reading fucking philosophy, and you should be getting multiple different sources. And when you realize that they're constantly saying things that contradict each other, that they're all fucking full of shit and they have audience capture. That's how you get real big. Okay. You don't get big by constantly telling the truth. If someone's got 1 million+ subscribers, they're probably bullshitting you.
Okay, well, thanks for coming. Last but certainly not least, Lonerbox.
Seems to be the case in about 2011. Putin was kind of caught with his pants down stealing an election. I think people in Russia were up in arms about it. Hillary Clinton in the United States were very critical about it at the time. And I think from about then on, because Russia used to actually have not that bad relationships with America, especially over Afghanistan and the WTO and everything else. But around that time, Putin got very big fucking mad and decided that over time, America was going to become more and more adversarial to Russia. So that's around the same time when RT starts expanding their efforts across Europe and the United States, basically with the idea anything that sows chaos is our line. The UK riots, one of the seeds of that whole thing was disinformation from that was partially spread. One of the first spreaders of it was a Russian fake news organization. They hate the West. They hate the United States. They want to sow chaos. They would rather that they voted in a bunch of shithead governments that are more likely to align with their interests. As far as the DOJ goes, I seem to trust the indictment more than anything that some random alt media commentator might say about it. So I can totally see why people don't talk too much about like Russian interference in terms of like election campaigning, and why like it doesn't always get as much attention as some people would like it to have, because at the end of the day, it doesn't always look great to just blame, even if you lose an election and even if Russian influence actually caused the difference, what are you going to say? Like, oh yeah, you voted against us, but only because you were so retarded that you were duped by Russians. It's never going to work. At the end of the day, these decisions are born at home. Russia exploits them, but they have to be dealt with at home as well. So,
well, thank you for being here, Loner. Always appreciate you. Gang, that's our show. We're not ending the stream, but these gentlemen have other things to do, I'm sure. So thank you again for coming, and I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
City of Philadelphia is so...
See ya.
Wick, do you want to take some Ukrainian government money?
That's a perfect time to cut off the stream. Oh, that's a perfect time to cut off the stream. Hold on. Give me a second, boys. I know I'm invisible on the screen. Just got to fix this. All right. I am going to take a quick little bathroom break. Right. And then we are going to get into reacting to the debate. Should be a lot of fun, but I gotta get some more water. I gotta get I gotta piss. I gotta get some water, get another energy drink, because I don't give a fuck about my health apparently. And we're going to laugh our asses off at this debate. I think it's gonna be a fucking shit show. But it should just be in about 15 minutes. I'll take your questions and stuff. If you have any questions or anything, or you just want to catch up or whatever in the chat, let me know. And then I'll come back and, just kind of engage with you boys to the best of my ability. Let me actually, you know what? Now that I think about it. All right. Where is it at? Does it work? It is working. Hell yeah. Does it have its own music? It does have its own music. We'll be right back, boys. Let's go. All right. All right, boys. All right, I'm back. Let me just go ahead and put something in the Discord. Let everybody know we're about to start the election, or the election. All right. Oh. Dude, this shit in Ohio is fucking wild. Like while we're here, it's wild to me how much people are like debunked. Like, because like one video of like a woman eating a cat was in a different town in Ohio and it wasn't a Haitian. And they're like, therefore the entire narrative is debunked. And it's like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, I cannot, it's like so black-pilled that I've become here lately. Just watching people slop up bullshit everywhere. Like, we have a town, Springfield, Ohio, with a population of less than 60,000, where NGOs and corporations in the state have conspired to bring in 20,000 Haitian immigrants, right? So a third of their population. They bring them in. Crime rates spike. They don't give them any additional services. They don't have any programs or anything to like integrate these people in any way, shape, or form, right? They're just nothing. They're just like, okay, well, you know, we'll just bring in 20,000 Haitians. That'll work because there's jobs. These are like, they treat them like economic units. Like, if they have jobs, they'll become American. They're all getting driver's licenses because I don't know why or how, but they're coming from like, I guess they're taking the bullshit driver's test or something, but like they're all basically kids in terms of driving ability because they come from a country where 3.9 people out of 1,000 have a car, own a car, right? So like none of them have ever driven a car before. And then they just come here and they're like, yeah, here's a driver's license. Take this quick little test that we have to take to do every now and then. There's no services to integrate them other than the Haitian Community Center leaders that now represent a quarter of the population. And there's tons of people saying that they're super rude, that they're like just everywhere, and like, of course, this could all be bullshit. Like they could all just be super nice Haitians. But I highly doubt that they're not rude because they're brought in, they're given everything that they need to give. You know what I mean? They're given welfare to come into this town and given jobs, and they're reportedly they're fucking killing ducks at Snide Park and they're throwing trash on people's streets and they're treating it like Haiti, which is a third world country. I mean, that's the culture that they're coming from. And then like they're just like, and there are claims that people's pets are being eaten. There's Facebook groups that are saying that this is happening. Could that be like propaganda? Or just, you know, fears that are being blown out of proportion. It's only happened like once or twice. Sure. But they're like, oh, you believe the narrative? That's bullshit. And it's like, I mean, yeah, but like also, what the fuck? Like that is the most doomsday crazy shit ever. And then everyone's just pretending like it's just like, oh, it's no big deal. Yeah, of course they're being told to vote for Kamala. And even if they're not being told to vote for Kamala, they're being like, the Democrats help. The Democrats care about you. I don't know the totality of what is true, but living in Florida, you watch for Haitian flags when you drive. Right. I mean, like, they're doing like, they had like a, you know, I mean, like, and then like I saw some news reports and it was like, it was so great. the Haitians had this wonderful food festival, and it's like the memes make themselves, man. They're like, okay, they're, throwing mattresses in this old lady's, house, and they're destroying a fucking community because they're not assimilating to the culture, because how could they? You can't replace a third of the population of an area, give them no education, give them no introduction, just go get a job, now you're American, right? Like, it takes 3 generations to fully become American. To become fully anything in any country, right? But they're just literally just dropping them off and being like, good luck, busting them in. And like, I don't know, it feels like the Democrats are bringing in millions of migrants and utilizing, and don't care to even try to do it in any way, because they don't care if Trump country gets destroyed. Like, it really, like they were up in arms the moment Sanctuary City, New York had, Governor Greg Abbott was, bussing people over to New York. How fucking dare you? Up in arms over Martha's Vineyard. But I don't give a fuck if 20,000 Haitians go into some, hollowed out fucking former factory town in Ohio, because that's a hillbilly highway town. And it's just like, and they're like, debunked, it's all fake. Because like, yeah, maybe they're not eating cats. Maybe that didn't happen. Maybe that one video is just a random crazy lady, which it is, right? To be fair. I don't know if she's Haitian or not, but she's not from that town, and she's an American citizen, apparently. And then they're like, well, there's no police reports of missing pets. Number one, I don't trust that at all, right? If Rotherham taught me anything, the lack of police reports means literally nothing. But also, and I think we've seen this, we've seen information warfare occurring within crime statistics, because they're just not reporting crime statistics anymore in a lot of places. And I've also seen plenty of places where databases where they'll just show like an obviously black man, and they'll record him as white, and it's like, these are just white crimes now. So that eventually the Bureau of Justice and Statistics will be like, well, I guess blacks don't commit crime at a higher level. We don't actually have to solve the cultural problems and solve fatherlessness rates and look at the things that are causing, this. We can just hide it in the data, and then if we just hide the data, then it doesn't exist. So I don't buy that there aren't any reports. But let's say there aren't, that this really is just something that a whole bunch of Facebook groups are mad about, but none of these people that are mad in Facebook groups are like actually reporting it. It doesn't change the fact that you can't bring in 20,000 fucking Haitians into a town of 60K and expect there to be no fucking problems. It is, and they didn't even increase their budget. Their budget actually dropped. And by the way, this wasn't like UK where it happened over like 20 years. This happened over 4 years. In 4 years, a place of 60,000 brought in 20,000 Haitians with no structure to integrate them into their culture at all. Like, that is like Snake Plissken Escape from New York type shit. And we're all just pretending like, no biggie, fake news. I don't know. Like, this whole, like, it's I don't know when this ends. Like, when I read Atlas Shrugged, I look at it and go, man, Ayn Rand's dystopia wasn't bad enough. Obviously, it gets worse than we're currently at. But like, the process by which it gets worse was like these average everyday Americans going along more and more with like socialist policies that like affected national industry. Right? Like, that was really the main kind of theme in the book. And it's like, nah, like, they're literally importing fucking people to replace these people. like we dragged out socialism so long that Social Security is going to collapse unless we bring in a bunch of young male workers, and we're just dumping them in places to destroy. Whereas like Ayn Rand's dystopia was just that the factory would shut down and the jobs would go away and things would get expensive and people wouldn't be able to live as well. And it's like, and instead it's way fucking worse than that. General Tso kidney is traditional Asian American cuisine. Oh fuck. I don't know. It's crazy to me. All right, let's see what happens. This should be, how long is this? Do you guys know? Is this an hour and a half, 45 minutes? What is it? It seems to be the only one that's going to fucking happen. We'll see if more actually do occur. But like, this should be such a fucking shit show. And I'm so ready to watch these two fucking idiots spar. Like, Trump looks like a genius compared to so many politicians because of he cuts through bullshit, but he's also an idiot. Oh, your vape looks like a blood sugar tester? 90 minutes? Okay. When you have no limiting principles, you can be convinced to do anything. Yeah? You're not wrong there. All right. So we'll just kind of let this go and we'll see what happens. I kind of don't. I'm going to mute it and just play it, I guess, is what I'm going to do. And see what happens that way. Because it should be... I saw chat is disabled for this live stream and I was like, and my first thought was like, oh, you have to hide the chat, blah, blah. And then I thought about it and I was like, can you imagine how bad that chat would be if they allowed the chat on their live stream to go through? Like, can you imagine how fucking terrible that would be? Like, there would be so much crazy shit in a fucking chat on a presidential debate. Like, it would not be good. Oh, fuck. Someone asked me in the Discord, who do you think will win? I was just like, the corporations. Like, nobody's winning, that these are our fucking candidates. Like, Trump is like supposed to be our fucking savior, but he's like an egotistical, dumb right-wing socialist. And he's leagues better than the Democrats' candidate. That's so wild to me. Right? Like, he's horrible. And yet he is like monumentally better than the alternative. And I'm not voting for either of them because there's no fucking way that I'm going to give power to a right-wing socialist to enact like tariffs and fucking and socialist programs for fucking IVF, which is a terrible idea as well. That's one of the, like, those things I really like. I'm just like, really? We're going to have young, healthy people taxed more, which is the main reason they're not having kids when they're young and healthy and they don't need IVF. It's because it's too fucking expensive to have kids. And we're going to subsidize older people that are outside of their fertility window into having children. I was like, not only is that going to make everybody's life harder and be more socialism, we're also just going to like be funding the creation of like autism and like the creation of like Down syndrome and all kinds of diseases. Like, what? I cannot imagine a dumber policy than using taxes to fund IVF. Like, dude, if you want to do IVF, I totally get it. And like the morality of it aside, right? Because like the morality of it is also a big issue, but I cannot think of a more disastrous program than Trump's idea to use IVF just so that he can be like, see, I'm pro IVF. Like, that's what happens when you put a fucking narcissist in charge. What percentage of this year's... Dude, I might actually... You know what? I'm going to go vote John Galt. I usually vote Rand Paul or... Ron Paul or like Cthulhu or something. That's who I'm going to vote for. Thank you. Whatever percentage it is, it's about to go up by whatever my participation is in like the 160 million votes.
President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions.
Nobody believes that no topics were shared with the campaigns. Like, you have given the topics out before and been caught. Obviously, that was CNN. But Kamala Harris's personal friend is on the is in charge of CBS.
Notes allowed.
Or
there is no
ABC,
audience
sorry.
here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris,
Let's have a good debate.
See you. Have fun.
Thank you.
That was so awkward.
It's wonderful to have
That
you.
was so awkward.
Here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward
He
to
went to the podium and she's like, I'm
going
going to shake your hand.
So let's get started. I want to
was like,
begin
"All
tonight
right."
with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why
Immediately
I
doesn't
imagine
answer the
and
question.
have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit.
It's literally
we've
just
given in
what
a
Donald
long
Trump
time,
did, except
so
you
that
increased it
those
by
young
1,000.
families can afford to
Like
buy
you just
a crib,
stole that policy.
buy a car
First
seat,
policy.
buy clothes for
Stole
their
it.
children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before.
That's
which
cool.
Is to
I mean, I
provide
guess
a tax
that's
cut
nice.
for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax.
Bitch, have you ever heard of the
which would
Lawford
be
card?
a 20% tax on
Like, that's just a lie.
everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his
That's not how
policies
taxes
and
work,
his
but okay.
ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
The backs
Trump,
of
I'll
them
give you 2
paying?
minutes.
Like,
First of all, I
she's
have
already
no
stopped.
sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after
Tariffs are
75
terrible.
years, pay
So
us
stupid.
back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars,
Right,
as you know,
Slinzer?
from China. In fact, they never took the
China.
tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation has, which is really known
did
as a
have
country
deflation
buster. It breaks
for like
up
a tiny
countries.
little bit.
We have inflation
Oh,
like
no, that was
very few
Biden
people have
when the
ever
COVID
seen
recovery.
before. Probably the worst in
tiny
our
little bit.
nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have
Although she's shaking her head
millions
like
of
groceries
people
aren't that
pouring into our
expensive.
country
Wait.
from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that Xi and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have
this
to
is
get
gonna
them
be
out.
clipped
We have
so
to get
many
them out
times
fast.
by the left.
I created one of the greatest
This is gonna be clipped
economies
so
in the
many
history
times.
of our
This
country.
racist
I'll do it again. and
saying
even
they're
better.
coming in
We
and
are gonna
taking
get to
over
immigration
Aurora
and border
apartment
security
buildings.
during this debate, but I would like to let
That's
Vice
not
President
true.
Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald
Immediately
Trump
hands the
left
ball
us.
over to her.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us
What, he
the
made
worst
COVID?
attack on our
What?
democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all on this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again.
Yo, we're going with the 2025
I believe very strongly
propaganda.
that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic, and the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns. We got masks.
Ventilators
we did things
were bad.
that nobody thought
They were
possible.
killing people.
And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce-back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it bounced back, and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I
is
describe
2025.
as an opportunity
Also,
economy.
he has no
and
plan.
The best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine
Oh, no,
would
we friends
strengthen
with
the
Goldman
economy.
Sachs now?
What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase
trust the
inflation, and by
science.
the middle of next
Trust
year
our
would
economists.
invite a recession. You just have to look
Robert
at
Reich
where
said
we are
so. It
and
must
where
be
we stand
true.
on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
That's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this, because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country.
That's a terrible idea.
As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued that it means higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have, and who's going to have higher prices, is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds
kinda got a point on that one. I mean, tariffs are a terrible idea,
I had
but
no inflation.
you hate 'em so
virtually no
much, why did you
inflation.
get rid of 'em?
They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country
Can they buy
are
bugs yet?
absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China
take a knee.
to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having, on the short end of the stick, in terms of workers' rights.
I hope he claps
but what
back
Donald Trump
and just
did,
goes like,
let's talk
she
about
didn't
this,
answer the question
with
about
COVID,
tariffs.
is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump will let you respond.
Now you want to admit it started in Wuhan.
Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like
Trump's
they
on
have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics.
True.
And he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country.
Is it 100 million
criminals.
now?
Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say
was coached
they
well.
have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
He was coached really well for this.
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade.
Tulsi
Last
Gabbard
year, you
is
said
apparently
that
was
you
helping
were
him with
proud
it.
to be the most pro-life president
Tulsi
in
Gabbard did a
American
really good
history.
job
Then
in
last month,
prepping
you
him
said
for
that
this.
your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban, because you initially had said that it was too short, and you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that.
That was
because
Norfolk.
that predominates.
That was Virginia, not
because
Virginia.
they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also.
Life of the mother is the only one that actually
85% of
matters.
Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But
Well-
we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened.
No,
Now, Ohio,
it was a bad case,
the
but
vote was somewhat
no.
liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
That's
Well,
not
as
true.
I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually.
We're doing
a
live
surprising
fact checking. Like
Let's understand how we
you're a
got here.
liar, anyways.
Donald
Like,
Trump.
yo, what was that?
Hand-selected 3
It's not
members
moderating
of the
a
United States
debate.
Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans.
We're going to make
which
the baby
it
comfortable.
criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means.
These are all Trump abortion
A survivor
bans.
of a crime, a violation to their body.
How many states is
does
he the
not have
governor
right
of? Like,
to
what are
make
you
a decision
talking
about
about?
what happens to their body next? That is immoral. And one does
Yeah.
not have to abandon their faith.
She was against Roe v.
or
Wade, but it
deeply
wasn't like
held
she was
beliefs
against the
to
right to an
agree.
abortion.
The government
She was just against
and
that,
Donald
that
Trump
case.
certainly should
She
not
wanted
be
a different
telling
case.
a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that.
That's a
12 or
medical malpractice
13-year-old
lawsuit. Like,
survivor of
that's not an
incest
issue with the law.
being forced to carry a pregnancy to term, they don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put
How
back
dare
in
you
place the
not murder?
protections of Roe v. Wade,
What?
as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there will be a national
bringing that
abortion
back.
a monitor that would be monitoring
I
your
don't believe in this.
pregnancies,
Well, it's
your
his.
miscarriages.
How is it his?
I think the
'Cause
American people
I want it to
believe
be.
that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made
Well,
by the government.
It's not your body.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came
Well, I
to your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. in all fairness. J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted.
Yo, he's dodging the fuck out of this
and a lot
question.
of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. So wonderful. Let's go to Congress. Do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government, and we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade, and as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans.
We're going to make the baby
Couples
comfortable.
who pray and dream of having a family.
It's absolutely happening.
Are being
It's just that
denied
they're non-viable.
IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body.
What's she pregnant with?
And that is why in every state where this
Another
issue has
human?
been on the ballot in
She's
red
going
and blue
across
states
state
vote,
lines to go
the
murder?
people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I
thank
have
you.
to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask.
She goes, they have
Will
not.
she
He
allow
literally
abortion
proposed
in the 8th
socialism to
month,
support
9th
IVF.
month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer
That's
the
problem.
question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question, would you veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor,
was voted
former
in
governor
New York.
of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in
we're
this
gonna turn
country.
away from that now.
Vice
That doesn't
President
look good for
Harris,
Kamala.
You were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June,
basically just called her the
President
border
Biden
czar.
imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human
I've heard this
beings.
answer before from her a bunch of
And
times.
let me
This is
say
how she dodges
that
it.
the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported.
That gave $80 billion
that bill
to
would have put
Ukraine
1,500
and
more
allowed
border agents on the border to help
5,000
those folks who are
people
working
to
there
come
right
through
now
one port of entry,
overtime
of
trying
which
to
there
do
are
their
27
job. It
per
would have
day.
allowed us
In a
to
presidency
stem
that
the
would be
flow of
160
fentanyl coming into the
million
United States. I know there are
immigrants.
so many families watching
It's a
tonight
bullshit
who
bill.
have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute
was a
transnational
bullshit
criminal
bill to
organizations
basically
for
open the
trafficking in
borders.
guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill?
And of course, fund
Donald
Ukraine.
Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this
And I hope he was
comes at
coached
a
on this.
time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have
Why
in the
didn't you
former
address it for
president is
3.5
someone who would
years?
prefer to run on a problem instead
When
of
you were in
fixing a
charge.
problem.
Like, huh?
And I'll tell you something. He's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve
Trump's so
a president
boring
who
at his
actually puts you
rallies.
first. And I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to
That's
give you
your
a
answer to why you didn't
Let me just
address
ask, though,
immigration
why
for
did you
3.5
try to
years?
kill that bill, and successfully so, that would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border?
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies.
That
in
was
the history of
smart. She
politics.
attacked him, and
That's
now he's
because
like,
people
"Fuck
wanna
you.
take their
I'm
country
amazing."
back. Our country is being lost. We're a
She hit the
failing
narcissist
nation.
where it
And
hurts.
It happened 3.5 years
You're
ago.
boring.
And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by
He's
allowing
flustered
these millions
because she
and
attacked his
millions of
rallies.
people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. And it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying
Run,
this
Spot,
country.
run.
And if
Run
she
away from
becomes president,
Springfield,
this country
Ohio.
doesn't have a chance of success.
I
Not
need
only
someone to
success,
clip. They're
we'll end
eating
up
the
being
dogs with him
Venezuela
going, "Run,
on
Spot, run."
steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well,
All
I've
this,
seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
people on
I've seen
television
people
say
on
my dog
television.
was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good
Yeah.
thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
the people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track
I'm
on
tweeting
who
out right
the
now.
former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or bad jobs. I fired
Eating the
them. They never
dogs,
fired
run,
one
spot,
person.
run,
They
Donald
didn't fire
Trump.
anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So
Yeah, they have
when
muted
somebody
mics.
does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more
mail-in
votes
voting,
than any
like,
president, sitting president
so did
in
Biden.
history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your
Yo, that was a
deportation,
quick little jab. He was like,
proposal
in fact,
that the vice
Sleepy
president
Joe
has
Biden
reacted
didn't
to
get more
as well.
votes than me.
President Trump, you call this the
Just-
largest domestic deportation
funny.
operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S.
With local
military.
police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed
don't know who Clifton
common
Duncan is,
street
but
criminals.
cool.
They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country, and they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what
That
they've
was a
done.
good way to say that
There's never been
they're
anything
gonna be,
done like this at all. They've
that was smart.
destroyed the fabric
I think
of our country.
they did it because they
Millions
think
of
they're going
people
to get
let
votes.
in, and all
There's a
over
really
the
good
world,
way of
crime
framing
is
it so he doesn't
down
get
all over the
accused
world except
of,
here.
like,
Crime here is
misinformation
up
or
and
whatever.
through the roof, despite their fraudulent statements that they made. Crime in this country is through the roof, and we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime, and it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris,
FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities
That
with
is
the
true.
worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich, coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big
Oh my
court
God, we're really
appearance
talking
is in
about that
November
bitch
at
that
his
got
own
raped like
criminal
21
sentencing.
times?
And let's be clear.
Said rape was
where
sexy
each
on
person
CNN.
stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about
would be
what
wild,
is
liquid
important
smackle.
in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do
Bitch, you had
about
3.5
the housing
years to
shortage,
address
which
it.
I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries.
You're the
But
vice president.
frankly, the
What are you
American
talking
people
about?
are
Address it
exhausted
now.
with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of
Vice
those
President
cases
Harris, thank
was started by
That's
them against their
wild.
political opponent.
Thank
And I'm
you
winning
for
most of
crushing
them, and I
him.
will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country.
Term is called lawfare,
They
my
used
God.
it
Jesus
to
Christ.
try and win an election.
President
They're
Trump.
fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice
Said he would
against
terminate it
his
for one
political
day as like
enemies.
a joke.
Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand.
Guess she doesn't get
what
jokes.
It would
I guess
mean
that's
if
why
Donald
she
Trump
can't
were back in the White
get people
House
at her
with
rallies.
no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice
to
President
stop
Harris,
him.
thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy.
why'd you say
I'm a threat to
probably?
democracy. They're the threat to democracy
President
with a fake
Trump.
Russia investigation
We do have a lot
that
to get.
went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for
Bitch,
president,
why'd you say
said
probably?
you wanted to
No,
ban
dude,
fracking.
leftist
Now
Twitter
you
is gonna
don't.
lose
You
their
wanted
shit
mandatory
right
government
now.
buyback programs
said
for assault
probably.
weapons. Now your
We
campaign
knew it was a
says
hoax.
you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not
Ooh,
changed,
that
and
is
I'm
a
going
tough
to
question.
discuss every one of the, at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking, because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States, and in fact, I
No, you
was
didn't,
the
bitch.
tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that
It was
we
also
have
the
got
tie-breaking
to
vote on
invest
going after
in diverse sources
waiters and
of energy
waitresses
so we
for their
reduce
tips,
our reliance on
which you say
foreign
you're
oil.
against. So, like,
we
what are you
have
talking about?
had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil.
You got
As it
sued
relates
by
to
the
my
Louisiana
values, let me tell
Supreme
you, I
Court
grew
for
up
banning
a middle-class
fucking
kid
drilling
raised by a
oil.
hardworking mother
For your taxes
who
being
worked and
unconstitutional
saved
because you
and was
tried to
able to
tax
buy
it
our
to
first
death
home
so
when
that
I
they
was a
couldn't
teenager.
open
The values I bring
new
to
oil,
the importance of home ownership,
oh God, I
knowing
can't
not
think of the term.
everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work, to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work
This
that
is
is
off
about
rails.
protecting
Like,
Social Security
this is
and
just
Medicare
talking points
is
now.
based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a
So why have your
president who
policy
actually
positions
brings
changed?
values and a perspective that is
Answer the
about
question.
lifting people up and not beating people down and name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well,
response?
first of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this.
I never thought I'd hear
the
the words
confiscate your guns,
transgender
and she will never allow
on
fracking in
illegal aliens that are
Pennsylvania.
in prison.
If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish, one thing so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election,
they fucking ruined the
they'll
SPR.
go back to destroying our country, and oil will
Gas
be
is
dead.
getting
Fossil
cheap
fuel
right
will
before
be
the
dead.
election,
We'll go back to windmills, and we'll
magically,
go back
because
to
they're just
solar,
depleting the
where they
strategic
need a whole
petroleum reserve.
desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that
for
we
the
have to get
environment
to.
that
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? What are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America, they're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world, and crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when
ask
are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle, they went into Seattle, they took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
you. You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville.
The level of bullshit
where
they're
there was
pouring
a
onto this.
mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic
5 officers
hate.
died later.
And what
it
did
wasn't
the president then at the time
wasn't
say?
connected to that.
There were fine people on each side. Let's remember
They're
that
just pouring
when it
more
came to the
fucking
Proud Boys,
bullshit
a
on.
militia.
A militia.
The president said, the former president
Proud
said,
Boys
stand
aren't a
back
militia.
and stand by. So for
3%ers
everyone
are,
watching
the
who
Oath Breakers
remembers
are.
what January 6th was, I say we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate,
I'm not allowed to say on YouTube
has said
what I
in
think
this
about that election.
there will be a bloodbath. If
Oh my God,
this
she
and the outcome of
poured
this
all
election
of them
is not to his
into one
liking.
thing.
Let's turn the page on
Find
this.
people on both
Let's
sides.
Not go back.
The economic
Let's chart a
bloodbath.
course
The fucking
for the future.
January
and not
6th.
Go backwards to the past.
She poured every bullshit lie that they've been putting all into one
term,
statement.
and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed.
Yeah, you
wake
could
him
do
up
it.
at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically.
that.
You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, There's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them Republican.
No judge looked at it.
And said
they
there was
said
no
we didn't have
widespread fraud.
standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality.
This
Can
is
you
a good
imagine
time
a
to
system
press
where
him.
a person in
That's
an
good.
election doesn't
Trump.
have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd
the same
love
thing
to
when
have
Texas
you do a
sued.
special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter, because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris,
That was
you heard the
good.
president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by whisker, so he still believes
a
he did
good
not lose
response.
the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want
Just
to ask
from
you
a
about something
rhetoric
that's come up
standpoint,
in
I'm
the
not
last
saying
couple of
like
days.
he's
This
a
was
good
post
president
from President Trump
that was
about this upcoming election just
powerful.
weeks away. He said,
that
when
was
I
good
win,
rhetoric.
those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing.
Should have traveled to the southern border.
I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way, in
It's
a
true.
presidential
Some of them were
debate
even
and
traitors that
deny what
denied,
over and over again are court
didn't
cases
follow
you have
his
lost
orders to pull out of
because you
Syria.
did in fact lose that election. It leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just tell you about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president. But when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. He got 14 million votes. They They threw him out. She got 0
I'll give you a
votes.
little
And when
secret.
she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but
Mr.
I'm okay
President,
with it
Mr.
because
President, your time is
I
up.
think we're
Thank
going to
you.
do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to
I'll
the
give you a little
Israel-Hamas
secret.
war
He
and the
hates her.
hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in
this is
December, you
so
said, quote, Israel has a
sad,
right to
but so
defend
good.
itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law
Fuck it,
must
man. I'm
be
here for the
respected.
decline to
Israel
watch
must
America
do more to
fucking
protect
crumble
innocent civilians.
when one of these people,
You
but
said
I want
that
Trump.
9 months
I'm not going
ago.
to vote
Now
for
an
him.
estimated
I prefer
40,000
him just because
Palestinians are dead.
it'll make this
Nearly
decline
100
fucking funny
hostages
at least.
remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis, many of them young people who were simply attending a concert.
Some of them were
Women
probably killed by the
horribly
IDF. I mean, I don't know how many.
And
but
so absolutely,
some.
I said then, I say now, Israel
fight, you know.
has a right
But
to
yeah.
defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal, and we need the hostages
Dude, she just
out.
keeps repeating herself.
And
it
so
must
we will
end,
continue
and it
to
will
work
end,
around
and
the
the way
clock
it will
on
end.
that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we
We'll
must
continue to work around the
chart a
clock on that.
course
Work
for a
around the
two-state
clock.
solution.
But she's
And
just trying to
in
like
that
run out
solution,
the clock.
there must be
How are you going to do it?
security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians
that's the goal.
have security,
You've stated a lot of
self-determination, and the
goals.
dignity they so rightly deserve.
How?
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel.
That's wild.
At the same time, in
What?
her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone.
This is fear-mongering.
It
Like,
would
answer
have
the fucking
never
question.
happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big
this is
story,
like-
and
dude,
you
I
know,
grew up
you
with the
covered it very
9/11
well,
shit, dude.
actually.
This is just
They had
fear-mongering.
no
Answer the fucking
money
question.
for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're
saying
spreading that
how it
money
wouldn't have
around.
happened. How would you fix it?
Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended.
The Yemen genocide
If I'm
was
president
still
elect,
fucking.
I'll
well,
get it done
won't say
before
genocide.
even becoming
Still occurring
president.
under your
Vice
presidency.
President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract
obsidian,
from
the
the
best
reality,
obsidian.
which is, it is very well
We will
known
kill the White Walkers.
that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that
It's well-known
he
things that
can
nobody
do
believes?
whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine,
It is known,
it was
Jon Snow.
brilliant.
It is known.
It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un, and it is absolutely
love
well
letters.
known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear
Putin
they
endorsed
can
you.
manipulate you with flattery
I knew it was a
and
joke.
favors. And that is why
Oh, she's kinda
so
right on
many
that one.
military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it, because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are.
That was a good way to use
They're
that
grossly
sarcastic
incompetent.
soundbite.
And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution
Oh, my
Center
God.
right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Holy fuck. Hold on, let me get some pretzel rocks going. Jesus, what an insane shit show this is right now. It's like I'm watching the decline of the empire and it's hilarious, but you know, what do you do? I mean, it's just I'm watching him, you know, talk about, you know, his glorious love of socialist policies, supporting IVF and tariffs that are going to cripple. You want to talk about the housing market. There's no better way to cripple the housing market than to put steel tariffs on China. Right? Like as much as it pains me to admit it, the overwhelming majority of, I think it's something like 56% or something, like, okay, so maybe not overwhelming, but a majority of the steel in the world is produced by China. Right? And it's like number 2 for our, in terms of like trade deals, right? Like in where we're getting our steel. Like number 2 is like 6% of our steel or something crazy. From, I want to say it's Mexico. Or it might be Argentina actually, or it's a South American country. Regardless, like you want to fuck up the housing market and make housing expensive, just give us tariffs on fucking imported steel. Like, because the amount of steel that is necessary to build a house proportionally is much, much less than is what is needed in terms of building apartment buildings. And apartment buildings are going to be the most efficient form of housing, right? Like you can build an apartment building and house way more people in an apartment building based off the amount of resources that you use than you can for a single family house. And if you have massive imports on steel, you're going to make apartment buildings incredibly expensive, and by virtue not increase home prices to the same degree, which is going to disproportionately affect the poor as opposed to the middle class, and it's going to drive up home prices for everyone. Because people that would have gone to an apartment building are going to go to houses. I mean, it's a terrible idea. That being said, Kamala is literally just spouting bullshit debunked stories and quotes. She's not answering a single fucking question in any way, shape, or form. She doesn't have any fucking policy positions to speak of, despite the fact that she just put out policies. And that fucking spot run. They've both had some quips, but God, Donald Trump, in terms of like a comedian, is just destroying her right now. Like it is, I mean, like he is just, like the quips and the one line, the fucking, excuse me, I'm speaking. Does that sound familiar? Like it's so stupid, but so funny at the same time. That spot run. I mean, he's pushing immigration, I think, a little too hard. But even still, Yeah. In terms of the moderators, it's the moderators should just shut the fuck up. Like, they're giving some pushback on Kamala. Almost all of their pushback is on Trump, right? But like, just ask biased questions and then re-ask those questions. They're doing a really bad job of of trying to fake it like they're not on Kamala's side. Like, and it's not helping them. Honestly, like, just ask a question, and your questions are already going to be tailored for the most part to support Kamala. And then just re-ask and make it obvious that he didn't answer the question to him, and then don't do that to Kamala. Or do it in a softer way. But like this like, that's not true. Like this like fact checking in the middle of the debate on everything, not everything, but on a few of the things that Trump said, it just makes you look bad. And when he says that they were biased and he still won the debate later, which he will, like, people are going to watch the debate and go like, yeah, they were fact checking him and they weren't doing that to Kamala. Right? Like, she said like verifiably false shit that they themselves have had to admit are false, and they have nothing to say about it. But when he says that there's, abortions occurring after the baby is born, they're like, this is not true. Like, shut up. Like, you make your bias too obvious, and it's going to work against you. Where were you? She needs more supporters. That fucking, I will say though, it was genius that, two moments they had that were so good. The one where she attacked him on his rallies, that was just smart. And that moment where he just went hard and was just like, this is a nation in decline. Like, that was powerful rhetoric. And she can't do that. She can't match powerful rhetoric because it's all just kind of like jokes and quips and trying to be unserious. Like, she's not very good at it.
Years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people.
Don't talk about,
but
don't alienate Republicans or Democrats by being
we're
like,
in for 250 to 275 billion.
Ask Europe.
They're into 100 to 150.
Good deflection. It's a deflection.
They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win,
that's a good
when
line.
I'm president-elect,
that is a war that
what
is
I'll
dying
do
to
is
be
I'll
settled.
speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left, I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here...
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify the question, Do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment.
War that's
but
dying
also,
to be
as
settled
Commander-in-Chief, if
like
elected,
a rap bar.
how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Fucking Lil Wayne helped him prep for the debate.
It's important to remind the former president, you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up
Maybe that's my bias, sexism or something.
And what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and now, please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow, much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening. But he does have that, something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times.
True, yeah.
The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president
This is like nonsense.
who understands
We
the
need a strong
significance
man.
of America's
Don't
role
like
and
straw man,
responsibility in
but
terms of
friends.
ensuring that there is stability
This
and
word
ensuring
salad.
we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this
She
debate.
just jumped all over the place.
I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Ooh.
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them
What was that?
to Camp
brain
David
glitch.
because he does not, again, appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members
what about
of our
that pullout, though,
military,
that you did? Like,
fallen soldiers, and
how
the
dare
work
you?
that we must do to uphold
dare you
the strength
meet with them?
and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, he had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good
figure that out, Abdul.
The reason it was good, it was
fuck you up.
We were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left. $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and
Why'd you send me a
politics in this
picture of my
country.
house?
Mr.
You're
President,
gonna have
you
to figure
recently
it out,
said of
Abdul.
Vice President Harris,
That's
quote,
such an
I didn't know she
amazing
was
fucking
black
line.
until a number of years ago
Oh.
when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial
How dare
identity
you.
of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words. So I'm
I
not
don't
Whatever
know.
she
I don't
wants
know.
to
I mean,
be is
all I can
okay
say
with
is
me.
I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's,
I don't care.
I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And
That's
let's
why he got the
remember
most black votes of
how
any
Donald Trump
president,
started. He
except
was
for a few key cities at 4 o'clock in the
land.
morning.
He owned land. He owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out
yes,
a
he was
full-page ad in
investigated.
the New York Times
Oh, here we
calling
go.
for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5.
He definitely didn't
Took out
call
a
for that.
full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the
Another
same
another
individual
debunked fucking bullshit
who
story.
spread birther lies about the first black president of the
He
United
did do
States.
that. He did do that.
And I think the American people
He was absolutely a
want better
birther.
than that. Want better than this. Want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell
Bro,
me,
what?
can
President
we please just have
Biden
discourse
gave a
about
fucking
how we're
speech
going
in
to
front of
invest
red
in the
lights about how
aspirations and the
MAGA
ambitions and the
Americans were a
dreams of the
threat to
American
democracy.
people.
Like, what are you talking
Knowing
about?
that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman.
Where is this going, my guy?
She is Biden.
He's all over the place like it's one of his rallies.
Inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up, Lindsay.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country. One who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism
She
about
almost
what
said
we can do
her
instead
line.
of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas,
plan. Here's
their
this
hard
one
work.
policy
I have
position.
a plan, $6,000 for young families for
Which
the
you stole
first year
from
of your
Trump.
child's life.
His was
to help
5,000,
you
so you just
in
added
that
a
most
grand.
critical stage of your child's development. I have
Two
a
socialists
plan
arguing over
that
who
is
could be more
about
socialist.
allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She has
please.
a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's
Mr.
what her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
No,
because
Lindsay.
the
Until
former
just
president has
recently.
said
No, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry.
I
We're
just
going
need
to move on,
respond
Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this
multiple
is now your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have
Yes.
long vowed
Yes.
to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act,
That's what I'm talking about.
also
Like,
known as Obamacare.
she just-
you have
she
failed
just
to
got
accomplish
talked
that.
over.
You now say
Oh,
you're
fuck.
going to
All
keep
that
Obamacare,
fucking
quote,
tough talk on
unless
wars.
we
She
can do
can't even
something
fucking
much better.
handle
Last
ABC.
month you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not-too-distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private health care options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, let's just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said, at the time because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes?
Remember when people had choice?
As I've been vice president, and we over the last 4
Thankfully,
years
I
have
have
strengthened
supported
the
the
Affordable Care Act.
socialism
We have
that makes it
allowed for the
illegal
first time Medicare
for them
to
not to
negotiate
accept
drug
you in their
prices
business.
on behalf of
Remember when
you,
I
the
got
American people.
maintained
Donald Trump
getting
said
rid
he
of
was going to allow
rights?
Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin
Yes,
at
he did.
$35 a month. Since I've been
He
vice
did
president,
that.
we have capped
Those
the
were his
cost of
policies.
prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president,
That was
we
your
will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act.
I'm not a communist.
Get rid of it.
You have a right
Pass
to
as
health
prologue
Harris, thank
in terms
you.
of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot
She made
of...
a mistake. At number one, John McCain
She made
fought
a mistake.
Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get.
President
People
Trump-
are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be
I knew
on
people
government
that,
insurance
and so did
where
Mark,
you wait
that
6
joined the
months for
army
an
because they couldn't
operation that you
afford
need
health
immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have
after
another issue
Obamacare.
that we'd like to get to that's
what?
important for
It's
a
a
number
shitty
of
plan.
Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump,
Healthcare
with
got
regard
so
to the
expensive.
water, Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place.
We'll make cars.
What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country
won't be able to afford
horrible.
because of your fucking
we have
tariffs.
Nothing, because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC
Oh, wow. Wow. This is exactly the shit show I thought. To be fair, I will say that I think Kamala is doing better. She's doing pretty good. From a rhetoric position, right? I'm obviously not saying I fucking support Kamala Harris or anything. But she's doing a lot better a job than I thought she would do. But she's still getting crushed. I mean, they're running defense for her. They're occasionally giving her some hard quips, but I mean, she's not getting fact checked. He is mid fucking debate. They're both running off the rails a little bit, but I don't think she's given a substantive answer to any question. A lot of running out the clock and then moving back, and then a lot of him just constantly going back to the economy and immigration. God, he's got so many good quips that I'm not going to remember them all. Run, spot, run. They're eating the dogs. Was it Ukraine is a war that is dying to be solved? Like, he's got a lot of really good one-liners. Both are being idiots? Yeah, I mean, of course. You have two socialists arguing over who can be more socialist towards their camp. The country belongs to the highest bidder. Sorta. I mean, like, sorta. I think, oh God, what is his name? There's a really good article. If I can fucking remember it. It's, God, what is it? C. Wright Mills has a really good article. Obviously, it's really dated. It's one of his chapters on the sociological imagination by C. Wright Mills. I want to say it's like chapter 8 or something. I can't remember. But if you read the sociological imagination by C. Wright Mills, he does, it's a communist perspective, obviously, when you're talking about critical theorists, etc. But he does a fairly decent job of explaining the aristocracy and how it evolved into the modern kind of like military industrial complex world. Because it's like, it's not really the highest bidders per se, but it's like this incestuous relationship with wealthy, kind of family names, connected individuals. And he shows how, like, there's the political aristocracy, and then there's the military aristocracy, and then there's kind of the corporate aristocracy, and they kind of like all play off of each other. Obviously, this is before, shit like World Economic Forum and things like that, because there are new players at the game, at the table, and, hedge funds, working with, critical theorists, etc., and, DEI and stuff like that. So there are obviously new people that have had a seat at the table, but it's not really so much that it's like for the highest bidder. It's more like you have these different power players kind of they all went to the same Ivy League schools. They have the same connections. There's a lot of, nepotistic, things, you know what I mean? Like you look at Hunter Biden, for example, he's a failure. He's a horrible son. He's had drug problems, can't stop fucking underage girls in other countries, and, might be fucking his own niece, and, has a crack problem, but, but still somehow manages to get millions from Ukraine and, negotiate for his dad in China and in Russia. But that's kind of how it all works, just maybe not that egregious, right? Like there's an interplay between all of these different interests. So it's like, yeah, it's up for the highest bidder, but it's kind of like they're all playing the same game, and they all understand that they can't piss off one camp more than the other, right? Like, one of the things that I think is really pissing off the media is, like the fact that Kamala didn't give interviews for so long, and then she gave this really shitty one to CNN. It's like she's not playing the game appropriately. Like you gotta throw breadcrumbs to the media for the media to continuously support you in the way that you need to be supported. And like they're still running cover for her, but I don't know that they will if she doesn't give them more fodder. Like you're starting to see them turn on her a little bit because she doesn't know how to play the game right. So it's like, yeah, it's for the highest bidder, but you have to make all the little camps happy, or it's not going to turn out well for you. You had to explain John Galt to them? Oh, no.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for
I mean,
closing
John Galt's
statements, and
speech
Vice
is all you
President
really
Harris,
need.
we begin with you.
Problem is, you can't really understand it
So
without
I
the
think
book
you've heard tonight two very different visions
or his
for our
radio
country.
announcement. You know what I mean?
One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us, and we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan.
Change you can believe in.
Understanding the aspirations, the
I have a
dreams,
plan.
the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people.
I've only had one client, Willie Brown.
I never asked a victim
Sorry,
or
I
a
had
witness,
to.
are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all
opportunity
Americans
economy works.
and focus
Just doesn't work
on
for
what
us.
we can do over the next 10 and 20 years
I think opportunity
to
economy is a
build
good
back
phrase.
up our country
It's
by
just-
investing right now in
It
you,
just
the
doesn't
American
ring true
people.
to us. It
Vice
sounds hollow
President
to us.
Harris, thank you. President
It
Trump.
works on normies and Democrats.
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world and from all.
I almost want to keep watching just to see like the cope afterwards of like, look at all the lies he told. Like, you know, they have to do damage control after this, because I would say overall I would say that Donald Trump probably won the debate, but I will say that in a way she won the debate because it was her debate to lose, right? Like I think people expected her to do probably expected her to do worse than she actually did. I think she did fairly well. And so, you know, I think that, like I said, I think it's her debate to lose. And so because she did okay and she had some quips, she'll come across as the winner of the debate. I don't think you're going to see a big shift in the polls. We'll see. I mean, he obviously had better one-liners. He obviously seemed stronger. There was moments where she was very weak. But then there were moments where, you know, like when she got him on his rallies, that was really funny. He got cooked by the moderators when talking about the ACA. She was like, "So you don't have a plan, right?" But she then said the exact same thing that he said, which is, you know, I'm just going to maintain Obamacare and like look at all these great things I did, most of which were accomplishments that Donald Trump did. And of course they don't say, so you don't have a plan, right? Like they attacked him for not having a plan, and then she doesn't have a plan. She just said over and over again, I have a plan. So I mean, like it's very obvious that they were on her side. I mean, duh. Everybody knew that was going to be the case. Everyone knew it was going to be him debating three people. But even then, like, even in that environment, he just like talked over him and they let him speak. And like, she tried to come back and he was like, and they just like, they shut her down, right? Like they don't respect her the way that they respect Donald Trump. They respect him as an adversary. And you can tell that they don't respect her. Like when they didn't want to speak, and they tried to move forward, he just took charge. Like he definitely spoke way more than she did, because he spoke, and he was like, and he was like, excuse me, and he just made his voice be heard. And she didn't, to the point where she had to come back at another point and be like, but I want to address something he said, right? Like she had to backpedal and address something where she didn't get an opportunity to speak. And of course the left will say like, oh, that proves that they're for Donald Trump and they're not biased. But it's like, like they respect him as an adversary and they're against him, and they know that she's weak. Even the moderators know. They don't like it's I don't know. I wonder how that will be perceived. I think that will be perceived very negatively by women. And it is white suburban women that you kind of need to win, right? And I think the fact that he came off as a bully the entire time because he was so negative, and she was like, we're going to do great things and I want to heal this country, right? Like she got away from all of the, you know, rhetoric that Biden had where he was like, you know, these are the bad guys. The fact that she kept selling this positive message whilst running away from criticisms will play with women a lot better. Donald Trump will play with men, but I feel like he already has the male vote. So, you know, the real question I think will be black men. Like, how will this debate perform with black men? And I don't know. I think she will come across as the winner statistically. I think she might even see a bump in the polls in the debate, despite the fact that he was more substantive and he had better one-liners, because he was aggressive and dominant. I think he will strengthen his support with men, and I think he will lose some women from this debate. But again, I think will the white women that he loses be made up for with the black men that he gains? And I think that'll be kind of where this is at, because obviously white dudes aren't shifting on this, right? Like, and you know, black women aren't shifting either, right? Like, and you know, Hispanics, I think Hispanics have already chosen a side on this. I don't think they're going to be swayed one way or the other by this debate, because I think, you know, the Cubans and those that are the demographics that are a little and third generation and beyond Hispanics are all for Trump, and I think all of the rest of the Hispanics are for Kamala, and I don't think this debate's going to sway them one way or the other. So I think it really is going to come down to white women. How many of them swing to Kamala after this debate because of the abortion topic, because they feel like he was a bully and he was mean, and how much do black men respect Donald Trump's strength on issues and calling out her bullshit and just laughing at the race based things. It'll be interesting. We'll have to wait and see how it comes out. But I think she will be hailed as the winner, especially since the media will all say that she won. And rhetorically, I think Donald Trump just obviously did better. I think he had some slip ups. I think that she fumbled the entire time. But the goal really is just to seem coherent, and she seemed coherent. Yeah, but people like Destiny are already lefties, right? Like the cucks are already voting for Kamala, right? Like, I mean, cucks for Kamala is just what it is. Because a lot of them did better economically under him. I think a lot of black men like Trump. Yeah, no, for sure. Like I think this is gonna come down. This is gonna come down to, like I said, how many black male votes does he get versus how many white female votes does he lose? What is the long-term plan for our country, or do they start from scratch every 4 or 8 years? Yeah. The long-term plan for the country is neoliberal economic control and mixed market economies that slowly get more progressive and more socialist and less effective as we prop up China so that China can become the next superpower in competition, and we can end up in another Cold War with China as the Belt and Road Initiative outpaces and beats our kind of IMF old system, and increased regulation on Western countries as that is not outpaced by the regulations that occur in the third world as it gains more of our factory jobs, etc. And I think Trump wants to stop that with tariffs, but I think it's just going to hurt us more than it helps. Economic protectionism can work sometimes, right? Like you saw economic protectionism work with Japan, but you have to be really aggressive especially in like the 70s and 80s, but you have to be really, really aggressive with economic protectionism. And Trump is not going to have the mandate to be able to be extremely aggressive with short-term economic protectionism in order to gain anything from it. Instead, what he's going to do is he's going to have a third of the Republicans fighting him and all of the Democrats fighting him, and he's going to get some tariffs and some EOs, and it's going to further the decline. He will do some things that will make the economy better, and things like tariffs and stuff like that will make it worse, and we'll get a slow, stagnant growth under Trump if he comes in. But it will be the same old story of the kind of neoliberal globo homo agenda, slowly eroding the West as jobs and production and progress and wealth slowly moves to the Far East, and places like India, Bangladesh, Malaysia especially is going to see a lot of growth over the next 10 years. And eventually we're going to have to see, who collapses first. Is it China, who can't build a building because of tofu drag construction, or is it going to be our slow decline, kicking back the U.S. petrodollar and collapsing our economy when the petrodollar kicks back in and we have hyperinflation? Like who loses this game first? Sorry to give you guys a super black pill at the end, but like it's the next 20, 30 years. And whilst I'm telling you how black the pills are that you need to swallow, give me money. Sure, but give me money, because it's not going to be worth anything anyways, right? Spend it. What petrodollar? I mean, what is it? I mean, there's still at least 1.2 trillion in trade of petrodollars out there, but a whole lot more that is based on speculation of oil and things like that. Petro yen, I don't know that Saudi Arabia is going to just start trading in yen, but what I think might occur if things continue in this degree and China is able to maintain the facade, the paper tiger is able to maintain the facade that they're doing well when they're not for long enough, you might see them trade with them in the yen, and you might see them trade in, with Brazil and their currency, etc. And that'll be enough to cause serious economic problems here. What kind of power do we actually have over oil anymore? the largest military in the world. That's the power we have. Make no bones about it. The power that we have is that we can destroy any fucking country that goes against us. That's what backs up the dollar. The threat of invasion. It's just not a stated threat. What backs us up? Like 70% of the world's aircraft carriers. That's what backs up the petrodollar. You know, like the economic power of a lot of countries might be on the rise, but China can't compete with our military if we're serious. The only thing they can compete with is the fact that they have nukes. Yeah, I mean, as we decline, so will the military, obviously. But again, it's the rise of China is a facade. I mean, China's in probably a worse economic position than we are. But it seems like the World Economic Forum and even the EU really desperately wants to maintain the facade. No one wants, maybe Trump, but I mean, Trump's just one guy. No one wants to, I don't know. Like it seems like they want to have some weird balance, right? They constantly want to allow China to do whatever it is that they want to do, whilst continuously putting pressure and social pressure. Like we talk about climate change, right? Like climate change is a moot fucking point when you just ship your manufacturing over to China and India and you don't have any goals in actually meaningfully making them do anything for, reduce carbon emissions in any serious capacity, right? You know what I mean? Like, so it's like, well, so then what's the goal? Like they harp on it like it's this big deal, but they obviously don't actually give a fuck, or they'd be tough on China. They'd be tough on India, right? They would be putting demands on China to reduce their carbon emissions, or they're going to put, carbon taxes on imported Chinese goods, right? But the thing is that they don't actually want to do anything about climate change. They want to sell climate change to you so that they can sell cap and trade, taxes and things like that, and a carbon market. And then they want to move that so that people will then move their manufacturing over to China and then import those goods. And then what ends up happening is increased carbon, right? I mean, this happened in the UK. The UK brags about how they reduce their carbon output, but they haven't reduced their carbon output when you just look at imported goods. Like when you look at imported goods, what you see is that the carbon emissions have gone up in the United Kingdom despite their environmental policies, because they're allowing it to go to China, and then they're weak on China and they don't do anything about it. So, I mean, if you guys want to know some really interesting shit, have you guys ever looked at cap and trade markets? I'm a peep you guys on some game, right? So if you invest in carbon capture, right? So how does cap and trade work? Well, the government says, right, that you have a certain cap on carbon emissions, okay? And if you exceed that cap, they're going to tax you. But what the government then does is it allows you to buy sequestered carbon from other people. Well, what is this? This is what's known in economic terms as a monopsony, right? There is one purchaser of the product. There is only one purchaser of the product. No one else is allowed to purchase the product because the government is purchasing, okay, so it's not technically a monopsony because they're purchasing carbon trade, right? So, but how does that work? Well, they're doing it in order to reduce their tax. So the government is effectively, it's like kind of like a negative tax in a way, right? Like it's a negative tax monopsony market. But basically the government is taxing people, right? For cap and trade. Then they're going to people that sequester carbon, purchasing these carbon units so that they don't have to pay these taxes, right? So in effect, even though they're not giving the money to anybody, they're not levying the tax, and that not levying the tax goes into the cap market. Except here's the weird thing about that. Oh, what was that? I got a notification, but I don't know what the notification was. Hold on, let me check real quick. Oh, thanks. Do you think Argentina will turn out like? Do you think we'll turn out like Argentina? Can you be more specific? I'll answer the question. I just want you to be more specific. Like in what way? But anyway, so the cat market. So let's say you are someone that is involved in like amp grazing cattle, right? Adaptive multi-paddock grazing, which is where which is like, Follow Carbon Cowboys. They do really good work on documenting this, right? Where cows, instead of producing methane, right, what you're actually doing is you're allowing the environment to be healed by putting up these paddocks within these fields and rotating the cattle so that they don't eat up all of the grass and all of the natural things within the paddock. They just move on very quickly, and this allows for like flora and fauna to come back and biodiversity, and it sequesters a fuck ton of carbon. It is one of the big answers to climate change is buying beef from adaptive multi-paddock grazing grass-fed beef, as opposed to factory farm beef where they're just feeding them subtherapeutic antibiotics so that they can get fat off of the antibiotics, because it changes the way that they process sugar in the diet and glucose, so that they can just feed them more and more bullshit grain. But instead they actually do as the buffalo were intended to do: stomp the ground, poop these nice wet poops, as opposed to these hard bricks that have come from subtherapeutic, the trash that most of us are eating when we eat beef, and allow the flora and fauna. I mean, the eagles come back, etc. So you have all this carbon, and so what you do is you're like, oh, well, I can go in the carbon trade, and I can sell this sequestered carbon to this tire company that's producing. Except you're not actually allowed to sell. What happens is the government decides who is allowed to self-regulate themselves in this pseudo-private market, monopsony market. And what ends up happening is you have these new hedge fund investment firms that are in the game of trading carbon, and they take like 70% of the profits instead of the farmers or the people that's actually sequester carbon. Because in order to get involved in that game, you just have this carbon, and you're either in the market or you're just not getting paid. So if you want to get paid, you have to go to these people, and in order to trade it, you sign a contract, like a bad record deal, like some kid in the ghetto that gets signed for a rap deal. And these new private hedge fund company people basically create this market of carbon where the farmers and the people that sequester the carbon don't actually get paid. Instead, people like Vanguard and BlackRock and hedge fund investors get paid in this new market that you can't buy stock on. Let me be clear. You can't go on Robinhood and buy, cap and trade markets up. It's an entirely eternal market from these people that have created this kind of incestuous relationship with the state to sell this made up good, which is tax write-offs on carbon. And so it's like the wealthy elite investors are the only people that are allowed to invest or make any profit. They make a majority of the profit. And then the person next in line that makes the profit are the people that are, buying carbon for really, really low, under the value of what they should be paying the state. So the state is like, oh, we're going to charge you $10 million. They buy like $7 million, for $7 million, they buy carbon, and that gets them, $3 million in profit, or at least $3 million in not being, subjected to the carbon tax. And then like the hedge funds make a bunch of money on it as well. It's because there's no production here. The production is just free carbon capture that isn't an actual good that is measured by anything other than the state. It's really fucking weird and gross and incestuous. And if you look into it, you'll see that it's just a fucking racket. It's a whole government racket to create carbon taxes. And what it does is it taxes companies that produce carbon, but it taxes them less because they're involved in this carbon market than the tax supposedly exists, so that hedge funds can make even more money. It's it's and no one else can compete in it because there's not a real fucking market here, because it's not a good that's being produced. The government is saying that it's a good that can be produced by virtue of it getting rid of their taxes. I don't know how long that'll last or what that looks like in the future, but it is legit just a scam where they tell you they're taxing at one rate for carbon emissions, and really they're not, because of this carbon market that gives a profit to like large hedge funds and investment banks. There's not a lot of information on it, but you got to look into it. You doubt we'll ever get a libertarian president? Oh, Liquid Smaggle. Sorry. Do you think that once the inflation gets super high in the U.S. and the dollar tanks enough, we'll get a libertarian president? I think that's too far in the future to predict. I think that's like, there's just way, way, way too many variables. You know? It's certainly possible, for sure. I absolutely think it's possible. But I don't know. I think the people in power will just cheat. Even if we vote one in. I mean, like, you look at Venezuela recent election, right? It's like Maduro clearly lost that election. But contesting the election is now evil, according to them, because it's a waste of taxpayer dollars, because they know they won in such a big landslide. Even though they lost, and all the data shows that they lost, and they still intimidated voters at voting polls. And they still lost, but they just have the power to say nuh-uh, right? Like, I think America is like, Argentina was allowed to happen because Argentina is a pretty insignificant country as far as, you know, global hegemonic power is concerned. Like, there's too much at stake in America by the large investors. They don't really care if Argentina is super socialist or if it's super, you know, capitalist in one direction or the other, because they just, you know, they're not in a position for their power to matter that much. Yeah, but I mean, like, if we're talking about breaking down to like third world country levels, like, you know, who knows what happens then? Do we get someone that comes in and institutes central banking digital currencies, right? Or do they even need to, because the state is, you know, secretly buying up so much fucking Bitcoin or something that they're just going to utilize those systems once they have a monopoly on that power? Like, I who fucking knows? No, it's not. Destiny said insurrectionists can be good, so I'll use that for any Venezuelan revolution I want. I don't give a fuck what Destiny says. The online like, and I understand what you're saying, John Jacob. It's fine. But like, I don't know. Like, I get so sick of people mentioning Destiny in so many conversations. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't. I mean, I guess I get it. You know what I mean? Like, that's the name of the game in online politics, is to talk about the people with clout. But like, Destiny doesn't have clout because of like he has a rabid fan base. But like, mostly Destiny is the personification of negative engagement, right? Like, social media has slowly rotted away from people gravitating towards things that they like, towards things that they hate. The algorithms have been made to such a degree that the best way to get clout and to get money is to invite conflict and hatred, and then have a corner of your base and your followers argue with those people. And Destiny very accurately saw this coming, I think, and it played the game very well in just trying to trigger people and just trying to say nonsense and just trying to, you know, say things that he knows he can get away with backing up, right? But not things that he genuinely believes in. Like, it's just a clout game of negative engagement. He's not putting forward a vision of like his philosophy to how to make things better, right? Like, his position is what gets him fame. His position is not like what he thinks is the greatest good, right? Like, he you know, like the Trump assassination shit. Like, he's just trying to trigger you so that you'll come and yell and argue, and then his people will yell and argue, and then he'll get massive engagement and get boosted, and then everyone has to have Destiny's name in their mouth because that's what everyone wants to talk about, because they're so mad that they hate Destiny, or Republicans are so stupid for these things because they don't get the joke. And it's like, it's nothing against you, John Jacob. I'm not trying to shit on you. Like, I love you. It's just like, it's a general trend that I'm seeing that is like, online politics has gotten worse. And it was already a shithole. I mean, like, look at Red Pill podcasts, right? Like, why are Red Pill podcasts popular? It's not because they have any, like, it's not the message or the MRA talking points, talking about male suicide epidemic, or talking about, family courts, or, genuinely trying to give good advice to young men in the dating game, right? It's mostly based around finding dumb LA, Miami, New York whores to easily shit on and make them representative of women as a whole. Like, one of the things I noticed, for example, talking about Red Pill, for example, right? When you look at the data, what you'll see is that millennials are having less people are having sex than Gen X. So millennials have been having less sex than Gen X, and Gen Z has been having less sex than millennials. But if you go online, everybody's a whore. And like we got to talk about body count. We got to talk about how, this girl on TikTok says that she's fucked 300 dudes in 6 months. And it's like, it's a hyper fixation on a portion of the dating market and selling like this black pill, doom pill shit to young men. When the truth of the matter is that there's one contingent of whores that are getting worse and worse and are getting all of the attention. And there's one contingent of men who used to get married, but now they're like, fuck it, there's these whores, so like, I'm going to have fun and be a Chad. And then there's this larger and larger group of, like, I don't want to say incels or femcels, right? But people that have just checked out of the dating market and aren't forming meaningful relationships and aren't dating at all because of the disappointment and the anger and the dating apps and all these other things. But if you listen to these guys, they're so hyper fixated on this one type of woman because why? Because it brings in men to hate on women and talk about how women are bad, and it brings in feminists to try and defend these dumb bitches. So, and then they end up arguing, and then all this fucking negative engagement feeds all these algorithms, and they get so much fucking attention, and they get so much fucking money from causing this fight and this furthering disconnection between men and women, between the right and the left, and all of it is a fucking game that has none of us looking at the people that are actually destroying this country. Like, I guarantee you, watch any fucking Red Pill podcast out there, nobody's going to talk about the real fucking problem. Yeah, you can have people like Andrew Wilson and shit saying we need to get back to religion, etc. But it's like, well, what caused that breakdown? What are those things? What, you want to fix problems with like incels? You want to fix problems with relationships? It's real fucking simple. Get rid of public schools, get rid of federal student loans, get rid of Social Security. There you go. I just fixed the dating market. You do those three things, we'll go back to meaningful, loving relationships. Why? Because Social Security has made it so that people don't feel that they need a family. All they need to do is do work and do a career, and then they can eventually pull out this socialist program and they can go live in a fucking sad trailer with their cats. Okay? But if you get rid of that social safety net, you have to do one of two things. You have to be a very dedicated career man or career woman and save and invest, or you have to be in a family. You have to go, and you got to start young, right? You got to go out and you got to go get a wife or go get a husband, and you have to build together so that you can invest at an early time so that you can have a much better retirement. Get rid of federal student loans. What will that do? Bring it back to the private market. Well, it'll get rid of all this feminist bullshit. Because when you go to the bank and you go, I want to get a degree in gender studies, will you give me a loan? They're going to laugh at you But when you go to the bank and you say, hey, look, I have a 4.0 GPA. Here's all the things I've been doing. I want to go get an engineering degree. They go, yeah, that's worth it. That's a worthy investment. I know that I can make money off of you in the future by charging you interest on a loan because you're going to go get a real fucking degree. Get rid of public schooling. What will that do? Well, that will massively reduce our tax burden, which of course will grow the economy. And then men and women, probably most likely mostly men, will fucking dip out of the dating market. Oh, sorry, dip out of like this career path bullshit, right? They go to college and then they go and try and get a career and then they want to settle down when they're 30 and then as soon as they have kids, they go right back into the workforce. Fuck that. Get rid of public education. What will that do? Women and men will get together and they'll try and raise their actual children. The family will come back together. They'll homeschool. They'll get in homeschool programs where they, have, Montessori situations or where they take turns, etc. if they need to work. But you get rid of those three things, you'll fix the relationship problems. That's it. That's how you do it. But nobody wants to talk about those because no one wants to talk about why we are here. And usually I don't want to say usually, a lot of problems in our society start with socialism. I know that sounds crazy, but it's true, right? Like you can't have a cohesive society when you have a society based upon theft, based upon lies, based upon, enslavement of other people, and you have these negative incentive structures that allow one group of society to destroy or leech off of in a parasitic relationship with another group of society. Yeah, man, Scott, do my show tomorrow night. I'm trying to work a lot. I don't like. DM me. I might do your show tomorrow night. If it's, give me the time and tell me what it is, and I'll see if I can fit it in my schedule. I'll probably answer you in the morning. But just like tell me what time you want me to come on and how long it is, and I'll see if I can work it into my schedule. I don't know what the fuck. 8. First of all, why 8:05 and not just 8? like what the fuck is 8:05 about? Okay, CDT time. He's 1 hour behind, so that would be 9 my time. I can probably make that work. I'm probably not going to stream it here though. So if you want to, I'll post it in the Discord and I'll come on for a little bit, but I just don't want to do like an intro and then an outro. Like I don't have that much. I mean, I have time, but it's like, you know what I mean? Like I don't want to be like, hey guys, here's what we're doing, blah, blah, blah. And it's like a half hour then, and then like a half hour post discussion. Like I'll come on tomorrow though. I can fit that in my schedule. And then we'll just post the link so people can check out your YouTube channel. I will be coming back with a passion, I think. I don't know. We'll see what happens when I get moved in and settled and stuff. I'll see what my schedule's like. But I've got to make some money, And I'm not famous enough to make a bunch of money streaming. Not yet. But yeah. I don't know. We'll see what happens with politics in this country. I don't know how we're gonna. I don't know what to do, man. I get very black-pilled in the election season, and then shit calms down, a couple months. Like after, February, March, it chills out a little bit. But it's just there's so many retards that come out of the woodwork and involve themselves out of nowhere. It's just so much stupidity. Like, and it's just like it becomes infuriating. Like, just one really small example, right? I'll show you something that I saw, and it's just like there's a million of these things. Oh, she deleted it. Okay. Sarah Isger, ABC reporter, talking about the shopping cart theory and how they're, obsessed with the shopping cart theory. She deleted it because she was getting pushback. But she just goes, written by someone, most likely a man, who's never had 2 babies at the grocery store in the summer. You can't carry both and push the cart. You can't leave them in the car and return the cart. It's like, literally like ABC reporter talking about how, the shopping cart theory is wrong because because she doesn't follow it. You know what I mean? Like, because, you know, it's like literally the same action that is required to go get a shopping cart is the exact same action that is required to put one away. And she's just admitting that she's like a piece of shit victim. And it's just like, you know, it's like, that's the level of logic that we're dealing with our, in everyday political discourse, is like the people that have clout and views and money and everything are just, like they keep dumbing themselves down, and competency is not respected at all. Competency has been destroyed in this entire sphere with the design, by design, I think. I don't want to say they, you know what I mean? Like, I don't mean it like that, but I just mean like there is, you know, an incentive structure to speak to the lowest common denominator. And like, we don't have intelligent, charismatic leaders that have a voice in our country. That's what I think is the real, like, we have no, there's no philosophy in this country. And once the philosophy was rotten, there are no more philosopher kings. I'm starting to sound like a fucking Christian monarchist over here, but like, we've lost our philosopher kings. We've lost well-respected individuals that are difficult to understand, that are at the edge, trying to improve upon the world and the way the world works. And instead, what we have is like just a slop, and it's upsetting. Did Andrew Wilson come on the podcast to start speaking? Fabian, go to sleep. What? Bro, what? The fuck does that mean? Oh, yeah, no, I mean, sure. I don't know. I need to get some sleep. I gotta be up early too. I had fun. The Dylan Burns debate shit was interesting. Kind of went exactly as I expected. It was a bit of a shit show, but I don't know. And this feeds into exactly what I'm saying, right? Like, going back to the debate with Dylan Burns and Lonerbox, is like, they're not serious people. They're not serious thinkers, right? Like, they are there to be pundits, to speak talking points for their side, to get seals to clap so that they can get money every time the seals clap. Like, there's no philosophy present. There's no solution-orientated, long-term thinking. Lonerbox is definitely the smarter of the two, in my opinion, though I would say Dylan Burns is incredibly hardworking. There's plenty of values there that I think are great. Like, I respect the game, and I respect him, putting money where his mouth is. But like, they're repeating bullshit that they know is false, right? Like, I called them out on it, and they still did it over and over and over again. Where it's like they keep repeating this line of like, well, $100,000. Look at how much money that is. That should have been a red flag. It's like, dude, he negotiated that price point. Nobody came to him and randomly offered him $100,000 an episode, right? Like, Tim Pool negotiated that. That's normal in this business when you're the largest conservative YouTube podcast in existence. Obviously not the one that they got, but his name is. And it's like, they're saying it just because they know that their audience will go, oh my God, that's so much money. And they'll hate that person because that's more like, that's an insurmountable amount of money to them. But like, it's not really that much money for what they were trying to do, which is use Tim Pool's brand to start a conservative media outlet. Nobody else there has the name recognition that Tim Pool has, right? I mean, Dave Rubin is like a failed conservative commentator whose show went away because he was too milquetoast, who couldn't hack it after he left the Young Turks. And I'm not saying he's a bad person or anything. He's not that entertaining, right? Like, and the other individuals are just very much smaller. Obviously, Lauren Southern has name recognition, but she wasn't doing a bunch for them. And Lauren Southern is, she's fallen out of favor with a lot of the conservatives, etc. Like Tim Pool is that guy. Dave Rubin, I don't know how the fuck he negotiated it. Whatever. But yeah, I mean, like, that's just, like I said, Fox News wasn't profitable for 5 years. Vox wasn't profitable for like 3 or 4 years. This is what you do in that business. You buy big names, you get the clout, you give them a ton of money so that they're part of your show, and then you can become this major competitor to like Fox or something like that. What were the Russians doing in that? It's like all of that stuff, but it's just like they're using that line because it feeds the monkey brain of their audience. It's not a genuinely honest conversation because they don't care about honesty. They care about not getting called out. I'm sure that they care about, not saying stupid things or whatever, but the primary concern is their political, side and their personal clout. And it's like, I wish, and it's not even that I really blame them or think that they're super evil, right? I just think that's what the system rewards. Like when people go into Twitch and they want to find some political channel to watch, they don't want to listen to some guy exoterically wane about his niche political philosophy that they can barely understand, right? They want brain candy. They want reality TV. They just work to shift and they want to come, or or maybe they're a NEET, whatever. But like they're logging in to put something on their second monitor while they play video games and go, "Ooh, yeah," right? And it's like you're not going to be successful unless you can appeal to that group by throwing them the brain candy that they so want. And so the system is self-selecting for those people anyways, right? Like it just like Russia paying Tim Pool not to change his opinions, but because he's already saying what they believe. It's the same thing with the success of streamers and political pundits. You have to appeal to the 85 to 115 IQ crowd. But yeah, just to be clear, that was fucking hilarious, Slenzer, when he was like, what about if with fentanyl, you think people are going to stop doing, you think if we don't crack down, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, it's called the war on drugs. And that's why it didn't fucking work. And then he was like, oh, you're so bad faith. He literally called me bad faith because he's talking about the war on drugs. And he's not talking about the war on drugs. He's just talking about like incentives. But like, I said that there's always going to be a market for this bullshit and they'll just move on to the next person. And he was like, oh, so like you think if we don't crack down on fentanyl people that like other people will just sell it? And it's like, you literally just explained why the war on drugs has been failing for 50 years. And then he just called me bad faith for it. Like, how am I bad faith for you coming up, like you trying to quickly off the top of your head come up with an example? And he goes, you know what I meant. I'm like, no, like literally, like it was hilarious, But yeah, they need their political tribe to go after the other political tribe for the brain candy of their audience. And I don't even think that it's like them being disingenuous and lying. I think that's just what the algorithm selects for, because that's what most people want. Most people don't want a substantive conversation at a high level that, has us challenging our ways of thinking and learning new things and coming out the other end. What they want is they want someone on their team that makes smart points that they can't make, but mostly agrees with them and reinforces their opinion and gives them some additional, information that they can throw out as a one-liner when they're at the water cooler. And I think Dylan Burns and Lonerbox do that very well. Kind of like how PayPal lost billions for the first decade they were in business. Yeah, I mean, a lot of businesses Silicon Valley and tech startups are uniquely that business model, Grid Motorsports. Like there's a ton of tech startups where investors just throw money away and they fail. And the reason is because, the 10% or the 5% that succeed, the return on investment is insane because it's an infinitely scalable business model, right? So it's like if I had 20 people that make apps, right? That are like, these fun little apps. It's like, well, the app is just this software thing. And if it's become super, super popular and everybody is willing to pay $2 or, get some ad revenue, and it gets adopted by hundreds of millions of people that pay, a $2 a month subscription plan, like, you don't need a factory. You don't need to manufacture it. You don't need to hire this massive team to oversee everything. You just need a small dedicated group of people, to deal with customer service issues, to deal with refunds, etc. And then you need a small group of people that are, working on, improving the app and, coming up with new ideas. Sure, you do little bits. I know you troll. It's fine. But like when you compare it to a traditional business that produces a physical material product, right? It is so much more scalable than like a material product. So there are plenty of there are plenty of tech startups to do this thing, this ride share thing or this whatever it is. And they'll throw $100,000 at, 10 of these things and they'll lose $900,000, but they don't care because they'll make 10, 20 million on one. Obviously, that's not how the numbers work out. Like it balances out to, profit margin that, is slightly better than inflation, but, is in line with the S&P over enough iterations, right? Or otherwise more money would come in because it would, that's how capitalism works, right? Even in a mixed market economy. But nevertheless, right, like you stand to gain money by throwing away a lot of money because of the scalability. And it's the same is true with media outlets and punditry, right? Like the scale, it's very scalable. You need a team of lawyers. You need a team to deal with YouTube and things. You need some editors. You need some staff to get interviews. But after a certain point, you can keep getting new audience members, keep getting more donations, keep getting more ad revenue, and you don't have to hire anybody else. Like there's a cap on how much you need to hire in order to make it work. I mean, obviously, at a certain point, you might get into more ambitious things, like Steven Crowder saying he's going to cover the election, by having on the ground reporting and volunteers and, access to new metrics. Like there are projects that you can do that are going to require more money and more investment. But for the most part, it's a much more scalable. And so that's just how that business works. They overpay on shit like that because they think the ROI is worth it. Yeah, of course a little bit. It's just you pay others to abstract away a lot of that workforce. I'm not sure exactly what you mean. $100K an episode, assuming a full pro staff and good equipment, honestly seems kind of light. No, I mean $100K an episode is when you compare it to like Fox News or something like that. Yeah, sure, it's kind of light, but in alternative media, like that's pretty big. I would say, I don't know what his metrics are, but he's probably only making $20,000 to $30,000 in super chats and ad revenue an episode, right? Like he's probably not making even half of that. But using his name and using his brand to launch a new conservative thing, like would be huge, especially if you are indeed the Russians and you're trying to have a Fox News competitor that is that has secret Russian funding. They would have found out. I don't know what their goal was there. If we assume everything to be true, like, I don't know. I just don't buy the fact that the Russians thought they were going to create a Fox News competitor or something. And the CIA and the DOJ and all these people were never going to find that money because they hid it so well in shell corporations. Like, it almost seems like it was designed to be caught. If I'm playing the 4D chess move, right? You get caught. You create chaos and turmoil in the U.S. You get a bunch of censorship. You get people freaking out. You get a backlash that might get Donald Trump to win. And on top of that, if they decide to actually pursue the charges and go through, in discovery, you get to figure out how their intelligence gathering works and how they get access to Discord, how they get access to Gmail, how they get access to certain things. Potentially get information that leads to you discovering who their intelligence assets are, etc. right? Like it's a win-win for Russia if they get caught or if they don't get caught. But I think they knew they were going to get caught. If it is indeed the Russians and not just some bullshit. Because I mean, like the Steele dossier was all real too, by the way. Like, you know, I didn't even mention it, but it's like, you know, we knew for a fact that, you know, we absolutely knew 100% that Donald Trump went to a hotel in Moscow and, you know, asked to be on the bed to, like, you know, piss on the bed and fuck strippers and piss because this is where the Obamas stayed. And, like, the left believed that shit. They literally believed that, like, Donald Trump was going to Moscow to piss on the bed that and fuck hookers on the same bed that the Obamas stayed in because he hated him so much, because that's how deeply racist and creepy he is. They believe that insane shit. So, you know, this is a much more believable situation. So it's not beyond the pale that it's just bullshit. You know, I don't think it's bullshit. I think it would be dumb for them to play that game again. But, you know, just as much as the Russians can be dumb, so can our State Department and three-letter agencies. So, I mean, it is possible that it's all bullshit. We're taking it on faith that the money came from the Russian.gov. It could easily have come from Russian businessmen and criminals getting money out of Russia or from some other country. Yeah. Just like Trump believes Obama is from Kenya. I wonder if he still believes that. I bet he does. I bet I bet Trump still believes in his heart of hearts, in his racist little heart, you know, whatever, you know, this is Shane Gillis line. I bet in his heart of hearts, he still believes Obama's from Kenya. Criminals are the government in Russia as everywhere. Well, yeah, but different kind of criminal. Criminal as branded by the Russians, you know. It started from Hillary. What started from Hillary? Oh, yeah. No, yeah. The Steele dossier. Yeah, we know. Do you think Trump is part of Project 2025? Dog. Project 2025 is like, I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it. It's just such a silly fucking horse that has been beaten to death by the Democrats. But unfortunately, most people are retarded and they'll believe it. Right? Like plenty of people will believe that, you know, Project 2025 is real and it's his real secret agenda. I mean, there's plenty of people, young earth creationists are like 8% of our population. Like, you know what I mean? Like flat earthers exist. Of course, some percentage of the population that votes will believe that Project 2025 is Trump's secret plan. That's way more believable than young earth creationism or flat earth. Or that he staged the fucking assassination attempt to go up in the polls, right? Like the fact that Project 2025 is his thing because some people in his administration are also good friends and or worked on some of the Project 2025 shit because the Heritage Foundation is tied to the Republicans in that they're a conservative think tank and think tanks give information to fucking, yeah. It is just the Heritage Foundation, which is riddled with never, that doesn't matter that they're riddled with never Trumpers. Right? At the end of the day, a lot of people will believe fucking anything, and a lot more people will believe anything that aligns with what they want to believe. That's why democracy is stupid. You have, like, democracy is horrible. It's terrible. And the main reason it's terrible is you have everybody collectively, morally, like setting aside the moral qualms with 51% of people being able to tell the other 49% what they can and can't do with their lives and how they're going to steal money from them and all. Set aside all the ANCAP shit, right? Set aside the fact that it is just evil, right? And just look at it from a pure consequentialist perspective. You have every American, no matter their IQ, no matter their business, no matter their specialization, determining our military, our judicial system, our tax system, our healthcare system, all of these important institutions and structures, all with one vote, right? Like they're not even voting on our healthcare system. They're voting on one person to represent all of these institutions and systems and trying to pick the best out of two retards. And it's the blind leading the blind. It is on paper, it is just the dumbest idea ever. And like people laugh at anarcho-capitalism, and it's like, well, what's your answer to the solution? My answer to the solution is that people are free to make voluntary contracts, and instead of voting collectively, what they do is they let experts that can give them the most efficient and the cheapest service, whatever that service is. Let the biologists decide biology. You know what I mean? Like let the security services compete for security, and let the people that need security pick who is the best at security. Why is random nobody voting on what cops should do? The only people that should be involved in what cops should do should be people that need their house or their apartment building or whatever protected, and people that do the protecting. The experts of protecting, the cops, appeal to the person that knows best what they need. And if they don't feel that they have enough necessary information, they hire an insurance company or a lawyer that is an expert in it to pick the right thing for them. When I say we want to encapsan, right? What I'm saying is let people that are experts make decisions on the things they're experts in. That's what liberty means. Everything is controlled by the people that have the most skin in the game, have the most to lose, and have the most knowledge about what it is that they need. And democracy is everyone deciding on everything that other people need, on shit that they have no idea what they're talking about and they have no knowledge on, but they pull a lever collectively to insurmountably outnumber the people that are experts in the thing. But they go, but don't worry, the guy that I picked to run healthcare, but I didn't like all the other things that he did, but I liked healthcare, will pick an expert, and that expert will centrally plan it for everybody else, and it'll be non-voluntary, so we're good. It is like literally democracy is retarded on paper. It's not just retarded in practice. And they act like I'm crazy. And I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, how dumb do you have to be to think that works on paper? Like, it's literally, you're just like this whole like democracy or foundation of democracy that we saw in the debate. You know, Kamala, like he's attacking our foundation of democracy. It's like you're just repeating bullshit that we've all slopped up and have been indoctrinated into. Like, why the fuck would I value democracy? It's a terrible system on paper. You know, as Hans Hermann Hoppe famously said, democracy is a soft variant of communism, and rarely in history has it been seen as anything else. That's what it is. It's just a soft variant of communism, this collectivization of what we ought be allowed to do and not do. It's stupid. If we let experts have their way, we would still be wearing masks and getting jabbed. Yeah, well, these are the experts that you get picked to do. How can a private prison incarcerate people who never sign a contract? So, like, if you refused, let's say you go into town A, right? And you just roll up in town. And let's say you kill somebody. Well, I can kill you in return. But if you're a nobody with no rights enforcement agency, no insurance company that has these pre-agreed upon negotiations. I'm sorry. Let me explain to you. Sorry, it's late and I'm ANCAP braining a little bit. But basically, the system is like this. Anyone that doesn't have a contract about what to do in the event of conflict is a threat. Right? So if I'm, you know, the government's abolished, I live on a mountain, right? Someone comes to me and they want to buy something from me. And I go, cool, you know, well, let me see your insurance card. And they go, I don't have insurance, right? It's kind of like an uninsured driver on the road. Like in the event that something happens, you know, and you don't have insurance, what do you do? Right? Like they're a threat, because if they do something that costs $1 million, they don't have the money to do anything. They don't have proof that they have that money. The same thing is kind of similar without a state, is that there would be, you create a market void where people go, okay, well, I need safety, I need security, I need to be able to get rid of bad people when they do bad things, be it incarceration, be it whatever. So they go to a company, and that company, be it Geico, Nationwide, whatever, they say, I'm going to protect your rights. Keep someone from just killing you, right? Let's say you accidentally do something, right? Like, I will represent you like your lawyer, just like you would in a car accident, right? And I will work with other people to come to a settlement. And if we can't come to a settlement, we'll agree to go to arbitration, and that arbiter will be the final decider, right? And you go, I like Nationwide's plan. Nationwide is the business that does it well, doesn't cost too much money, and is really good at defending my rights. I don't like Geico. Geico's bad. So you got Nationwide, and someone comes on your property and they go, oh, I don't have any insurance. Okay, so now we have no pre-upon agreement about what we do if some shit happens. So you become anathema because you have no agreed upon situation. So in order to do business with other people, in order to be accepted in society, you basically have to have that insurance plan. Or, I mean, you could live in a voluntary community where, you know, everyone that lives there just agrees to whatever system, right? Like, you could just as easily, company A could have something like, you know, prisons, etc. And it's like, if you want to live there, you have to agree to these rules. And if you don't agree to them, leave. But in like the Ancapistan kind of philosophical way, right? Someone comes to do business with you. I'm not going to do business with you because you're a threat, because in the event of conflict, my insurance company is just going to deal with you, and you're going to like fight back, and you're not going to have any of these agreed upon things. So it's going to be very difficult to do stuff. So, I mean, like, you lose if you do something that requires incarceration, like, then you ought to be incarcerated, right? Like if I kill someone, right, you ought to be killed or incarcerated. So I have every right, if you aggress upon me, to aggress upon you in return. But like, that will lead to like a Hatfield-McCoy situation where we're kind of like in this consistent blood feud. And the state's answer to this is, well, what we'll do is we'll be the arbiter of justice, and we'll just use our massive tax system and our military to enforce whatever laws we have. And the way that we'll vote on these laws is through this representative democracy shit. And that leads to the war on drugs. That leads to all of these nonviolent crimes being made by the state that are in the state's interest and being done in a kind of uneven way, and like all of the problems with our current criminal justice system. And the Ancapistan answer to that is, you know, the non-aggression principle is fact. The way that you deal with the non-aggression principle and the moral values that you choose as a society ought to be done voluntarily. And so if you want to impose a system similar to our state-based system in a little community, go ahead. If you want to use other systems like rights enforcement agencies and arbitration, go ahead. What I will say is, we go, well, isn't that just kind of like recreating the state? Well, number one, the substantive difference is that one is voluntary and the other is simply imposed. And the number two difference is that, like anything, the local knowledge problem or the economic calculation problem, ECP, is true. We just don't think about judicial system or justice as a product and service. We think about it as like a necessary evil of the state, or we think about it as like a necessary thing. And so the state is inefficient in justice. The state is inefficient in crime. And so the state overpays by a massive amount because they have centrally planned this system. Whereas if the market is available to do it and you have all of these different options, the best courts, the best private security, the best representatives, the best lawyers will be able to come to the top, and those that suck at their job will go out of business. Which is like our current system, all we have is private lawyers, and then we have like voting on like prosecutors, and like most of them are appointed, but like you have, you know, AGs and district attorneys in some places that are voted on. In other places, you vote for a guy that votes that appoints a guy that then appoints his team, and that's how you get the representation that you want. It's like layers and layers of separation of like state bureaucracy, nepotism, and wasted money to create these systems. So yeah, you would lose the taxes on that, and then you would become anathema if you don't engage in some system of voluntarily agreed upon punishments and ways that we're going to deal with something if something does occur, right? Like if a potential conflict occurs in the future, I have a nationwide insurance, you have Geico, they'll figure it out. And you negotiate your contract and you make your payments. This sounds crazy and it's hard to conceive of, but if you look at Prospera in Honduras, they have this system, right? Like there is a system that exists in Honduras where you go and you pick your insurance company for your apartment, you know, for your personal rights or for your company. And there's like, you know, pharmaceutical research going on there, et cetera, et cetera. And it works. And it's way, way, way more efficient at resolving crime. It's way, way more efficient in terms of the cost of court. Like our current system is not representative of our interests. It's not voluntary. It is full of abuse. And on top of that, it's really fucking expensive because it's not in a market. But the really short answer to your question is very simple. Like if someone violates my rights, I can demand restitution from them, and that's just morally true. And the thing there is that whether or not that's true doesn't matter, right? Like might makes right kind of situation. And my answer to that is just might doesn't make right, might makes reality. Like power exists. You're going to need some form of power to assert control. And every system can be destroyed, etc. I'm just advocating for the system that actually follows, that is capable of following natural law, that is capable of being morally correct. There will be abuses, there will be people that commit evil acts, there will be fraud, there will be crimes that occur, even in those systems. But only the system of voluntary judicial systems and private policing and private property is capable of being morally correct. It is incapable for the state to be morally correct. And on top of that, only a system of competition in markets has the price mechanism that is capable of producing the most efficient results. Obviously, we don't have an evenly rotating economy, so people are rewarded via profit for accurately predicting the future, and so that is a cost in and of itself. But the proper allocation of resources, profit is the reward for the proper allocation of resources, whereas our incestuous governmental system is just factually less efficient over time. There might be instances where the correct decision was made for less cost, but over time they lack the information, and it costs money to get information. You got to do a research study. Oh, you got to pay for someone to do a research study. You got to pay someone to collect data. You got to pay someone to give you more information, and then you have to pay experts, central planners, but they're only experts in that they have a field, an education within the field, but they're not an expert at the individual level because they're centrally planning everything. So it is, given enough statistical iterations, it's not possible for it to cost less money than private market systems. That is way too much for this time of night. I need rest. I'm about to get out of here. But I love you guys. It's almost midnight, which is now late for me. Didn't used to be late for me, but it's super late for me right now. But yeah, I'll probably hang on. I'll probably go check out Grid Motorsports and go talk to or chat to him for a little bit tomorrow. I'm not going to stream it though. And I'm gonna keep working. I'm gonna keep making some money, so hopefully I can, get moved in or whatever. If you want to see me more, I don't know, give me money. I don't think it's gonna make that big of a dent though. But I appreciate you guys. And it was fun. I can't wait to come back and do a little bit more once I get settled in and I can. Deuces.